Games of the future. The Mobile Legends Bang Bang tournament features 16 teams of up to 6 competitors. The game is played in a 5 versus 5 format until 2 wins or 3 wins in the finals. Each team has one reserve player. Replacements can be made between the matches, and in the event of a player injury or other force majeure, a replacement can be made during the game. The tournament consists of 2 stages, group competitions and playoffs, and the matches themselves will be held in a best-of-3 format. Only 12 teams will advance to the second stage. The group stage is played in the GSL format, the playoffs in the Olympic format. Teams that finish the group stage without defeat go directly to the quarterfinals, and those that lose one match will compete in the last 16. Teams that lose both their group matches are eliminated from the tournament. Good luck and have fun.
Ohayou gozaimasu, você está aqui no OBuff para acompanhar esse campeonato maravilhoso chamado Games of Future 2024. Realmente estou sozinho para acompanhar aqui esse, né, dia de hoje, playoffs. Hoje aqui quem perder tá eliminado, meu pai. Quem volta não. Vacilou, vai para casa. Vai pra casa pra dar um beijinho no papai.
Quer saber mais sobre o competitivo de
Vai pra casa. Só deixa eu ligar aqui a luz, rapaziada. Um segundo.
Quer saber mais sobre
Ó, eu tava falando aqui sem áudio, rapaziada. Desculpa aí, ó. A gente já tá aí apresentando aí as equipes, né? As lines das equipes. Eles estão se atrapalhando um pouquinho lá. Então vamos aqui. O Caster tá trocando umas ideiazinhas lá. Aí, ó. Isso aqui é a equipe da Bônus Goals. De Lar. De Lar aí, que agora está na Bônus. Ele passou aí por grandes equipes aí. Acho que foi Alter Ego, né? Era Alter Ego Wills. Não, era Ivos. Ele estava na Ivos, na Indonésia. Agora ele tá na Bônus Goals aí da Miramar. Finalmente, uma equipe boa. Eu acho, só que não. Tá se atrapalhando legal hoje, hein? Aí, ó. Aí, ó. Os heróis mais picados e banidos do campeonato. Ruby, 23 vezes picado. Mano, a Ruby ontem, Deus me livre, velho. Toda hora, toda partida tinha uma Ruby. O Cloud, a Carry, o Barat, a Novara foram os heróis mais picados. Os heróis mais banidos eram Joy, Matilda, Guinevere, Arlo e Cici. Pô, você viu, o meta hoje, o meta tá pequenininho, né? Tá pequenininho demais. Parece que não tem opção pro meta. Que isso, rapaziada? Para diferenciar aí que meta é esse. Meta triste. E agora nós temos os heróis mais picados pela Twisted Minds. Que é o Arlo, Aurora, Cloud, Xborg e Gary. Os mais banidos aí, já passou lá. A Bônus Goals vem aí os mais picados, mais banidos e os mais banidos pelo oponente contra a equipe da Bônus Goals. Cara, sinceramente, a gente só viu isso ontem, mano. Só esses heróis aí. Parecia que não tinha mais herói no jogo. Hoje provavelmente vai ser a mesma coisa. A gente vai ver Cici, Nathan, Cloud, Carry, Matilda, Rafaela, Barat, Ruby, as mesmas coisas. Teremos as mesmas coisas hoje. Não adianta tentar escapar. Compartilhar aqui a live, né? A live tá. Serão longuíssimas 7 horas de transmissão, meus queridos. Assistindo este campeonatinho maravilhoso. Obviamente fazendo dinheiro na Hillary, né? Quem sair com 40 de lucro. Hoje eu quero saber qual é o meu lucro. Espero que seja bem mais. Henrique CPzão aí deve estar dormindo, né? Deve aparecer em algum momento aí da transmissão. É isso. Vou deixar os gringos falando aqui enquanto eu...
You get a lot of these different flavors of playstyles and like the masterminds behind them, right? And whether it's the twisted minds or the masterminds behind them, like even this is the time when you're now in a single elimination part of the tournament, right? It's playoffs and you're in a best of 3. So you kind of have to put everything on the table, right? And some of these teams, they like to do a little weird things. They would call them weird, non-meta, whatever you want to call it. And this is the time for it to work because, you know, tournament lives are here and it matters for them as they go forward and they try to get to that grand final ahead of them. And so far from what we've seen from the groups too, man, it's been dicey for a lot of these teams, right? Now that you have Twisted Minds and Burmese Ghouls meeting up, and we can discuss the impact once again of, you know, imports fitting into some of these teams later on. But ultimately, when you look at these two teams together, I think my biggest question is, how do their playstyles differ?
Opa, Size
And
Mobile.
what kind
Fala
of
aí, mano.
approach do they take
O
with
comentário
best of
apareceu
three,
aqui,
or
velho.
it's a
Ficou meio
single
escondidinho.
elimination? So
Pra
maybe
se
you can
ver
kind of
aqui.
expand on that now that
Cara,
you
deixa eu
have
melhorar aqui,
seen
mano.
the past 2
Tô
days and
vendo
you've been
nada dos
even casting
comentários.
some of their games.
Yeah, I want to say this is probably the biggest or the most I've casted in
Aê, agora
international
sim eu estou
tournament
vendo
as
os
well.
comentários
Coming from
tranquilamente
North
aqui.
America
Cara.
and just like the meta that's been set forth in North America, it's a whole different pace here when I'm seeing C games here.
Tô esperando
And,
começar aqui as
some of the
partidas,
biggest
né,
changes
velho?
that I am seeing is that,
O cara vai ficar
like you were
enrolando um
saying,
pouquinho aí,
it,
pá.
leading off of it, the teams some are aggressive, some have, you know, late
Quando
game
chegar o moment.
exposure more than others, and I think it's just
Yeah.
a combination of some of the heroes that get brought into the meta, and just the off picks that we see here. Now, I casted quite a few games for Twisted
psicológico.
Minds alongside War Barbie, and we
Talvez.
could definitely see that Twisted Minds has that play style that will twist your mind. You don't know if they're going to be able to apply that heavy
Cadê?
pressure
Quem
against
que tu
these
acha que vai
teams.
ganhar
They
aqui esse
push
jogo
them
aqui, ó?
back
Por
against
mais
the
gols aí
wall,
contra a
and
Twisted
I think
Minds.
that's what Twisted Minds is good at. Now, this is actually the first time I'll be seeing Burmese Ghouls
Quem perder tá fora.
go
Queria
against
falar isso.
everybody.
Quem perder tá fora, meu
I,
parceiro.
you know,
É
I
verdade, eu vou
them,
aproveitar
they
aqui e
were in
vou.
M5,
É
and
qualificatória
I
pra
kinda wanna
Latam?
know what your
Não,
take
ué.
is on
E
how
tudo
their
da live
playstyle
não tá
is.
certinho.
Oh man, you know Burmese
Não,
Ghouls
isso daqui é um
just
campeonato internacional
not
que
even-
vale
I
1
guess
milhão
just
de
thinking of
dólares,
the
meu parceiro.
organization or region.
A gente tem
And I think this
aqui.
happens for a lot of people, honestly, man. Like you kind of
Eu acho que
have
isso vai
this,
passar na
general
tela.
idea of, oh, this region is like this. This region is like
E é o
that, right?
palco. Tá tendo
And
presencial
in a
hoje lá.
way, as-
Ui,
by the
ui,
way, this is
ui.
amazing setup here that we're seeing here.
Mas retornando,
But in a
é um
way, you have
campeonato
to
que
kind
acontece
of
na Rússia. Ele
think
tem 1
about
milhão
Burmese
de
Ghouls.
dólares
Like,
como
they have been
premiação. E
known
ele tem equipes
for
como
a very,
AP.Bren, que é
in
a
a way,
atual
aggressive
campeão
type of
mundial.
centric play
RQ
style.
Roshi,
And maybe for some
Onyx,
people in some of the course of their history, through their
Blacklist,
fault, right? Like a little too
DeusVult,
aggressive where it's like,
Partyflux,
yo, guys, calm
HomeBois,
down, you know,
Burmese
focus
Ghouls,
on
Twisted
these
Minds,
objectives
Flash,
that you have to, and
RCC,
that's why
Bunny
now,
Flash
like,
e outras
I
equipes
feel
que
like
já
in
foram
a way, the global
eliminadas.
meta has kind of shifted, where it's like,
1 milhão de
Yeah.
dólarzinho
have
aí
these
pra
teams
você
that
jogar esse
have
campeonato. Pra você ter uma ideia, o
mastered
último lugar ganha
objective
15 mil
games,
dólares,
whether
meu
that's,
parceiro.
you know,
Esse
turtles,
pariu.
whether that's
Eu queria só
Lord,
participar desse campeonato
but
pra
then at
perder
the same
tudo.
time you have also these
Aí, ó.
teams that love this
Eita,
aggression and
pai,
everything.
hoje vai
So,
ser
you know, as we
foda,
take a
tá?
look at
Olha a
this
apresentação. Ontem não teve
amazing
isso
intro
não,
from
hein?
the players here getting set up,
Ah,
that's I think what you have to talk about
ontem o
is
bagulho foi
Burmese Ghouls, their
diferente. É o
aggressive
Galo
playstyle. Have they
cantando.
done enough, even with the impact of these imports, to kind of settle into that aggressive
Vou
playstyle,
até pedir as
but
fotos
also
pra eles
be
aqui
competitive
da
around those
esse
objectives?
presencial.
Yeah, and by the way, this is epic. This intro,
Yeah.
Digital Games is bringing
Tem.
the passion to the game.
Aí, ó, a entrada do
Kinda
jogador
going
da
over some of the
Twisted
things, you know,
Minds.
the
Caramba, tá cheio de gente,
differences,
tá?
the overall objective,
Pô,
like we like to call it in America the rubber band match.
acho que no jogo da DeusVult, que é a equipe da casa, né, a equipe da Rússia, daí vem cheio. Bota fé na Blacklist e na AP.Bren. Mano, pior que, se eu te falar que a Blacklist quase perdeu pra... Vou lembrar aqui, mano, porque ontem o jogo foi triste, viu, velho? Blacklist, RQ Roshi tava jogando contra
This is crazy, man.
a DeusVult e foi 2-1, velho. E quase que a RQ Roshi perde, velho.
A lot of people on the international feed, this is the
O jogo
first
foi
time
pegado,
people
mano.
are probably like, whoa, you know, look at the stage.
Teve uns
It's
jogos
impressive.
desequilibrados,
And
mas teve
I'm
outros
saying,
aí que
whoa,
não
right? Like, I've been
foram tão
watching the past few
equilibrados,
days
não.
here, and I'm like, at first I
Lembrar
was like,
aqui.
what is this exactly? Because I wasn't expecting this, you know, this kind of setup. But yeah, the teams walking out
É
here, and I'm
difícil,
sure,
né,
you know,
lembrar
over
que os
there
jogos aí, ó, de
on the
lá,
grounds, they've
lá que
got
saiu da
these,
Evos e
these
agora
epic
tá na
intros
Burmese
for all
Ghouls.
these
O
players, and
Sasha,
it's really great to see
o
just kind of the
Stitch.
development,
Pô,
really
mas vocês
of
estão
the
me ouvindo
competitive
bem ou será que tá muito alto? Ó, o Blink, o Blinkão que saiu da RQ aqui, ele foi jogar aí na Burmese Ghouls. O Nico. Nico jogou muito de Paquito ontem, mas não adianta. Né? O time dele parece que é bobo. Ó. Ontem a Blacklist jogou contra a equipe da Rússia e parece que tava jogando igual pra igual. Tipo, foi 2-0, mas estava até que conseguindo fazer algo. A última partida foi do caralho. Ué, Oxi. O troféu é um pedaço de metal quadrado retangular. Meu Deus. Ah, não. É um vidro com um P. Pô, irmão, coloca a taça da Champions League aí, velho. É de sacanagem aí. gringo aí. Coloca aí uma taxa da Champions League. Aí, voltamos pra câmera dos gringos aí. Calma aí que eu tenho minha própria câmera, relaxa. Ó. Aí, ó, minha própria câmera aí, ó. Inclusive, quem quiser apostar aqui, ó. Aqui, ó. Tá aqui, ó. O link aí tá fixado no comentário, beleza? Essas daqui são as ODDs, né? Cara, eu tenho que aprender a mirar. Olha só, eu sou... Ó, tome. Todo torto pra mirar o negócio. Cara, eu apostei minha casa na México. Não quero nem saber. Mãe, vendi a casa. E apostei num time do Sudeste Asiático. E é isso. Cara, eu vou tentar puxar aqui pra vocês o... Como é que... Eu vou puxar pra vocês aqui como é que foi os resultados de ontem, a tabela e papapá. Beleza? Deixa eu só entrar aqui no site, tudo bom? Cara, a final desse campeonato vai ser dia 3. Vocês não estão... Aí, ó. Deixa eu ligar os caras aqui. Ó, esse daqui são os resultados de ontem. Não tá aparecendo tudo certinho. E, ó. No primeiro dia, a RQ ganhou da Team League, a Devo ganhou da Burmese Goals, a Devo é a DeusVult. A RQ Roshi ganhou de 2-1 da DeusVult. E a Burmese Goals ganhou de 2-0 da Team League. Team League foi eliminada. RQ ficou no Spot 1. DeusVult Spot 2. Burmese Goals aí no Spot 3. E aqui a gente tem a mesma coisa. Ó. Twisted Minds, AP.Bren, e HomeBois. Aqui, ó. Também, ó. RCC, Blacklist e Fireflux. Aqui, ó. Burn Flash, Onyx e Flash. É até meio estranho, né? Agora vamos lá para os playoffs. Como é que tá a chave? A chave é a seguinte, ó. Hoje a gente vai ter esses jogos aqui, ó. Twisted Mais Burn Goals, DeusVult HomeBois, Fireflux e Burn Flash, RCC e Team Flash. E amanhã a gente tem o vencedor desse jogo aqui contra a RQ Roshi, vencedor desse segundo jogo aqui contra a AP.Bren, o vencedor desse terceiro jogo contra a Blacklist e o vencedor desse quarto jogo contra a Onyx. Ou seja, a gente no final aqui a gente vai ter RRQ Bren contra Bren e Blacklist contra Onyx, velho. Não tem como escapar. Aí tem a decisão de terceiro lugar. E aí a gente tem uma grande finalzinha aí. Inclusive, ó, os horários são super acessíveis, hein? Só essa quarta final que vai ser usuário. Mas aqui é tudo acessível, rapaziada. Então você vai poder assistir no conforto do seu horário. E começou os piques e bans. E vamos para os piques e bans. Vou voltar a voz dos gringuinhos.
AP.Bren really had a struggle with the Fanny and a struggle with the R-Lot. So both of those bans coming out by Burmese Ghouls are key picks. A Twisted
mais Minds vem banindo aí Joy, Rafaela e Matilda. Heróis que não estão muito diferentes, né? Tem sido muitos banidos, muito picado. Né? Tá um meta. E a Burmese Ghouls vem banindo aí Fanny e Arlo. O Arlo é muito banido, já a Fanny nem tanto. Só que o que acontece? A Twisted Minds é da Arábia. E na Arábia os caras usam muito Fanny, velho. E os caras jogam bem, velho. Os caras jogam muito bem de Fanny. Acredito que seja uma análise deles assim. Porque, pô, a Fanny do cara aí é bom demais. E eles, já por mais gols, baniu aí o Barats, também muito picado. E a Ruby é o first pick aí da Twisted Minds. Cara, é incrível, mano. Os picks e bans aqui tá tudo igual, velho. Eu não cheguei a assistir a Last Victory porque eu fiquei ocupado o dia todo com esse campeonato. Então eu não sei se a gente do Brasil também tá copiando essas mesmas... esses mesmos picks. Vou dar uma olhadinha pra ver. Se a gente não tiver fazendo os mesmos picks, eu vou ficar muitíssimo irritadinho. De Brasil. Aí, ó. Fedrin apareceu muito ontem. A gente tem o X-Borg pelo lado da Twisted Minds. Claudio Guinevere pelo lado da México. Olha o que o Brasil tá fazendo.
In the past couple days, Guinevere especially, like how do you feeling with that matchup against the Fredrin in the jungle? If that's, you know, no more flex, we'll have to see.
Ah, o Brasil tá no mesmo neto, praticamente. Os times profissionais estão no mesmo neto. Só que a gente tá investindo bastante em Terizla. Aqui eu não vi nenhum Terizla, velho. O que parece, neste campeonato não tem Terizla. E tipo, a gente ainda continua fazendo Nana, velho. Nana, 1-1. Então são uns heróis muito usados aqui. A Zeus perdeu pra Abyss? Coisa triste.
From the side of Twisted Minds, I feel like we're gonna maybe see.
Tô olhando os resultados aqui da.
The Fredrin versus the Gwen, I feel like is a good go because maybe they're gonna be able
to.
Last
Victory, velho. Caralho. Tamo fudido, rapaziada. Aí vamos voltar aqui pros picks e bans. A Naninha ali pelo lado da Burmese Goals. Você quer ser amigo da Nana? Não, eu não quero. Eu quero que a Nana se loader. Vou falar a verdade, eu quero isso mesmo. É muito chata, velho. Dá muito dano, irritante, DR baixo. Ela tem tudo que eu não gostaria de ter.
And just with the 3 picks, this can already overlap really well. I think you always have to kind of look at how do these ultimates from these heroes overlap, and the fact that you have great CC potential with a Guinevere and Nana, let's be honest, like Melina's Blitz, dude, the damage.
Do nada o cachorro começou a latir, rapaziada. Que loucura.
First or in conjunction with Blazing Duet, like that is deadly. That is a lot of deadly threat in a very either the linear path or just in a AoE, you know, situation.
Ai, vamos lá. A Burmese Goals aqui banindo a Aurora. Aurorinha. E a Twisted Mind banindo o Minotauro. Odete. Oxi. Que ban é esse, Burmese? Meu Deus, ninguém até agora pegou Odete ou sequer baniu a Odete. Mas a Twisted Minds? Pô, mas o Messi gosta de ser diferentona. Olha o cachorro.
Has picked up Claude multiple times, right? And I'm actually surprised they didn't pick it up a little bit earlier, but I can only imagine that Twisted Minds is probably going to pick up the carry, if I had to imagine, just because they have that solid front line already built. They need to now have that back line. And the only dive right now that we see from Burmese Schools is the Claude. So if they do pick up the carry, I do foresee Burmese Schools trying to pick something
Pô,
up.
Sacanagem, eu tenho que ficar mutando toda hora que esse cachorro aqui de casa começa a latir, velho. Que chato. E vamos continuar aqui. Ah, baniu o Martins aqui, a Twisted Minds. Ela tá com uns bans diferenciados, né? Odete. Lapo, Lapo que foi escolhido ali pela o Magic Goals. Harry e Novaria pela Twisted Minds. Mano, eu tô falando, estão copiando as mesmas comp de ontem, cara. Não muda nada. É sempre os mesmos heróis. Ruby, Novaria e Quer. Aí muda 2. E aí pode ser uns outros aí, mas que também não muda muita coisa. Aqui na Magic Goals, mano, o que eles vão pegar aqui? Deixa eu lembrar. Eles estavam pegando bastante. Já pegaram a DC, pá. Digger? Não, não tem por que usar Digger. Ué, subiu os piques de bans? Qual foi? Qual foi, meu filho? Aí voltou. É, os caras lá na gringa tá perdido, hein? Deixa eu voltar aqui um pouquinho pra eu ver aqui. É, o Blink não escolheu não, pô. A gente vai ter que adivinhar. Vou apostar em... Deixa eu ver. And you have to get up close and personal, and Twisted Minds has that comp that is they built that front wall. Caramba, eu esqueci os heróis, velho. Lembrar aqui. Vamos ver qual herói o Blinkão vai pegar. Keep an eye on that, right? Maybe bait some utilities out from Burmese ghouls in order to keep them at bay, because if there's just a flick of a switch and you're gonna have 3 individuals on you in the back line.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if I caught the last pick there for Burmese ghouls.
Será que faltaria pegar? Opa, vai começar? Aí ela vai começar. Isso daí é a tela de... Quando vai começar a partida. Olha os minionzinhos ali embaixo, ó, indo pro campo de batalha. E a gente entra pro buraco negro para entrar no mundo maravilhoso de magia de Mobile Legends. Bang, bang. E a gente tem o jogo aí. Ele realmente escolheu a Kai. Caralho, eu ia falar a Kai, mano. Por que eu não falei a Kai? Bom dia, tropa. Aí, essas competições têm antidoping? Oxi, por que teria? Ou será que é o antidoping de um campeonato de esporte? Acho que tem uma substância que, se eu não me engano, se chama Vancite, alguma coisa assim. Eu lembro que uma vez uma equipe brasileira, a Alpha 7, tinha sido acusada de usar. E deixa você mais ativo e tal. Overall the style that they like to play, and Twisted Mind seems to be in that same bracket of play styles. Eu não lembro qual é o nome da substância, mas acho que não tem não, velho. Não faz isso. Eu entendo, né? Ah, o cara, velho. Esses papos tortos aí, eu vou apagar isso aí. Olha aí esses papos tortos. Aqui não somos contra as drogas, contra as drogas, contra o mar, contra o bebê, bebida alcoólica, e é isso. Mas também não sou family friend não. Daqui a pouco eu xingo. Papinho paia, velho. A briga pela terra continua. Resetar a terra, legal. Parabéns. Parabéns. No commitment, able to reset it back and forth. I gotta say, I think they're kind of both filling it out until they all get level 4 secured and engage might happen. They're gonna go. Saxa able to secure it. There's the heavy spin. Ela cai prendendo ali a Ruby. Mas nunca mata. Aí, ó, nunca mata. Heróizinho chato, não sai vivo, né? Not able to connect, but so far they get the objective for Burmese ghouls.
Yeah, I mean, that was a great battle from both sides. And I think they were resetting Turtle constantly just so that they could reach that level 4 and be at an equal playing fields. But Burmese Schools hitting that red trigger. And I think that's where
Olha o X1. O X1 de quem não quer matar, ele que quer morrer. Cara, é incrível, não acontece nada. Vai acontecer nada nessa partida até o primeiro gank. Olha a Guinevere lá avançada. A Nano também esperando, pá.
We can kind of see some items. I don't see anything super out of the ordinary other than that we do see Stitch picking up the corrosive scythe on the side of Burmese Schools. So both teams are kind of holding it at bay.
Cara, eu vou usar essa segunda partida, ou essa primeira partida. Aí, ó. Baitzão da Guinevere e da Nana dando certo. Eu vou usar essa primeira partida pra apostar. Eu vi que a Twitch mais não tá jogando tudo aquilo. Nossa. Caralho, Quer agora foi no instinto superior, velho. É o Akaizão aí jogando prendendo todo mundo. Ah, velho, eu acho que isso daqui já acabou, velho. A equipe da Turbulência está atrapalhando muito melhor na gank, pá. Os pick-off. Não vai matar, não. É que mata? Caralho, não matou, não. Aí, ó. E aqui a gente tem uns malucos da Twisted indo pra tanto. Mano, eles vão conseguir fazer ainda, velho. Inferno. Caramba. Pode tomar um ali, hein? Porra. O Maro de Rubi aí. Bom dia, OBuff. Bom dia, Maurílio Nobre. Fala, meu nobre.
They're doing what they have to here. The fact that Maro had 2 of these early deaths, but realistically, that's his job, right? I mean, for the most part, he has to find these openings, try to get these I'm offended offs if he can. But so far, Sox has been playing it to a T, right? He's able to find these lockdowns with the heavy spin very, very well. And still, once again, gonna find the target. Maro, for the 3rd time, will go down before the 6-minute mark here.
É, rapaziada, desculpa aí, às vezes eu tenho que mutar porque os caras da prefeitura estão passando na rua e pavimentando. Então tá um barulho de máquina e cachorro gritando. E aí, labaça da porra. Olha de lá, vai solar o cara lá e o câmera tira, velho. Ah, ele não solou não. Mas, pô, não tinha por que ter tirado. Sacanagem, o câmera. O cameraman.
Is that they just need to keep denying as much as possible. Maybe Mara not getting cut off and being too wild in the river, right? And we can kind of might see a little bit of an engage and a choke here. Twisted Minds is doing good. Don't count them out. Don't count Burmese Schools out. Twisted Minds really, their late game security is where they need to go.
Eu tava aí, outra testa. Cara, o que o jogo tá assim, velho. A Burmese pega a skill e a Twisted vai em objetivo. Então, essa TF aqui, velho. Nossa senhora, a Ruby matou a própria equipe. Sorte dela que saiu, velho. Ela puxou a Kai, mano. Maluquinha. Ah, mas era ela fazer isso, então Ruby punava todos.
I feel like that's how Twisted Minds has to take on Burmese Schools is to attack the jungle with the Violet Requiem.
Look at the pressure. This is what I was talking about earlier when you asked me, right? Like, about the play style of Burmese Schools. Hey man, this is exactly what we were saying, right? The objective play style is there. They've locked that down. A lot of the times they're finding these pickoffs before the objective take. And the pressure that they put in these side lanes especially is just
Cara, eu tô torcendo pra Burmese, vai.
Twisted Minds,
Let's
they're trying
go,
to, they're trying to catch
Burmese.
their breath, man.
Yeah,
Eu vou
and
dar
I
um
feel
win
like
na
this is what
Burmese aqui. Eu
Burmese
já
Schools
vi que
gotta
os
keep
caras
up,
tá
keep the
dominando
pressure
tudo.
up, keep invading, 'cause
Não
you're
preciso
actually
mais de nenhuma análise.
Now in the mid lane,
Aqui é
able to find another
Burmese
heavy spin
100%.
gonna be utilized once again. They don't even care about the turrets. Shots after shots coming down. Morrow gonna be in trouble. 3
Olha
down
isso,
for
mano.
Twisted Minds. Still trying to hold it together.
Cara, eles só
At
perdem
the
isso se
tier
eles
1
quiserem,
main
velho.
turret. Armor gonna be taken out, and Burmese Schools is taking everything here.
right now.
Olha lá o
Burmese
de lá
Schools is
brincando.
just feeling so good.
Fica
And
brincando de
you know,
lá,
what's
fica
gonna go through
brincando.
my mind at this point is did the stage twist Twisted Minds, right? Are they being pressured?
Mano, o de lá fica dando base lá no... Olha lá, velho, ele fica dando base lá no mid, velho. Zoando os caras, mano. Cara bobo. Ô, mas essa Ruby tá anulando a Guinevere bem, viu? Toda vez que a Guinevere pula, ele consegue anular ela, velho. Que cara
Yeah, I
bom.
think again, when you're talking about both the teams' experience in
Sabe o
terms
que isso
of
quer
the
dizer?
players, right?
Que
Their
ele está
individual
jogando a
experience. Well,
120
they all pretty much have,
FPS.
right? And when you're talking about the stage, how that might impact
Caralho, a gente tem câmeras agora, ó.
regardless of if that's the case. You don't have much time to adjust, right? You're down to a best of 3. It's single elimination. Your backs are against the wall. You're, 5,000+ gold behind here. You have no kills on the board if you're Twisted Minds, right? You're in a very difficult position as Burmese Ghouls is controlling this entire part of the game.
É, mano, o cara tá se achando que boy é o Vaguinho lá da... o Vaguinho da Burmese lá, velho. Eu esqueci, eu acho que o de Lara, ele é indonésio. Vou dar uma conferida aqui. É muito jogador pra ficar lembrando de onde eles são. Então. Ah não, o de lá é filipino, velho. O cara é o Vaguinho da Filipinas. Ih, a boa. Olha a TR, filho. Pode garantido pela Burmese aí. Que é GG, mano. Não tem o que fazer, é GG. Ah, mas sei lá o que. Eles podem dar um over. Não vai dar over. Que é GG. Aqui é um GG seco e eu acho que vai ser 2-0. Portanto, estarei colocando R$46 na vitória da Burmese no segundo. E é isso. Aposta 6. É no OBuff. Let's go, OBuff. Cara, será que é possível dar um over nessa partida? Será? Por favor, não dê um over. Lapu pick.
Kind of evening these waves out until that Lord gets to the position.
Yeah, and you can kind of see that they're waiting. I like how long the Lord's taking to make it here. They're sinking the lanes to go against Twisted Mind, and Twisted Minds is defending.
Ah lá, velho, aqui Guinevere ela nem clica, mano. A Ruby não deixa.
But it is still gonna fall. Now, with the Lord clashing down, it looks like the lanes are gonna be synced, and I think this is where a big play is gonna be coming here.
Okay, here they go. Shield's gonna go down. Lord less than half health. Still holding it together though. Twisted Minds able to defend for now. They take a couple shots, but hey, that's at least a small step in the right direction for Twisted Minds. Can they continue?
Caramba, mas não quer vencer o jogo, mano. Fecha logo esse jogo, cara. Com 12 minutos de partida já tá ótimo. Fica. Poderiam chamar um time do Brasil em vez dessa KBG e Twisted Minds. Dava mais jogo. Cara, eu acho que a questão de não ter chamado essas duas... uma equipe brasileira... Acho que, primeiro, eles nem pensaram nisso. Segundo, tem que pagar a passagem, é caro. Muito caro. Por quê? Uma passagem para a Rússia é por volta dos R$20 mil para cada jogador. Tá ligado? Aí o jogador, eles arrumam um voo que vai pra Istambul ou Paris. Aí de Paris vai pra Istambul. Ou não sei se ele vai direto pra Abu Dhabi. ou é Dubai. Aí de Dubai vai pra Rússia, porque só tem um voo que vai Dubai pra Rússia. Acho que a China e Dubai que tem voos que vão pra Rússia. Então acho que um dos maiores fatores é esse gasto com passagem. Mas tipo, esse gasto não existe quando você vai levar uma RRQ, uma Onyx, AP.Bren, Blacklist, porque essas equipes chamam visualização, tá ligado? Pô, ontem mesmo tinha 100 mil pessoas vendo o jogo da RRQ em uma transmissão só. Tinha 70 mil na transmissão do Shin, 100 na transmissão do R7. Pô, deve ter dado uns 300 mil fácil. Porra. Aí não, sonho de todo patrocinador, velho. Ia dar mais jogo? Ia. Um RRQ Akira aqui. Porra. Seria maravilhoso, mano. Mas é isso. Agora o GG vem, hein? Não é possível que vão limpar. Deus, mano, parece que não querem ganhar, velho. Olha o Claudão aí, acabou tudo. O Stead Minds.
But 3 members, Twisted Minds, alive and well. Delar in trouble, still gonna be caught.
Eles lá foi de base.
Put him on the board. Twisted Minds is finally showing some life, but is it too late? Blink goes in once again. I'm offended, gonna be used, still gonna be whittled down. Mid lane, the focus here. Burmese Ghoul still working it. Finally get the top turret, but Twisted Minds still in the game.
Still in the game. That is the breathing room they need.
Ai, essa. Tá bom, mas ele não quer vencer, cara.
Is a good defense. I mean, could still be utilized when a Lord take is happening. The biggest thing that we are seeing here is that Burmese Ghouls are missing 2 individuals, and we are seeing Twisted Minds attempt to take back the land here. They're going to be taking 4th into the river, take out this mid turret, and take as much as they can. This is breathing room. This is breathing room. Burmese Ghouls didn't want to give to Twisted Minds.
Caralho, meus stories tá cheio de link, velho. Bora lá colocar mais um link.
Kind of took Burmese Ghouls by surprise, and now we are going to see that breathing room that allows Sano to come online. Again, still missing 2 items on the carry, which is going to be rough if they want to attempt to take this next Lord or even contest it, as we can already see Stitch is 4-3. If they could possibly pick off Stitch on Burmese Ghouls, they could have a good play here, but they have to keep in mind that Burmese Ghouls
Ó o Lordzão, vamos lá, vai fazer outro Lorde Boomer. Ou será que vai ficar brincando? Seu safadinho.
Keep an eye on. I think they need to contest this Lord here.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that. I think, given how everything, there's still 8,000 gold behind, by the way, right? But
yeah,
they kind of have to. First, they have to manage both those top and bottom waves because the turrets are down. But it's like, do we actually want to compete for this Lord, right? Because if we give it up, we're most likely going to have a fully exposed base, and then we're going to have to work around that. Morrow does have that immortality available, though. But I'm not sure if they can actually come to this because they might just get sandwich played in. So they're trying to get the vision available. Lord's going to be less than half health here, worked by Burmese Ghouls, and it looks like they might just get the call, right? Let's back off. Conceal going to be used. Burmese Ghouls grabs another Lord.
Stead Minds simplesmente desistiu do Lorde e foda.
I mean, with them having 1 tower in the mid stall, I think they could mount a great defense. Kind of, we can already see that they're trying to do like a little bit of a cheeky mid bush play here on the left side. Might be able to catch someone off guard if they can catch a pick here. You can. I love what they're doing here. I don't know if they're just TPing or if they're preparing the recall.
Agora sim esse jogo acaba, velho. Não vai durar mais 1 segundo sequer essa porra.
I think it might be a good go.
Man, if they can catch Stitch,
acabe imediatamente. Jogou.
Even Nico, man. Nico 3-0-7. He's having an amazing game on this Nana pick that we've been talking about even back from the draft.
Eu vou passar uma calzinha nas minhas apostas pra você. Eu coloquei assim. A Promesse ganharia este primeiro jogo. E o jogo entre DeusVult e HomeBois vai ter 3 mapas. E que a Team Flash vai vencer a Royal Cyber Sports Club. Beleza? ODD 3.45. E aí eu tenho uma calzinha aqui de o Messi Goals ganha aqui, DeusVult ganha, Burn Flash ganha e Team Flash ganha. ODD 4.24. É isso, calzinha aí, ó. Tranquilo. Deixa. Se vai dar bom, espero que dê. Meu Deus, mano, não vai conseguir dar GG, velho. Mano. Acaba, pelo amor de Deus. Acaba, pelo amor de Deus. Agora vai acabar. Agora acaba. Boa, time triste. Aê, acabou. Aleluia. Acabou. O time que não quer ganhar contra o time que não quer perder.
Wow.
What an ending that was.
Intense. I thought Twisted Minds possibly could have mounted up a good hold there, but man, Burmese Ghouls just never let up that heavy pressure. They brought that aggression like you
Heavy
said.
pressure.
And now I think that's
E a gente vai ficar com o ataque dos ingleses aí, ó.
They need to muck something up. They gotta learn from this first battle that they did against Burmese Ghouls. Sheesh.
Man, sheesh. Because for a second there, I thought they would actually be able to somehow, some way, stay into the game, maybe a little bit longer. But I think even if that was the case, you're so far behind, man. You know, and like, for how long can you hold on to at that
Sabe o
point?
que é incrível?
That was kind of the thing, right?
O coach da Twisted Minds,
did really well. I mean, it kind of seemed like
se eu não me engano, ele é filipino. O nome dele é Lirin. O nick dele é Lirin. Parecia ranked. Irmão, parecia uma tortura isso. É o Lyric. O coach da Twisted Minds é o Lyric. Ele jogou na Unic Filipinas, na Triple Sports, aquela que foi pro Mundial. E agora tá indo na Twisted Minds. E é a Triple, só que com outro nome. Vai ter um time nesse campeonato, velho. E tá cheio de filipino, velho. Só que joga uma competição de outro país. Eu ver aqui o nome e me esqueci.
That's looking for those setups, right? You are the Ruby. You are Ruby, right? Who's a top pick right now for a specific reason.
Ah, eu lembrei, ó. A Burn Flash, velho. A Burn Flash tem 4 jogadores das Filipinas, sendo 2 que já jogaram na Blacklist. Ó, tem o Mico, que tava tinha SMG no Mundial passado. O Oio, que tava na Blacklist. O que é o VJ, que tava na Ômega, foi pra Bleed e saiu da Bleed. Caramba, ele tava em um time bom. Ele tava na Suns Park, que bateu na Gel no Mundial M1, velho. Que é o VJ da Burn Flash. E o Rindo, que é da Blacklist. E aí tem um tal de ATM, né, que é do Camboja. Ele entrou em 2021, até hoje não saiu do time. Ele só tá ali cumprindo as normas de... Tem que ter cara da Camboja no time. Ele tá cheio de filipino, pô. Dois jogando na lane e um coach. In Twisted Minds, again, like I said, going back to the drawing board, I think that is where they need to keep their é isso daí. O México demorou
that, even if you land, let's say Maro was stacked, right? He was tanky as can be, and he lands a great I'm offended. You still have to let your team go into
Opa, voltamos. Mano, meu notebook ele simplesmente desligou do nada, cara. Do nada. Caralho. Nada, mano. Simplesmente decidiu desligar, velho. É louco. Eu acho que ele deve ter descarregado. O cabo tava mal conectado. Eita, minha câmera aí. Vou colocar de novo. Aí, eu voltei. Aí, ó. Deixa eu só atualizar. Vou colocar lá, né? Inclusive aí as estatísticas da partida. Olha só a rodezinha dele. Bem bonitinha, né?
Five people, 10 people in like a little bitty circle, it's hard to see, and I think that's where it comes from. Now, kind of thinking about what Burmese Ghouls did there, and I think it kind of was won by.
Mas já tá lagada a transmissão.
Right, that last pick of Kai was such a clutch, neutral objective hero. Just countering that Fredrin on every aspect, and then it just came into play.
Se lagar é porque
it just allowed that burst from the Molina's Bliss and the Blazing Duets, and then catching Maro off. So coming back to the round table, Twisted Minds got
lagar é porque o notebook tá descarregado, tá ligado?
They do, and again, going back at what's
Aí
here
tá.
as we got through game 1, man, like
Aí tá dando umas travadas.
they have to fix it right now. Because it's single elimination and you're at match point, right? Burmese Ghouls, especially off the way that game 1 just kind of unfolded, you know, you really have to snap out of it quickly because there was, besides that one, you know, I think it was the first lord that marched into the base where, yeah, they had.
Eu já volto.
Quer saber mais sobre o competitivo de MLBB? Aqui você fica por dentro de tudo sobre o jogo. Entrevistas exclusivas. Últimas notícias. Momentos engraçados. Tudo sobre Mobile Legends Esports e muito mais em OBuff.com.br.
Voltamos. Let it go.
This is the miracle play we were talking about. Like, try to get something off, but again, when you're so far behind,
Tirando aqui a segunda parte.
Massive gold difference here, it does get very difficult to
Cara,
do. And then you consider the conceal plays. And if you
será que eu dou all win no segundo jogo da Burmese? Será? Tutorial de como perder tudo na live.
Quer saber mais sobre o competitivo de...
Desculpa aí, rapaziada, troquei de câmera sem querer. E o favorito aqui tá...
That's what we saw from Burmese Ghouls in game 1, right? So it's like, if you're Twisted Minds, how do you adjust from that? I know you mentioned this already. Twisted Minds, they have a Filipino, you know, coach that has worked with them and these players at different times.
Rapaziada, estou aqui melhorando a questão da... Aí, isso aqui são as ODDs ao vivo da Rivalry. Eu vou apostar aqui ao vivinho também, aqui ó, R$46. Ó, tá vendo aqui? Ó. All-in na Burmese Ghouls vencendo o segundo mapa. Pronto, aí tá postado. Caralho, 46 pontos nesse time. Olha que eles ganham. Let's go, Burmese. Tô de sacanagem, o Burmese vai perder esse jogo. Eu já tô vendo, já tô. Sacanagem demais.
Now,
Opa, deixa eu mudar
going
pra
back to
tela
the
aí,
drawing
rapaziada.
board,
Desculpa.
right?
Aí.
Both
Yeah.
teams, Filipino coaches. Well, Twisted Minds, the Filipino coach is from Triple Esports. They have Triple Esports is most of what
Caramba,
we're
que demora
seeing
pra começar, velho.
player-wise in Twisted Minds. But then we're going to be going to Burmese schools, right? They got Coach Dale, right? And I'm actually pretty familiar with Coach Dale because BTK was utilizing Coach Dale quite a bit and one of the last in ACTs. And that just goes to show that, like, the Burmese schools has a loaded roster. Like, they're ready, even though that the roster changed a little bit from M5, they're still ready. Two Filipinos coming into the lineup. It goes to show that, I can say it, that Philippines is just kind of what teams want. It's kind of king when it comes to the lineup. And I know that you're liking that, no, not trying to stroke some egos here, but it is what it is.
Hey, man. I'm only half Filipino, but I'll take pride in it too, right? It's funny because a lot of people talk about Philippine imports, but really, if you look at what's happening around the world, I mean, there's other imports from other countries going in, and this is kind of what you have happening, right? You have like this.
Eu quero o jogo, rapazes. Quero o jogo. Devolvam-me o jogo.
Going around the world, giving their experience to these
Eu
other
quero o
regions,
jogo.
and they learn from them. And it's funny because we did a podcast leading into M5, and we got the opportunity to talk a lot of these coaches, right? Like how was their time going into these other regions, going into these other leagues, and working with these players. That for the longest time, a lot of them will say, hey, we've been watching the Philippines, we've been watching Indonesia, we've been watching, this part of the world, and we like what they're doing. And these coaches kind of transfer that knowledge to these teams and these regions, and you see it kind of develop over time. And I think that's why even when we're looking at these two teams here, despite a lot of the teams having imports, right, here and there, you still have to basically take in consideration that the impact is there and everybody is getting better. It's just really
Bora, comecem o joguinho. Eu vou colocar minha câmera aqui, ó. Ó, o CBzão não tá hoje. Rapaziada, vamos perguntar pouquinho. Aqui, ó.
A lot of people follow different players, like their favorite players, their favorite teams, whatever, their coaches. And I'm sure a lot of people are curious on what exactly is happening, out there and kind of how things unfold.
Yes, bro. I concord in you, né? Yeah, Joseph. O nome do cara é Joseph. Yeah, Joseph. Yeah. Mas você tá... Ih, já começou a...
In a world
Ah, não.
that seeks a balance between metaverses and healthy lifestyle, video games and traditional sport, live shows and web entertainment, we found the only way to
eu vou ter que deixar ele aqui passando aqui e já volto.
in the realm of sports, Phygital, a revolutionary fusion of the physical and digital worlds. This is an unparalleled mix of the most exhilarating and dynamic youth sports disciplines, all integrated with popular video games and cutting-edge technological devices. This unique sports format is accessible to all. Anyone can participate in Phygital competitions. Any sport has the potential to evolve into a Phygital experience. Football, basketball, hockey, racing, martial arts, shooters, and many other sports.
Mano, os caras têm batalha de robô, mano. Pô, na moral. Cara, tem batalha de robô, mano.
Multi-sport event that represents the pinnacle of Phygital sports worldwide. The event is attended by best clubs and teams, bringing together 2,000 participants from over 100 countries. It marks the beginning of a series of top Phygital tournaments that will take place annually worldwide. The current official program of Games of the Future includes 21 innovative disciplines. They are classified into 5 groups, which we refer to as challenges: sports, technology, speed, tactics, and strategies. Openness, show, fun, and healthy lifestyle. Coming our way is the exciting Phygital era. So stay tuned, join our global Phygital community, and come over to the upcoming Games of the Future. Emerge as winners and heroes of the new era. Games of the Future, made for young generations.
It just clicked, man, with that video. It's physical and digital.
Voltamos depois dos comercial aí dos caras aí, falando que eles têm 21 modalidades, entre elas basquete, briga de robô, PS2, laser tag, hockey de gelo, Mobile Legends, futebol 7, o FIFA Sports FC ali do videogame, né? Acho que é isso, eu não lembro mais as outras. Pô, é muita modalidade, pelo amor de Deus. E tem o time do R10, né? O Ronaldinho, ele tem um time aí, tava jogando futebol 7 e FC Sports também. É o R10 time. O time do bruxo. O homem tem um time. E começou os piques de ban da partida. E a gente vem com a Twisted Minds banindo Rafaela e Joy. A promessa de gols banindo a Lolo. Bunny. E é isso. Vamos aguardar.
Similar heroes popping up, obviously. You know, the Joy Rafaela still taken out by Twisted Minds. Burmese Ghouls on the flip side, respecting that Fanny pick. They take the Arlot out, Barrett, and lastly we see the Matilda. So first phase of bans already out here. What are we looking at first pick here, G?
E aí a gente tem a Twisted Minds banindo a Matilda e a Burmese banindo o Barrett. Só ban normal, só ban normal. É o meta mais chato da história, velho. Você veio aqui pra ver um Ling? Sinto muito, meu parceiro. Você não vai ver.
And that allows them to just keep it going. And again, it's that flexible role that Gwen brings to it. It can either bait you into thinking it's the jungle or bait you into thinking it's the roam. Now, I do like Twisted Minds aspect of these two picks that they go with. The Ruby, Maro coming into this game needs to keep in mind that Burmese School is aggressive.
Mano. Opa, vou colocar minha câmera aqui em cima desse cara, pera aí. Olha, ó. Yeah, man, yeah, you. Você tá certo, brother. É isso daí mesmo, Joseph. Ô, Joe, você gostou desse Guinevere aí, cara? Pô, sinceramente, mano, eu tô cansado de ver Guinevere, cara. Tô cansado de ver Ruby, Cloud. Podiam pegar umas coisas diferentes. Cara, a Fanny tá open, cara. Ô, Joseph, mano. A Fanny tá open, cara. Mano, pega a Fanny aí, cara. Na moral, pega a Fanny, mano. Não pegou. Aí, ó. Mas a Burmese aí pegou Valentina. E o de lá de Paquita. Nossa, jogar muito de Paquita esse de lá. Porra. Eu não tenho nem ideia, velho. Na moral. Yes, Joseph. O Joseph é um cara bom, né? Ele sabe analisar bem. Pá, ele é um cara inteligentíssimo. Recatado. Olha só as vestimentas deste homem. Aí chega eu aqui com a minha blusinha verde da MPL, da Liga Latam, quer dizer, né? Da Liga Latam. E começa a falar yes pro cara com fundo de banheiro, né? Parece que eu tô no banheiro, mano, mas não tô não. Relaxa, rapaziada. Estúdios OBuff. Aí, ó. Aurora. Olha, ele falou Aurora, eu entendi, hein? Ele falou assim, ó, I feeling about Aurora. Vou traduzir isso daqui, eu não sei o que isso quer dizer. And not only does it freeze you, it brings such an impact and burst damage to the playing field that it's almost comparable to Nana. It just comes out of nowhere. I feeling about Aurora. Estou me sentindo sobre a Aurora. Ele deve ter falado alguma coisa antes para poder fazer sentido nessa frase. Sorry, Joseph. I don't escutar de you, velho. É isso, mano. Cara, a Twisted Minds podia ter pego o Fanny aqui. Ah, não, o Fanny foi o... Eu brisando na Fanny. Fanny nem tava open, mano. Aí, ó. Tá vendo? Eu sou maluco, velho. Tô maluco, mano. Tá vendo, mano? Eu nem porque vocês estão assistindo essa transmissão. Doido, vou tirar minha câmera aqui.
Yeah, it's a mouthful. Let's just call it.
Mentira.
Get the glacier off and work with that.
Aí, ó.
Because, like you said, the fact that it kind of works like a Nana, like you have that also a little room to work with when you're relying on the passive, being available to you. And you can poke down, hopefully, to lead into the Blazing Duet. Or, once again, if this is redemption arc for Morrow, you actually have great tools just in the Claude and the Aurora alone, right? You can land a 9
Aurora alone. Olha, baniram o Harriet. Pô, não tem muita coisa diferente. Eu tô fazendo aqui esperando os caras pegar o Link, um Hayabusa, uma Beatrix. Eu estou colocando tanta expectativa nesses caras. Monocomp, em criatividade. É foda.
Pick here, they go for the Fredrin, right? Now, again, this could fall into the hands of Burmese schools to pick up that Akai. They didn't opt to ban that out, and this could be a great counter to the Fredrin. So, and I think Twisted Minds is coming back into the aspect that they weren't scared of the Akai. Though the Akai did change the tide of quite a few of the fights with that heavy spin, that they're not falling into that fear factor that Burmese schools was trying to instill.
Oh, just as you were saying that too, I was thinking about, fear factor or not. The great thing is now you have the Grok across from you from Burmese schools, and then you have this Bruno, right? There's a lot of CC potential here from both sides, really, and again, it comes down to how you're able to utilize that. One thing I love about Grok is just the fact that for the most time, you do see him with some great initiations with the Wild Charge, but a lot of times too, it's used
sim. Concordo plenamente com você, Joe.
The team and you
Você
have
sabe
that
muito,
actually in a
cara.
couple different heroes here for Burmese ghouls. So if Twisted Minds is thinking like, yeah, let's come out swinging, let's try to get these setups here. Well, then that's the thing that Burmese ghouls, like, I'm expecting them to kind of adapt.
Sabe muito mesmo. Porra, você anda analisando o jogo, cara.
Use the Terrify mechanic with having the Valentina there for you.
E ó, vai começar o jogo. Tá bom, Joseph. Chega de análise, bora pro jogo, cara. Tá enrolando demais, tá ligado? Tá bom, Joseph, mano. Você fala muito, boy. Porra. Aí, ó, galera, a gente vai agora pro joguinho aí. Se Deus quiser, o último jogo. É isso.
How does Twist Minds respond to Burmese schools being match point? They're good. Like, this should be the make it or break it for Twisted Minds, and they're going to be bringing everything to the Phygital games of the future. This match is the make it or break it. Now, going into it, again, the fear factor, I think, is what was there, but again, you can kind of see Burmese schools not running back completely what they did first round, right? They're still bringing in some of that diversity, and I think that is what might catch Twisted Minds off guard, right? They're almost playing exactly similar to last game. Like you were saying, I do think it is Morrow's redemption arc here. He needs to come into this game thinking about what the draft that just came from Burmese schools. You got to make sure to not walk into certain areas and keep that in mind.
Nossa, meu microfone tava mutado, rapaziada. E vamos para a partida. E você vê aí a moeda do campeonato. E ela vai para o quê? O buraco negro que divide o mundo real entre o mundo de fantasia de Mobile Legends. Bang, bang. Caramba, eu faço uma introdução legal, tá? E vamos lá. De novo uma Rombi descendo o cacete na Twist. Mike Sama.
We, of course, have 7 Oda on this Fredrin again. We'll see how this kind of unfolds and what the pacing is going to be here for both these teams.
I do think that kind of just building upon, like, two aggressive teams going at it, I think Twisted Minds has to take a step back, right? Burmese Ghouls controls that aggression. They have a great controlled aggression, and Twisted Minds is just going to have to play a little passive here. They need to come online and stay and keep Burmese schools at bay. If they can just essentially bait them, not lose too much, and keep them at bay, I think the passive play is the correct approach. And we can already see that coming from Morrow, right? He's not being as vision aspect as he used to be last time. He's going to apply the pressure in the EXP lane, because we were seeing that Delar was just going insane.
Errou o pulo aí, o Sasha.
And I think that we need to utilize
Sasha ou é
the zone quite
Saxa?
a bit from
Saxa.
Twisted Minds, right? That's the
Saxa.
only
Pô,
response
parece que
we
eu tô xingando,
really
hein?
have
Saxa,
to
seu
the Bruno.
Saxa da mãe.
Yeah,
Meu
and
filho
with
da
that, still the
Saxa.
focus on the top lane already, looking for that first
Ih,
blood.
de lazão aí, ó. Toma
Delar.
cuidado, os caras tá
Flicker out will be
diferenciado nessa
just
partida.
fine, but this is what we're talking about, the pressure, right, from Twisted Minds, the lineup that they have. Oh, even with that, Nico trying to get the
Cara, estou
combination off
incrédulo
when he
que a
had that
Aurora
defendant
realmente tá
stolen
boa.
over
Né?
from Morrow, but now with that,
Estou
first turtle's gonna be up here
incrédulo.
for both teams to go ahead and start up. Burmese Ghouls getting in position. Blink not having that level 4, doesn't have the wild charge yet. Dragon Form going to be used by Mike, pushing Soxa back. Nico tries to jump in. There's the wild charge, though. 7 Oda able to secure it. Now Soxa on the run as he gets taken down. First blood from Mike.
This is good. Twisted Minds able to get the first blood here. Burmese Ghouls being put
Que
at
isso,
bay, right? Like, and I feel like
rapaziadinha,
the Gwyn, right? The
TikTok.
Gwyn is it's more of the assassin type of jungle. It can get in, get out, and you have to utilize it like that, right? And I think from the side of Twisted Minds, having that utility jungle is going to keep Burmese Ghouls at bay. Now, to response, I think Burmese Ghouls needs to press even harder against Twisted Minds because you can already see that the passive plays are happening from them, and they're just keeping Burmese Ghoul at bay. Economically, not
Rapaz,
too
eu tô
bad.
triste de ganhar
Burmese
esse
Ghouls
mapa,
keeping it
velho.
up.
muito
As well as Twisted Minds, even securing that first blood, not too much of an impact in the overall gold lead here. We see an engage.
Okay. Yeah, as we jump
Caralho,
in,
deu um apagão
Soxa,
aqui
though,
do
able to
nada,
survive.
mano.
Whoa, there's the
Não,
pull, though.
bagulho.
Defendant gonna find the connection they were looking for. Now gonna be caught under the wall. Morrow's gonna be the one to fall. 7 Oda gonna be the next target. Goes in with a Brazer's Wrath. Still trying to hold on. Able to scoot on under the turret and will survive. That was a crazy trade. I mean, we lost it for a second, but we came back, and it was just a fight going for it.
It was like a rabbit being pulled out of a hat right there. We were like, what's going down? And then bam, they hit us. And Burmese Ghouls showing Twisted Mind what they're bringing to the land of Dawn here. That was a good go by Burmese Ghouls. And it just goes to show that they have a really solid front line. And oh my God.
Oh my
was
God.
Just taken out. Yeah, that was very quick. Again,
KO'd.
laying things together. Yeah, getting KO'd there. But still, Burmese Ghouls trying to find this lead that they can. Morrow going to go in with I'm offended Nico. Look at the damage. The burst is there as Nico's going to be the one to fall. And now it's Blink going to be the focus. The next target gets shattered down, but will be able to survive for now. Delar trying to help him out. Turtle's going to be up. Nico out of the picture. They have to carefully approach this. Mike, Sama also their coffin in position. There we go. The glaciers coming down, but I'm not sure if they're going to be able to get the position they were looking for. Delar now going to be working on
E
it.
olha
There's
TF.
the Violent
Mike
Requiem.
Sama que foi pego, mas saiu vivo. E agora é o Blinkão aí que vai pagar a razão. Faz nada.
Wall's gonna come down, but the flicker follows through. Delar looking for the kill on Mike.
Mó
Gets dragged
mata
down
aí,
back
mano.
to it. Nico gets the kill though. No one falls for Burmese Ghouls. 2 down for Twisted Minds.
And I think they might want to take out Morrow here as well. KO punches coming out.
E farpa, né? Ele gosta de farpar, né?
Burmese Ghouls now showing that same aggression that we've seen in the last game. And I got to give it up to him, right? That was crazy. The Black Dragon utilized by Twisted Minds was their key. They were attempting to try to zone out and instill fear into Burmese Ghouls utilizing that Black Dragon. And it just wasn't there. They didn't give up the pressure. They were like, I don't care about that dragon in the sky. Bring it at me. Utilize that Violent Requiem to set him up. And then not only utilizing that spatial
Vamos logo que a gente quer
migration
assistir o
to
melhor
come in and hit the
jogo
red
do
turtle
dia, cara.
was just
DeusVult
crazy
contra
from the
HomeBois.
side of Burmese Ghouls.
For Twisted Minds, once again in this a position where they're finding themselves economically falling behind, right? This is tough. Big item pickups here too for Burmese Ghouls. Berserker's Fury there. And also to deal with some of the sustainability from Twisted Minds already with the Helmer. So they're still going to be working on it. The resources are also going to be taken through here. Burmese Ghouls, when they have the lead, this is what they like to do, right? They like to continuously put the pressure here. Pay attention to Blink. A lot of the times he's going to be doing exactly what he has to with this Grok pick, and he will be decisive enough to use that wild charge when he needs to.
Eita, vazou aqui. Marcha vai ter skin da Mai do The King of Fighter. Aqui tu vai ter a skin do Quer e o varejo a skin do King of Fighters. Vai ficar a terceira parte. Ou será que é fake mesmo? Vamos ver.
Yeah, I mean, Twisted Minds, they attempted to do what I was saying earlier on. Keep that passive play in mind and try to secure some of the neutral objectives. But I do think they have lost, they kind of tunnel vision into that aspect and trying to figure out how to counter the aggressiveness of Burmese Ghouls is the play here for Twisted Minds. They're being pushed back against that wall once again, being forced to mount up defenses. I like their play right here. They're attempting to try to take something. If they can't get the turtle, maybe we can take a tower. Oh, they might be able to get a pick here in the bottom lane.
Oh, still going to be working on it. That's Delar going to be in trouble. Flickers out, though. He's able to survive the 1-2. Delar survives despite a full-on focus, plus the turtle taken for Burmese Ghouls.
That, man, I thought they were going to get a pick and a turret, but we do see Burmese Ghouls clapping back.
Clapping back they do. They get a kill. They're happy about Burmese Ghouls furthering the lead they had. Malefic Roar picked up by Stitch. The damage department's going to hurt here. And right now, Twisted Minds backs completely against the wall under the 10-minute mark. It's looking dire here. Still, Morrow going to jump in. I'm offended. Still, the wild charge comes through, too. It's a mega kill already for Nico. And Twisted Minds down the roamer, trying to hold on to these shields.
Oh my god, man! Que jogada incrível.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta give it up to Nico there. We see Morrow trying to come in to get a great I'm offended set, and then Nico like, hold up, I'm offended that you just tried to offend me. And then pulled back the clap there, and that just allowed Burmese Ghouls to just keep scaling. The economic lead is definitely in the favor of Burmese Ghouls and Twisted Minds. What I think they're really lacking compared to last game is I don't know if they have that defense that they can mount.
Oh, once again, conceal play going to be used. Mike going to be the focus. Still surviving for now. Wild charge goes
Aí tá jogada. Oh my god. Aí, cara agressiva. Eu acho que eles querem fechar o jogo mais rápido dessa vez, né? Finalmente.
Still, Burmese Ghouls unrelentless here as they assault parts of the base. Still working on the turrets, though. Twisted Minds, what can they do? Trying to hold on here. 10,000 gold behind. The turret's going to be worked on. Delar in position. The 1-2 punch. It is deadly, but they're going to get the turret. They're happy with it. Might get the mid as well.
Yeah, I think they're going to take as much as they possibly can here just before they back off and take the Lord. Are they going to actually... So they're not even worried about the Lord. They're like, go ahead and go solo.
Será que o nick do cara é Stitch? Stitch é naquele bichinho azul da Disney lá do... Ele alien.
Twisted Mind is trying to find a lead somewhere that they can stop Burmese Ghouls' pressure, and I think it's just tough, right? I feel like the Cuffin is going to have to utilize that Frigid Glacier to do something. The Black Dragon also could be utilized to mount up a defense. Again, this is only their first Lord, so it's not enhanced, but Twisted Minds is
Ei, o Lorde foi feito pela Boomer. Se pá, vai ser difícil. Pelo amor de Deus, por favor.
Burmese Ghouls.
Olha só o cara da Twisted Minds ali, todo triste.
It is deadly. And it's the same thing that happened to the previous game.
É verdade, né? Quem foi derrotado nessa fase aqui, em qual colocação?
They're holding on to this bottom turret. Yeah, it's the first Lord, but at this point, when you have this kind of lead, man, it's tough to deal with, right? Burmese Ghouls completely controlling this pace, just like they did in the previous game. So now going to be working for it. Lord in the mid lane. Twisted Minds, the work cut out for them. They have to pull out some kind of miracle here if they can stay into it. Dragon Form going to be popped. Delar on the bat side might be looking for his own entry point.
Que perdendo essa fase ele fica entre nono e 12º lugar e fatura $25 mil. Legal, muito bom inclusive. Quase perto da premiação lá para o Mundial.
by Twisted Mind, still holding on. Morrow, though, goes in with the I'm offended.
My
There's the
God.
glacier they're looking for.
Agora é GG, velho. Ai, rapaziada, eu só queria falar uma coisa. O all-in deu certo e a gente eu faturei. A GG, bate no Nexo. Meu Deus do céu. Aí, a GG, graças a Deus. E a Twisted Minds está eliminada do Games of Future 2024. A equipe fica entre a 9ª e 12ª colocação no campeonato e leva para casa $25 mil. E a por mais gols avança e irá enfrentar a RRQ Oxi amanhã. Beleza? Agora a gente tá esperando a Rivalry pagar, né? Paga, Rivalry! Eles vão pagar, devem demorar uns 5 minutos. É isso, rapaziada. Eu tô sorrindo à toa. Eu faturei uma grana boa. E não vou chorar. Se você quer ganhar junto comigo, então, parceiro, aí, ó, link fixado aí nos comentários da transmissão, tá ligado? Ó, aposte no Golf 2024 na River. Acesse river.com/buff e 100% de bônus com o código BuffSem no seu primeiro depósito. Para faturar, né? É um dinheirinho. Pagar o sorvete do dia. Pô, o melhor campeonato para você ganhar dinheiro é isso daqui. E futuramente vai ter MPL Latam também, hein? MPL Latam.
Point things out before these players before they proceed on for the rest of the year, right? I mean, they got to this point.
E agora a gente vai ter DeusVult contra HomeBois. Tá marcado para começar só 9h50, então acho que vai ter uma pausinha.
And honestly, I was expecting a 3-game series here, like based off what we saw in the group stages, but there was something about Burmese Ghouls today where it's like, and you pointed this out, I don't know if it was a stage or like the setup that they're going through or what, maybe what they learned from the group stages and everything, but man, like this is a Burmese Ghouls came out hardcore swinging, man. I don't know what they did, but
let's go Burmese.
Very many weak points in their play today.
No, and I think that just goes to show
isso,
that
galera.
they just
Eu
didn't
já
make
vou.
mistakes, and then they took advantage of the mistakes that Twisted Minds they did, you know. And I think the turning point was the second turtle when they were trying to utilize that Black Dragon to secure the area, and it worked against them, to be honest. Burmese Schools set a trap, put Twisted Minds in that trap, and then took everything from there. And we can kind of see that they just kept trying to, you know, bait Twisted Minds out. They were able to utilize the Valentina very well. We can see that Nico was 4-1-1. It was just, it was a tough game for Twisted Minds. And I think it ultimately, I mean, from my side of the, you know, being an NA and everything, North America doesn't have on-stage experience. And I feel like that's kind of fallen into Twisted Minds at this point. This was like, I want to say their biggest stage that they walked on. Could that have been a playing factor? Maybe.
Yeah, and you know, speaking of that, like, I don't know, it's kind of poetic. Like, again, against them, their minds just seemed literally twisted in this series. I don't know what it was, but they weren't able to pull off what they needed to do from start to finish in both games, you know. And again, MVP here, Stitch on Bruno pick, but really, like, for me personally, this game itself, Delar had an amazing game from, you know, what we kind of saw in game one where he struggled just a little bit, right? I mean, there was a little bit of struggle there, but for this game, like, he was on point with the Paquito, and it allowed Stitch to do what he needed to do on a Bruno. When you are a gold laner and you can have that gold lane experience, like I like to call it, right? Like, you can just farm up, you can just knock turrets down. Bruno, by the way, is like one of the best, like, turret destroyers out there for marksman picks, right? But then you get to scale up really well because of your team pulling things off from start to finish, you know, and then you get to shine really later on. And that's really what allows some of these gold laners to really shine. And as you take a look here at the stats, like, you can see how crazy it was for them.
Oh, definitely. And I think that building off of what you were saying, Stitch, he was just in his golden state. He was, you know, again, it just seemed like D-Lar showed so much pressure against Mike up there that it forced Morrow to have to rotate up and help the EXP lane, and that just allowed Stitch to just further advance, right? And I feel like that's where the Bruno goes. He is a particular tactile hero, but put into the right hands is an absolute menace in the Land of Dawn. And Twisted Minds, they just kind of fell into it, you know? And it was it's bittersweet. It's bittersweet. It's a great experience for them, right? I mean, this was a big tournament stage. I like it, you know, and if there's anything that they take from this experience, it's just the experience itself, right? The phygital, the physical and the digital world now coming together, and that's where you get your experience from, right? And I like it, and I feel like they tried their best being on that stage, but I think Burmese Schools, again, kind of going off of what me and you were talking earlier, is that they just had Group A was tough for Burmese Schools, right? And they held their own. They held their owns in that, and I mean, even though they were third there, still goes to show that they brought the grit.
It's, again, the way they can look at it is they made it I know it's day one of the playoffs. They made it here. They got through the group stages. There's a lot that they can break down and learn from this, you know, for the most part. And they still get to kind of celebrate the fact that they got to experience this whole thing for the games of the future, because like we saw in that video before this, man, it's way bigger than just MLBB, right? There's the stage, again, guys, if you guys are watching online, you gotta rewind and go see the stage as a whole. Or if you catch the games, of course, later. We still have, 3 matches left today ahead of us. And I believe, from what we saw from the first one, all the teams are going to be like having an official walkout, right? So I'm just assuming out there, you know, they've got their official casters doing like the cool walkout announcements that we're used to doing, right? But it looks great, man. Like it looks amazing. And for Twisted Minds, like again, they got to this point. They got to be proud of that at least. And there's a lot that they can learn from these 2 games, because whatever happened here, man, Burmese Schools just came out on point and exactly what they had to do. I didn't see specifically really like a weak point from Burmese Schools in this series, at least, you know, so they at least did the homework here against Twisted Minds on exactly how they kind of had to deal with that. So, you know, while we wait up, I think we're going to be waiting up for next matchup here. Of course, again, congratulations to Burmese Schools for getting that sweep. Very decisive. Now, we are going to be taking a look at a video here once again as we are currently waiting for the second matchup of the day. This, I believe, is a challenge amongst the players. So I'm really curious on what happened here. I've seen some of the videos and they look great. So let's take a look at this video before we get prepped and ready for the second match.
So I created the challenge to play the game using only one hand. So let's go find out how they're gonna play this game. I want you to play this game by only one hand.
Oh my God. Okay, I'll try. Let's try this.
Is it hard?
Yes.
But it's interesting, right?
Yeah.
It's like a special warm-up for your fingers.
No.
Wow. Wow, it really seems like a Spider-Man. Is your nickname Spider-Man?
No. Oh my God.
I'm picking Selena. This is my best hero.
Is it hard to use her by one hand?
Yes.
Why did you choose the Brody?
Strong.
Like you? Yeah, you are strong?
No.
Why not? Look at you.
Should I finish the game? Yeah, I made 1 kill. Oh my god, I'm dead. Yeah, we're dead.
Oh my god.
As gold laners, if we die, it's always a good trade.
Can you put the phone on the table? You are using your hand here, and you are helping him with another hand. No, your hand, yeah. Working together. Look how guys are negotiate between each other. So they are communicate. So every teammate can understand each other what to do. So this is showing us that they are real professional MLBB players.
Great to see there. Once again, some interactions there with the players, and of course the host over there for Games of the Future. Now, G, could you do that? Could you actually play with one hand?
Well, so since I play with an iPad, I think that would be even harder. When I'm streaming and creating my content, like, oh man, like my hand, I don't know if it. I think you got bigger hands than I do.
Yeah.
But I think if we were, just like the NACT, if we were in a room together again and, a group of people and we had to do it up, I think I could do it up with you.
Why do you have to say it like that? If we were in a room together again, hey, just disclaimer, the room was full, by the way. we had a ton of people in the room. You know what's funny though, is when we were in that room, specifically out there, it was packed. And everybody was playing Mobile Legends. I mean, like,
it was great.
You think you're gonna be in like Vegas to go and like do all this stuff, right, with all these people, and then everybody ends up in a room playing ML together, right? So that's what happened. Now, and it's crazy because so there are players out there, by the way, that can compete and play with one hand, like they're able to be able to pull that off and everything. And I think I respect, and I think. I can't remember which tournament it was, but I think they had like a 1v1 with I can't call the name, but it was one of the players that played with one hand. He played the Fanny, and I think he played, if I remember right, he played against like Carl Teasy or something like that, and he was a threat, man. Like with one hand, the Fanny play style was on point, right? So fun little challenge there that we got to see and witness with the players, of course. Now, ahead of us, and I believe we can go ahead and kind of talk about this while we wait for them to get associated and everything, is the next matchup will be, I believe it's DeusVult and HomeBois for our second match of the day here, G. And I'm going to ask you, pick your brain here, because I believe you casted some of their games in the group stage, right?
I did. HomeBois was looking good. I don't think I got to see DeusVult at all, so I want to kind of see what they're going to be bringing to the playing field. But again, just kind of building off of what you were stating to me earlier, they were in group stage A. They've versed Burmese schools, right? So,
eu gostaria de falar algo.
So, if I had to say,
Quer saber mais sobre
DeusVult is definitely a little bit on the higher tier aspect because group A was so hard, it was tough.
Peraí, rapaziada, eu esqueci de ligar a luz. Eu gostaria de falar com todos aqui. O Green ao vivo veio, rapaziada. Toma. Cadê? Eu apostei com o bônus, né? Aí por isso tem esse valor aqui. Aí, ó. Reaisinho, vitória. Mapa 2. Vencido. Ai, mais dinheirinho pra conta. Por isso que eu te digo, acesse rivalry.com/obuff e aposte nesse maravilhoso campeonato, rapaziada. Vou atualizar aqui as ODDs. Porque vocês merecem ODDs atualizadíssimas. E pronto, aqui. Opa, esse daqui é de... Opa, aqui nós temos aqui, ó. Beleza? Ah, mas o buff. Só tem aposta em Mobile Legends? Não, tem aposta em futebol, em outros jogos, tipo CS2, Valorant, Mobile Legends, LoL, Honor of Kings, entre vários outros jogos, tipo Dota 2, Rainbow Six. Inclusive, o Brasil ganhou o último mundial aí que teve em Ibirapuera aí, ó, São Paulo. O Brasil ganhou o mundial de R6 aí, ó. Brabo, tá? Tava lá no campeonato de Free Fire lá, mas tava dando uma olhadinha. Brabo, vá. Final brasileira, pá. E agora a gente vai esperando aqui, DeusVult como HomeBois. Cara, eu juro pra vocês. Eu acredito de verdade que aqui vai ser uma MD3, a DeusVult. Então, vou colocar numa tela maior aqui pra vocês.
Upset in a way like the
Pegar minha-
standard of what a lot of people were seeing from that
É mais
region,
fácil você.
from that region, and then they kind of made a name for themselves, and some of the individual
Yeah.
players there too, like from
Também vem.
what I understood from different interviews too, like they were saying like some of them would be
Jesus,
done,
muito feio.
possibly retiring or something like
Yeah.
that. So
Rapaziada, essa é a
you know,
cal,
as
tá
they
bom?
kind
Ó.
of work
3
on
mapas
specifically and how this team
no jogo da
synergy
Deus.
has been worked on,
Beleza?
we always have to talk about
DeusVult
synergy
ganha
when we're
uma,
talking about
HomeBois ganha
esports,
uma
right? It's
e fica
obviously a
pro
team
último.
game.
MD3
Yeah, you
completa
can
e é
have
isso.
the most skilled player out there, but really, can you actually carry an entire game or a series? You know what I mean? Like, that's something here. So I think if you're specifically talking about DeusVult and of course for HomeBois on what is going to separate them, we had the same conversation with the previous series, man. Like play
Caramba,
style.
depois a
So
gente
specifically,
focar no-
since you have watched or you have casted, you know, the DeusVult games, like, did you see something very specific to you from what you saw from the group stages that kind of should set them
Pronto, tá no
apart
lugar.
against HomeBois?
I would
Verdade, né? Tava nos gringos aí, falar. Vamos esperar o próximo joguinho.
get into some of those
Pronto.
games and you'll see that, right? And in the current meta right now, the jungle's been kind of reduced to a smaller area, and team fights are key. So having that tactical approach to situations is what I think you know, DeusVult brings to the playing field. Now for HomeBois, again, I think they have quite experience being into the MLBB scene. But I kind of the aspect that you built off of, man, is that you know you can't count out regions, right? Like the regions, they'll show you that they're coming to fight. And I think that's what DeusVult has done. And I think because their tactile approach on team fights is what sets them apart from other teams. And you know, I haven't seen too much of HomeBois, so and they're from Malaysia, so you might be a little bit more familiar with them than I am. What's their approach?
Man, when you look at, I guess when you really point out the playstyle or like the environment that the Malaysian teams are in, they have there's a word for it, like the Lungar strategy. It's you know, it was established over there, and not all the teams play like this, right? Specifically.
Looks like we might have lost Naisu at this point. He was kind of building off upon what HomeBois kind of brings to the playing field here. And again, just kind of building onto that, right? Is that these two teams are going to be going at it. I believe, again, that Group A was a really tough go. There was a lot of heavy hitters in Group A, but also Group B has some heavy hitters. And I think Naisu was kind of building upon that. HomeBois brings, you know, styles that are a little bit different to the playing field. You know, it's ever changing in MLBB, and I think it's anybody's game at this point. Though I do think some regions are a little bit stronger, and kind of building upon what Naisu said earlier is that just the dark horse, DeusVult, into M5 was huge, right? And it's one of those aspects that you'll have to keep an eye on. Is that is HomeBois prepared?
Eita,
Are they
saiu
prepared?
o Joseph e
Have
entrou o
they done their
microfone lá nos
research
caras.
to take down,
Quer saber mais sobre o
right? Or to take down DeusVult. Either or.
Bora
You know, both
apostar,
teams are
rapaziada.
going to be going at it. Hopefully we'll get
Can you hear
nice
me?
on at some point.
Oh.
Hey, oh my!
Olha só, o Joseph
I
voltou.
was in this full spiel, man. I was in a full spiel.
I know. You were just going at it, and then I was like,
I was in a full spiel, and then you just you stopped, and I was like, there goes everything I was saying about the Malaysian region. So,
well, you're back.
hey,
Vamos aos comerciais do OBuff.
well, let me just say, I didn't.
Quer saber mais sobre o competitivo de MLBB? Aqui você fica por dentro de tudo sobre o jogo. Entrevistas exclusivas. Últimas notícias. Momentos engraçados. Tudo sobre Mobile Legends Esports e muito mais em OBuff.com.br.
What I was saying
E
was
isso?
that Malaysia is known for a specific play style, and and I was relating it to what I was saying about Burmese ghouls, man. Like Burmese ghouls, very aggressive. Malaysia also kind of like to be known to be pretty aggressive in their approach to these games. But I feel like it has adapted because for the longest time, and even asking and talking to some of the casters, the fellow casters from Malaysia, like they'll say like, yeah, they're happy that they get to be in all these tournaments and stuff, but they want to win, man. Like they want to, they're tired of getting like these 3rd, 4th, 5th places or whatever it is, right? And so that had to basically, for all these teams that want to do that, like it has to change your play style has to change. It has to adapt. You still have your personality as a team, as a region, but you really have to adapt to what these rest of these teams that have been winning these championships are doing. And I think Malaysia has been doing that. And HomeBois, what I love about them is their flexibility. Now, we talked about this specifically in the previous game where I was like, how flexible do you want to be in a best of 3 single elimination? It's kind of scary because if that's your personality and that's what you're known for, it's tough because you have to pull it off even in game 1, and what really sticks out for me when you're talking about HomeBois, to get to the specifics here, man, is like their roam, Zorn. He's usually a great playmaker for the team, right? He's able to pull some of those stuff off, but yeah, you're going against across from him from DeusVult, right? We saw great things from Sawo, where everyone is like, whoa, like when we were thinking about the Diggy, right? That was so much damage or whatever they were saying back then, like the puns with that, right? Like it was intense. And I think one of the things too that really kind of changes the dynamic of HomeBois here, and we'll see kind of unfold when we actually get to the games, is again, what's the impact of Nets? Like, Nets in the gold lane. Is he actually able to shine and play? Because this guy, man, like he over in the Philippines, he was very known for even some of that backdoor pressure, those backdoor plays. Now we're going to be taking a look here real quick at his roster as we've talked about this. Again, Kib Bomba, Sawo, Hiko, Sunset Lover, Magister. These guys made waves. Right, I know we're missing one guy there that we saw from M5 specifically, but these guys made waves for everybody, and they really put the region on the map from M5. And you watched a lot of that, and again, I think you kind of pointed out, you made great points specifically for them. But real quick, take us through, I believe this is going to be, or just a second, we're going to see the roster also for HomeBois for those that haven't watched these past couple of days, because like you said, I've seen HomeBois quite a bit, but I think my biggest question mark, is really how does this work now, where you are in the playoffs, single elimination, you best of 3, you've got a little bit of variation here. But before that, take us through the picks and bans.
Yeah, we can kind of see some of HomeBois' picks and bans here. We can see that they're familiar with the Valentina, the Gwen, the Axborg, the Harith. The Harith is also a pick that I think you guys are going to want to keep an eye out for, because HomeBois did utilize the Harith pretty well And then you can see some of their bans, you know, getting rid of the Faramis, getting rid of the Valentina. Again, you were saying the Diggy. The Diggy was playing a big aspect of DeusVult, so we could possibly be seeing the Diggy bans coming out by them. And that just goes to show that it's kind of like a respect. And again, building off of what you were saying, HomeBois, their versatility, their flexibility. Is this the time that they should bring that, right? It could be the challenging factor that DeusVult has, though, right? Because I feel like that's when I was at M4, Malaysia just pulled out crazy plays. They kept you on the edge of your seat. You never knew what they were gonna bring at you and throw at you. And I think that's what DeusVult is going to have to keep an eye out for.
E nós voltamos.
What changes the tides, you know? And I think HomeBois.
Agora vai começar o joguinho da DeusVult contra a HomeBois.
Well,
Rapaziada,
I think
eu vou minimizar aqui, eu tenho cabelo
they have
disso.
the tools that they need, right? I mean, both these teams do. But you know, one lane that we really haven't talked about much, and which a lot of people paid attention to, especially through the M5, was XP lane, right? Like, I still think that currently, I know our meta is slowly shifting. Like, I mean, it's not crazy shifts or anything like that, but I would still say that XP lane is a great, impactful lane until now, you know. And a lot of the times, like even what we saw earlier, you know, we still see a lot of the Lapu Lapus, a lot of the Paquitos. Yeah, there's some variation in there now too, but I think that's where we really have to keep an eye on. Like, and HomeBois has to be able to control Kid Bomba. A lot of the teams that worked against
Kid Bomba
DeusVult in their previous tournaments, you know, that's what they did. They really tried to kind of shut down the XP lane.
Kid Bomba pra lá.
Kid Bomba was struggling to make those plays, make those impactful moments happen. You know, and a lot of times it was on the Lapu Lapu. Like, he did great things there. And if take it back from the previous series, like Delar in the first game wasn't able to pull those things off on the Lapu Lapu, right? I mean, sometimes you land, you know, the stuns, or you kind of go and everything else. But Kid Bomba was specifically one of those players that stood out, you know, that stood out there. And I think, again, XP lane, we're gonna have to pay attention to this, but also gold lane, right? The gold lane nets being that factor, how does that kind of fall into place? What kind of approach do they take? And I'm thinking even what we saw earlier from Stitch, like Bruno is probably going to be a
único Filipinha já
for HomeBois if they want to go that route. But
acabou de divulgar aqui o jungle deles, né, da Filipina, da onde? E o cara é parecido com o Kairi, velho, de aparência.
You really need to put pressure in that gold lane if you can against nets, because he has a tendency, man, to like what, and again, I don't know what he's doing the impact here for HomeBois specifically on the calling part of it, but nets might be the type too to just be like, you know, you guys go do your objective dance, go do your thing, hold it together. I'm gonna go for the backdoor play. I'm gonna go, you know, do my thing. I'm gonna push that side lane so hard that by the time DeusVult knows the game's done, I'm here at the base, you know. And that's something that they have to watch out for, because the picks currently are still basically favorable for a gold laner like Nets is my point, right? So as we kind of contemplate here and theorize like exactly how this is going to approach, things could change too, man, because group stages they had like the
falta 4 minutos para começar o jogo.
Almost, you know, but now it's like again, the best of 3 ahead of them.
Yeah, definitely. And something to kind of just highlight, you know, we're talking about the gold and the EXP lanes, but I think we got to also, you know, highlight some of the other lanes, right? Like DeusVult's actually, their mid lane has almost one of the most MVPs set in the Phygital games, right? So that's wild, right? Being so heavy that the current meta is focusing on the gold lane, the roam, being a more tactical jungle, and even roams now have been quite wild. You know, like we've seen in the tournament a Charizla roam.
What kind of wild?
We've seen a Charizla roam. We've seen Guinevere, Ruby's out there now. You know, they're just bringing such crazy plays into it. And if I'm not even I think I might have even seen a Hellcourt roam, if I'm not mistaken, some of these games. It was like you never knew what to expect. You never knew what to expect. So the roam aspect is still there. I think it is a critical role to be played in some of these matches as well. But you can't also forget about the mid lane. The mid lanes kind of shine. And I think right now, Sunset Lover has that, right? The Sunset Lover has been aggressive on the Navaria. Even though the hero is more of that peel, that backline peel, I think there's a lot of aspects that the mid lane brings in, a lot of aspect the roam brings in, especially into the Phygital games. The meta's always changing, and I feel like this being the first tournament of the year, 2024, right? The biggest international tournament right now. It just goes to show that this could be the stepping stones, the foundations that these teams are building for tournaments to come.
I think that's a good point. You know, the fact that a lot of this and why I was saying even with Twisted Minds, like they got swept by Burmese Ghouls, but basically the fact is when you take this tournament, you see how things kind of work out. Like this is going to set the pace for the whole year for the most part, right? For a lot of these teams, and they're going to decide what works for them, what doesn't. But with HomeBois specifically and DeusVult, like we know these are two solid teams that have a lot of experience. Yeah, there's some minor changes, here and there in terms of lanes, because really, honestly, man, we can point out every single lane. But ultimately, like we were doing even with Burmese Ghouls, it's like that execution part within the game and how they kind of approach it based on their draft, based on their picks. What do we see from there, and kind of how do they play around that? Because some teams, like we know, even teams like AP.Bren, like Onyx and everything, they actually hold on to some of their secret stuff, if you will, that they've been planning. And it's funny because even talking to some of the coaches about it, like that's what they do. They wait till this point in the playoffs where they're like, all right, we've been working on something special. Let's see if it happens. And we saw this from even other global tournaments before, that we saw last year, where we saw some of the first Fredrin mids or the Adets come out again, that wasn't paired like a Johnson and stuff like that. And even so far here in Games of the Future, like you said, we've seen very interesting things pop up even in the mid lane, other lanes, side lanes, and everything else. And again, with these two teams, these are teams that they have of course like a way that they play, but really, again, variation or flexibility is obviously a point of it. And if we see that in this best of 3, I would love to see it, man. Layla was probably one of the highlights so far of this whole tournament. Honestly, for me as a viewer, I wasn't even casting those games, but just being able to see Layla in a big tournament like this was great. And I know there's already been hundreds of clips made, about it and the reactions to it too, and that's what I like to see. And some people will say, like, man, some of these teams doing this stuff, like, they're trolling. They're not. Like, it's actually feasible in the lineup that they have with what they want to accomplish. And that's why even before when, like, Gord popped up, man, I was like, yeah, it's his time to shine, because in the way the current things are, it's going to work out, And that's why even with the Aurora, like, rework, even before that, I actually really enjoyed playing, Aurora before the rework. Like I thought it was a very great hero, the way that her kit worked, and now it's even better. It works really well with a lot of the lineups that we're currently seeing in this new meta, I should say. It's not completely new, but it's definitely altered.
I think it's more of like the current meta is like it's like a stepstone into diversity now. Like we're just seeing such diverse heroes coming out. The Layla, by the way, the Layla was RRQ Hoshi versus DeusVult, which was wild. The game went 30 minutes, and being Layla is definitely that late game hero, just showed out, and it was to be honest, I was streaming, again, like I was saying, I was like my first shift as casting, and then I was like, I'm gonna go live, right? And then the moment I go live, I'm like, hold up, that's a Layla. I was like, yeah, what's going on here? And then, dude, my stream was going nuts. And
I was gonna say, how did
Cadê
the stream feel, man?
Oh man, dude, the stream was just going nuts. I think that it just put RRQ like on the board to show that they could just play anything at this point, and it was well executed, and I think that's what brings a lot to these types of tournaments, right? You never know. Being the first one internationally, we're seeing Laylas, we're seeing Hellkurts, we're seeing Lapus, and we're kind of seeing that some of the normal picks that were like in M5 and elsewhere, just they're not as viable, but they're still there, and it comes down to the individual player, like the individual execution
Agora,
and the
não tá
synergy
aparecendo
between the
muito
team
porque
comps is where it really shines.
eu acabei desligando a luz e abrindo a porta.
And coming forward, I think again we just got to keep an eye on a few of the people in the teams. DeusVult's gonna really shine. I mean, they went against RRQ. We might see HomeBois maybe pull out a Layla, and that might be, you know, the winning factor for him. You know, like just a little bit of the spice in the hat.
Aí eu vou aparecer aqui agora.
You know, it's like you get to a point where you're kind of just wondering, like, if they did pull out something. I mean, there's so many other heroes
Esperando aqui a partidinha.
that could like surprise people, you know, because is that a personal wish list or like?
No, personal wish list would see a Zos. You know, I was a
nada
Supreme
muito
Zos back in the day when I
interessante
first started MLBB, and he just hasn't shined. And we would always joke that, like, maybe if a revamp came through and you know, what kind of happened with we were talking about it on my stream. If they would just give Zos like his minions legs. Could you imagine if you just seen a little alien running around on the land of Dawn?
Vamos ver aqui.
Nope, no. No, we don't need any of that, dude.
we
don't need any of that. Like,
Deixa eu mutar aqui os.
pick him, right? Because he.
Essa tabelinha, pá. Essa coisa aqui. Vai jogar amanhã contra a RQ. E agora a gente vai ter esse jogo. Já deveria estar acontecendo, inclusive. É a Burn Flash contra a Fire Flux. Ah, mano, não tem muita. Não tem muito o que imaginar, não, velho. Aqui vai ser RQ Roshi passando. A AP.Bren vai ganhar de qualquer um desses dois aqui. Aí teremos RRQ contra AP.Bren. Burn Flash contra Fire Flux. Qualquer um desses aqui da Blacklist. Onic, pá. Onic aqui. RRQ Roshi, AP.Bren. Eu acho que a AP.Bren ganha. Lembrando que não tem Lauer, beleza? Perdeu, tá fora. Só nesse caso aqui que não. Que perdeu, tá fora porque tem a disputa do terceiro lugar. Aí passa a AP.Bren, Blacklist Onic jogão, mas eu acho que a Onic passa. Temos uma recapitulação da grande final do Mundial. Às 11 horas. Espero que realmente seja às 11 horas. Aqui, ó. 3, tá? Vai ter jogão. Tá jogando. Só os times bons. Opa! Apresentação das equipes. Aí a DeusVult entrando.
Where do we go? You know, and you're gonna see it here in just a second, like Nice was saying.
Aí, ó. Kid Bomba! Kid Bomba!
We can see the trophy there
Olha lá, Kid Bomba!
And hopefully
This
they don't
man
allow
of
this
the
massive stage to affect them.
board.
Yeah, I think that's still like a factor that a lot of people think about, but
Let's go, Kid
DeusVult
Bomba.
specifically, I mean, after their recent months, you know, experiencing M5, like I feel like they're fine, and they're used to it.
Agora
So now we're
HomeBois
gonna be
aí, ó.
welcoming HomeBois out here.
HomeBois. O
Once
Gil.
again, a team that is well known up to this
PB.
point, and we see all the players getting. I love that
Pá.
they're doing this now. Again,
Pá,
you
o
know,
cara,
for
o nome
playoffs
do cara é
and
esse pá.
getting out there. I can only
Darn.
wish that we could hear
Oh,
the
Sean.
probably like the hype
Oh,
music,
neat.
and then of course like their
Oh,
announcers
neat.
over there welcoming them out.
Yeah.
There's Nets. And,
Eu
we'll see exactly what HomeBois can
Não,
do
é
in this matchup.
AV.
Hey, I mean, you can already
A.
tell them. They say
O
they're
nome do
telling
cara
you to shush
AV.
because they got this. HomeBois is
Aí,
coming
ó,
out on the
HomeBois
stage
aí,
right
ó.
now.
HomeBois.
They know
This is
right
the-
where to
they
go,
look
G.
pumped. Yeah,
Ó,
they're
respeita
not lost
HomeBois,
on
viu?
this stage. They're like, we've done this multiple times. Just send us to where we gotta
Os
go.
mano.
I think even it
Ó,
seemed
esse
like
daí é
DeusVult
noia.
didn't
Esse
even
daí é
go for
noia da
trophy,
Malásia.
you know? So
Malaziano
it's
noiado.
kinda just
He don't want-
some
Aí, tá vendo, ó?
I've seen it
here.
before, man. Yeah.
Ó,
Nets knew
ó o
exactly
caminhar
where to
do
go. He's like, I got
elemento.
this.
Eu passo.
Follow me.
So
Vai fechando o tempo.
again,
Canhão, faca na cintura.
we'll see, right?
Posição pra
I
tomar.
guess
Várias.
me
Já tô.
being from the Philippines region and stuff, I
Ó,
really want
caralho,
to see
o palco é gigante.
how Nets kind of fits into this whole
Caramba.
picture, right? Because we've had
Yeah.
this.
Oh my god, Kid Bomba.
kind of already have, like,
Bateu
this
na
impression
cabeça
of
ali o
Nets
negócio. É o
specifically,
Kid
but
Bomba.
HomeBois in general, like they're a team of very
Aí,
great
eles
players,
fizeram uma
obviously,
arena
great
virtual.
personalities,
Então.
great flexibility. Love what they've done, especially at the later part of 2023,
Volta aí
and where
pra tela
they've
dos,
managed to get to. And now with
dos
this,
narradores.
once again, being on this stage, again, we talk about prize pool and everything else, but just really the stakes here, being in that best of three, you have
Oh my
to
god,
kind of
Kid Bomba.
automatically win that draft, really. And, that's kind of, I don't know how you feel about this, G, really digging into the analytics here, but like draft-wise, the impact of that it can have in a
Vou mudar o nome da
first
live
game
aqui,
of the
ó.
series, right? In a best of
Vou
three, if
colocar o
you
nome.
will, where you don't have
Jogo,
much
né?
time to adjust. You want
É
to
o
get those
principal jogo
picks
do
that
dia
you're
este.
comfortable with our meta, but at the same time, you kind of lead.
Kid Bomba
into
versus o
possible flexibility with some of these
Dio.
heroes that pop into mind, where you can flex into some of these different lanes. Yeah, maybe you don't punch the Frenchman in the jungle. Maybe he's a curveball into the XP lane or mid. If you really feel like
E o
going that route,
Kid
And I think
Bomba
you
é a
pointed out it, pretty
revelação
well
do
earlier that,
Mundial
yeah, a lot of the roams have been kind of wild,
M5.
dude. And there's still a lot there, so we'll see if
Kid
they actually want to do
Bomba.
that, because draft when we get to it for game one is going to be very important for the series.
Bomba.
Right, and I think flexibility is the key thing. Is that
Cara,
we
eu tô
see a lot
torcendo
of
pra
the
Deus.
flexible heroes
Ei.
being picked into the early stage, and that just it's like a mental game, right? Like both teams are like,
DeusVult
like I could put this
versus
anywhere. Let me see where you think I'm gonna put it, right? And we've seen throughout multiple times that like Barats went to the EXP instead of the
HomeBois.
jungle. We've seen roams being put into the jungle and then swapped back into the roam position. So I think flexibility is key here. But I also think that as we've seen in the last series that we casted, just doing your research.
Let's
Just
go.
knowing
Let's
what was some of those
let's
tide
go.
turning heroes and some of the comps earlier. So hopefully HomeBois did their research, did their homework on DeusVult, because DeusVult did lose a game, right? So they know what heroes, what was utilized against them, be it
Bara, bara, bara.
whatever.
Beep, beep, beep.
Be it
Bara,
that,
beep.
it's still wild, and I think you gotta, as a team, you gotta think about that. Last series, we've seen that Burmese Ghouls, they just completely banned out everything that pushed AP.Bren against the wall, right? They were not gonna allow that, and that's just teams doing research. The coaches coming into play, and then just the overall utility that they built, and getting into these games, I think the two teams they're gonna show us something probably good here. I can't wait to see it.
Let me ask you this, G. Because we, I'm so used to having this, in these tournaments and whatnot, where we have our caster predictions here. What are you thinking for this series? We already saw a sweep between Burmese Ghouls and Twisted Minds. DeusVult, HomeBois, everything that we talked about while we wait to jump into the
E
draft.
aí,
of the
essa
first game.
HomeBois, tá?
Yeah.
Tell me your prediction, G the Ico. Who is winning?
I think it's going to be DeusVult's 2-1. I think HomeBois are going to pull
Você
something.
viu.
You've already said they have that diverse ability. The versatility from HomeBois is there, and I think they might throw out a wild pick that DeusVult might not quite understand. This meta is quite weird and wild, and it can catch anybody off guard. So what about you?
E aí, vamos para os piques
Okay, well,
e
I'll tell
pan.
you in just a second. We jump into the draft here. Game number 1. We've got DeusVult there.
Ah,
Blue,
não-
HomeBois on the red. We'll see how the draft pans out. So you're
Pra
going
esse stream aqui
2-1.
nos PixPans eles não colocam a câmera do
2-1.
jogador,
Okay,
né?
okay. If you guys are watching online too, feel free to put your predictions in the chat wherever you're watching. I am going to say that I think it's going to be DeusVult as well. I think I hoped that the previous series was a 3-game series. I didn't get it, G. And it's my first day of casting for Games of the Future.
Like,
so, you know, and with this being my last series for the day so far, like I gotta say, I'm hoping for the 3 games, man. I'm saying 2-1 DeusVult as well. So we'll see if it happens. But I want that 3-game series, especially when you're talking about the fact that this is one of these teams' last chances in the tournament. Like one of them has to go home, right? So already, let's take a look now that we have both our predictions. They line up together. Nolan's being taken out. Harris is
E
taken out.
rapaziada, bora divulgar aí que vai ter agora o a DeusVult contra a HomeBois. É o melhor jogo do dia. Depois disso, pô, eu tô no meio aqui.
Yeah, HomeBois kind of fallen into the their predictable bans that we've seen in the most banned area. They banned
Não há
them
problema,
a lot.
vamos
They got the fairness a decent amount. And I think DeusVult is
entrar
kind
no
of
lugar
fallen
aqui
into
do
that
meu
aspect
amigão
as
aqui,
well.
aqui, ó.
And again, this is just that's the versatility that the teams bring to the field. Though HomeBois have never used Nolan at this point, could this be a time that they would have pulled it out? Maybe. Right, so it just goes to show that the teams are kind of anticipating something. DeusVult's building something that they don't want to see these quick dash heroes. And again, I think this falls into the aspect that I was saying is DeusVult is more of that the tactile team, right? They're bringing tactics into the landed bomb.
Aí, ó.
They don't want it. Those are heroes that can break your tactics. One person dies, and they have that right there, and that's the burst ability behind assassins. So get them off the playing field.
I think that's a good point where you could start, but since we have interesting bans, I mean, for the most part too, like we have seen a lot of Joy.
A DeusVult banindo Nolan,
but still a lot left on the table here, and that kind of, you know, the ball is in the court for DeusVult. Like, how do you want to start this draft?
E a HomeBois aí banindo Minotauro, Parames e
Matil.
São banidos
this first pick is usually very crucial for a lot of
Valentina,
teams, which is still
Gary, Cici, o Pio não sei se eles vão banir, mas vão antes de não banir alguém vai pegar, com toda certeza. Umas coisas disso.
But again,
Ninguém quer assistir
these two teams, by the way, I know it was a little bit different in terms of roster or whatever, but they did play against each other in M5. Obviously, I think they were both in the same group, if I recall right. They were like Group D, or I think they were last group. And you know, HomeBois did struggle. Like they did struggle overall in group. By the way, that was the same group as the Ohio brothers, man. So, you know, they had a group there. So, in a way, it's like, all right, we meet again. What has changed? What has developed aside from, you know, a little bit of that roster change? And that's where we see this kind of unfold now in that do or die situation. HomeBois is going to pick up the Guinevere and the Claude. This is 2 picks that we see often picked up here in that first phase of the draft.
Yeah, and I think this is good for HomeBois, right? The Guinevere is just such a flexible pick in the early stage. Again, like we've been saying nonstop, like Guinevere can either go roam, can go jungle. Yeah. It just kind of keeps DeusVult on their toes. You know?
Assist foi garantido ali pela DeusVult. Provavelmente vai na mão ali do Kit Bomba.
Oh God, HomeBois, watch out, right? This is gonna be rough. It is the signature. If I'm not mistaken, I was watching a lot of M5, and that Diggy was just wrecking havoc, allowing that into the playing field. And again, it's a great counter to the Guinevere, right? That you can get out of a lot of the Violet Requiems and keep them at bay. You can also shield your whole team to avoid the blazing duets. So, oof.
Ah, e a Isabela? Nossa, eu nem vi que você tinha comentado aí. Eu tô editando aqui o negócio pra divulgar lá.
That's who's waiting for them ahead of them. And again, this is where you want to play your best, obviously, your best picks.
DeusVult
And this
pegou o
is
Brody, o
kind of
Dick.
playing out to
A
be
Home
that
depois
way. I
pegou
love that
o
the
Lancelotti, velho. Finalmente um herói de
the
verdade.
answer of
Aleluia.
HomeBois already to
Tô
round out
cansado
that
de
first
ver
phase.
soldado
They pick up
Jungle.
the
Deus me livre.
Lancelot, and
Coisa
this is great
horrorosa.
because really tempo is
Deus
going
me
to
livre,
be
velho.
kind of the
Nunca mais eu
name of
quero
this
ver um
game,
soldado
what
na
it looks
jungle, né?
like, you know, for the most part. It's like, who's going to set that tempo?
Não acredito que
Early
tô
on in the
vendo
jungle,
tanto.
probably going to be
tanto soldado
trying
jungle.
to do that with HomeBois' lineup already.
Ai, esse jogo aqui vai ser legal.
DeusVult, they have an answer, they have a great
Oi,
answer to
estou
it.
aqui
And
dando uma
knowing
forcinha.
how
Live show.
that
Sucesso,
foul
mano.
much damage
Obrigado.
thing came through back from M5 when the dig was locked in.
Aqui, tranquilo, assistindo o joguinho.
Similar case here, right?
Eu já ia
Not to
assistir de
mention,
qualquer
too,
jeito, então
from group
preferi
stages,
arrumar aí o direito de transmissão e transmitir.
Sunset Lover,
E assistir junto com as
who, for
pessoas
me,
aí.
even back in M5, was a little bit underrated. Like, he was doing crazy
Enquanto
things.
eu
So
dou
far,
minhas
this
reações
season, I believe he got
sinceras.
3 MVPs, man. For
Yep.
here, for games of the future. Like, the guy has 3
Agora, às vezes eu
MVP
passo
for
um pouquinho de
performances.
relaxa.
And that's a little scary when you're thinking about if you're home
Vamos ver aqui.
Because we talked about earlier.
Ó, baniu o
controlling
Baxter.
certain
Aí,
lanes,
velho,
certain
ninguém
players.
baniu o Baxter, mano.
And a lot of the
Ninguém
time,
baniu o
people
Max no
naturally
jogo.
went to Kid
Esses
Ball
caras estão
because
pegando negócio aí de treino aí, velho.
on
Porque
social
ninguém
media,
baniu
he
um
was
Baxter.
everywhere.
Ninguém nem
And that's what
sequer
I'm saying,
pegou
like, Sunset
Baxter
Lover was kinda
nesse
low-key
campeonato.
because the guy, I mean, just looking
Tem
at his
parada
demeanor,
errada aí,
even
meu
in
parceiro.
person, like when you
Parada
meet him,
errada
you know, the
aí.
way that he is, he's a great guy, but
Parada
he
errada
is
aí.
a menace in
Não tem muito
game.
por que pegar o
And there's
Baxter.
a reason why he got
A
those 3
composição dos caras, velho.
MVPs for so far for the group stage. So I think if
Péssima
you're
ideia.
HomeBois, you gotta control this, man.
Yeah. And you
Ó,
can
já
kinda
já o
see
CB
that
tá
they're
brotando aí, ó.
going
Já é
for
10
that
horas, pá.
round
Já já
of
ele
DeusVult,
acorda
they're
aí.
kinda setting Sunset Lover behind the scenes, right? And keeping him towards the end. And I think that is kind of what you were saying. HomeBois has to think about that, right? And you can already see that they're
Isso.
targeting
lá.
jungles mostly right now.
Postar
And
aqui,
then,
live
okay,
on.
interesting. The Odette. If I'm not mistaken, DeusVult
Boys
was the
aqui
team
jogando
that pulled
contra a
out
nossa
the
querida
Odette.
DeusVult.
So again, they trying to
Ó, Valentina
keep
banida,
a
igual eu falei
diversity
antes.
at bay, for the side of DeusVult. Now, responding to that, HomeBois still hasn't picked their mage, right? So I think it might be an epic mage battle on who's going to get the better pick here. And I think right now Navaria is still open, so DeusVult can either opt to ban it, and they did. And they
Acordar o
go
CB,
Nabu, so
nada. Ele vai
Navaria
acordar aí
still
uma hora
open.
aí. Já já ele
Mana is
aparece.
still open. Like two
Mas é
of the
brabo.
heaviest hitters in the mage lanes are still open.
Antes ele apareceu mais ou menos nesse horário mesmo. Pô, e se ele não aparecer, ele vai perder o melhor jogo do dia. Melhor jogo do dia. Ah lá, baniram o Odette. A segunda vez que baniram o Odette. Baniram o Odette também na série passada lá da Burmese. Cara, tá um meta muito diferente, mano. Banir Odette, Pax. Diferenciadinho. Então, se você gosta de Odette aí, parece que Odette tá metaban.
Like you mentioned, Navaria is open because if you're really on point, there it is. There's Navaria that's going to be locked in. Because what I was going to say is when you're really
Eu tô no lugar do cara aí, ó. Quem tá do meu lado aqui é o Joseph. E o Joseph, tudo bom? Cara, legal. Pois é, Joseph. Tô com foda no você, cara. Tá totalmente correto.
Interesting pick here. The Vexana comes through.
Aí, ó, pegaram o Novaria também tá sendo pega. A Vexana também, embora não pareça. Cada nesse campeonato. É um meta. Veio Barax. Óbvio que tem que ter um Barax. Cara, eu acho que a HomeBois vai vir de Martes ou a Kai? Kai não, né? Ou será que sim? Eu pegaria a Kai. Ah, não. Já tem jungle. Mas ainda dá pra fazer uma Kai na rotação, né? Colocar essa Kinevera aí na XP. Acho que ainda dá. Mesmo tem um Digger lá. Ou uma Ruby que foi banida? Não foi. Fazer Ruby. Ruby é uma boa também. É, às vezes eu tô perdido aqui, ó. Ah, lá pro XP. Kinevera rotação. Lancelot jungle.
in Barrett's.
E
Like,
Cloud
it's
Gold.
kind
Com
of,
várias ambições.
it seems like there's so much to work through if you're Homeboys,
O
right?
único
I
herói
mean, for the most
diferente
part.
aqui que eu
And
tô vendo é
there's a lot
o
of,
Lancelot. Ele não foi
kinda
picado
CC that
nenhuma
can be
vez antes
countered with the biggie picks. So again, if you're
nesse
Homeboys,
campeonato.
and they rounded out with a Lapu
Agora
Lapu.
sim.
I think this is both
E agora a
lines
gente
are
vai pra
very
partida.
interesting here, G.
Olha aí, ó.
I actually don't. I wanna
É,
say
os
that
caras
I
me
lean
trollando,
more
velho.
towards DeusVult's
Pô, na
lineup.
moral,
And not because I
tão
predicted
trollando
that
o homem aí,
Winnipeg to
velho.
win 2-1, right?
Eu quero
I
direto pra
actually just
partida,
like the
bora. Eu
fact
quero ver
that,
partida, eu quero ver jogo.
you have
Eu
some
quero ver
variations, the
Kid
variations
Bomba
happening
contra
from
o
especially
Dio.
early
O Dio,
to
ex-jogador
mid-game,
da
like the spike
Alterigo.
that's going to
E
happen here.
Kid Bomba,
I like
a
that, you know,
revelação do
Aurora,
M5 World
Vexana,
Championship.
Nana, like they're part of this mid-game
Pra
meta
quem não
again,
sabe, esse
like
mundial,
mid-game
esse
picks,
mundial,
because it
esse
adds a
campeonato
certain dynamic
dá
to it.
$1
And
milhão de dólares
you
de
have to
premiação.
consider too, like,
E a gente tá vendo aí a
turnover
arena
alone
3D
is
do
actually
campeonato,
quite
né?
annoying to deal with,
O Games
right?
of Future
Or a lot of these teams,
2024.
especially when it
E a
comes
gente
to
vai
these
entrando
objectives, so
no
like,
buraco
like a
negro,
board to help you
rumo à
out.
terra de
So,
magia de
with
Mobile
all that saying,
Legends.
we're already
Bang,
jumping
bang.
into
Olha,
the land of
da
death
hora.
once again. Game number
Pô,
one
tô
here,
muito bom
second
na
match of the
introdução.
day, DeusVult versus
E as
HomeBois
equipes aí começando.
into the
Tá?
playoffs for
Que
games
isso?
of the future. One of the teams
Meu
has
Deus,
to
o
go
Dio já vai
home.
começar?
It starts here
Ah,
with game
achei que
number
ele já ia
one.
começar
Already getting a
morrendo aí,
flicker
ó.
out from Udil.
Yeah, and
Isso.
kind of just doing maybe some like
De
focusing
bom ver
on some win
excelente, fácil.
conditions here for both sides, right? HomeBois, I like their
Tem os jogadores
like
aí,
if,
ó.
if they can't CC
Ó, o Tibi.
enough
Tibi tentando fazer uma
for the-
gracinha.
on the side of DeusVult,
Esse time engraçadinho.
they can just bring all the aggression that they possibly can to the playing field, and if they're able to capitalize on that and use their aggression to their advantage, I
Ah, não
think
vou mentir
DeusVult
não.
could be at a little bit of a trouble,
Eu
but
gostei
I think,
muito mais da
again,
composição
DeusVult
aí
has the
da HomeBois.
safer,
Vocês
team
podem imaginar
comp,
por
right?
quê, né?
Like
Porque tem um Lancelot,
they're
velho.
thicker, they're just overall, you know,
Acho que essa vai ser a partida mais legal de se assistir desse
They
campeonato.
have the anti-CC, so I think DeusVult has the better team fight, but I think HomeBois
Bora.
has the better advantage to.
Coitado do time, não consegue dar um gank, mano,
the
sem os caras colocar a bombinha lá, o Digger.
Um,
Aí já limparam o bot, já
Yeah,
limparam a barreira do
so-
bot. Meu Deus.
I think I'm solo right now, Naisu. I don't think you're on
Calma,
here.
Calabresa.
Yeah.
Boa. Puta.
Kind of just talking about what's going
Não.
on in this game. We can
Aê,
already see
gastou caça pra
that
pegar aqui o boa.
HomeBois able to secure the
Tá
first
vendo?
blood
Gameplay
on the
boa de
solo.
Lancelot, cara. É isso que eu tava com
Huge plays
saudade.
from HomeBois at this
Isso.
point.
Joga muito.
Definitely interesting takes from
Pô, dá pra
both
roubar.
sides. And we can kind of see that
Pular foi no delírio.
DeusVult's gonna clap back.
E o
Majesty
Shine
able
de
to take
Guinevere
out
foi de
Zorn at this
paz.
point. And now gonna be invading on the side of HomeBois.
E aí foi de
This is a good
americanos.
take. Oh my god, what a torn apart memories on a chibi there.
Oh my god, o quê?
Securing the kill again. DeusVult's
Quase
just
que ele roubou.
super aggressive.
Quase que ele roubou, não. Quase que ele
Alright, I just came
recuperou
back
o
with
sua
journey
equipe, né?
again, my own time journey. And I come back right to the shot to the face. Good setups there. With that, how they're going to go ahead play around that. 2 kills already for DeusVult. Tempo is pretty much what we're going to be talking about. Already flickering out to Udil once again. That Eternal Guard there, going to chase him down, keeping him from going back to base a little bit longer. Still in the bottom lane, though. Look at the focus there. They're going to land the
Olha lá,
Requiem,
ó,
and Kid Bomba gets
Kid
taken
Bomba
down
foi de
bottom
base.
side.
Foi
A lot of
conhecer
cross-map action play happening.
a base
Yeah, I mean,
aliada.
the aggression from both sides have been great. Does look like DeusVult is definitely
Pô, esse pá, mas
controlling
você
a
não
little
vai
bit more of
conseguir
the map
pegar
and
essa
a little bit
essa
of that,
barreira aí tão
economic,
fácil, não.
lead as well. Great flicker
perdeu o
utilized
flash.
or bait out by the side of DeusVult's Magister.
Yeah.
Controlling the map with this Bratz at
Mano,
this
se o-
point.
Se o Shrine tivesse ficado um pouquinho mais ali, ele teria conseguido pegar o Sunset
what is your
Lover.
take? It looks like they're about to possibly maybe gank the top lane, and I think
Ao
that is
Tibi lá de
where they
Lancelot.
need to start targeting.
I think, again, DeusVult having this bit of a lead that they have, G, is great. They can work around it. Kills went into the fact, too, that Hiko was able to grab one of those early ones will help him scale up pretty well. I mean, that's what Brody does best. As he already picked up his first big item. You know, he's got the blade. Now the
Olha lá o bot.
Turtle's just seconds
Tava
away
olhando o
from
bot
spawning
aqui,
here.
ó.
You're gonna see
Pô, não
both
vai
teams
acontecer
kind of hold
nada
off,
ali.
wait
Ó.
for it, get in position the best they can.
As equipes
Madison
vão
there
ficar só trocando
has quite a few
elogios aí.
stacks as well. Turtle comes up And we'll see, right? We'll see if the finesse from Chibi can be pulled off here. That's kind of what has to happen. Jump in, going through. Not going to find the connection, though. Turtle's going to go ahead and reset for now, though. Zorn taking some poke damage, though, from Kid Bomba. Goes in,
O Kid Bomba vai ser solado ou não vai ser solado, não? Porque chega o amiguinho dele, o Sete Lover, salva ele com a Fixana. E o Cipate quase sai. E aí ali, a Turtle ali, o Magister perdeu no caçar e o Chibi deu uma voltinha com o Lancelot, garantiu a Turtle do caçar, papapá.
Yeah, but while all of that is going down, look at that top side. The pressure by...
Caramba, Rico, nossa! Meu Deus do céu. My God. Cadê? Mostra as builds aí, vamos ver as builds. Tá mostrando na hora que eu falei. O Bro já tem o item. Digno tá no livro. Kid Bomba fez o peito bruto. Caramba, ele tomou muito dano. O Parax acabou de fechar o peito bruto. Lá pro Lapo fechou o ataque de caça. Novaria fechou o cajado. Lancelot ainda não fechou nenhum item porque ele tá parcelando a build na casa dos Bahia. Ele, Lancelot. Resolveu comprar a build no carnê, tá tudo parcelado, meu parceiro. O Magister ali tomou um pique ali da Guinevere e vai ser assassinado. Ele gastou a ult, ele vai sair vivo. Nem ferrando. Nem ferrando. Nem ferrando.
Yeah, and that's just the amount of CC that DeusVult has. And it's not a lot, but it's enough that allowed Magister to escape. And we can kind of see that is what HomeBois is lacking. They have a decent amount of damage, but I think that they have to rely on Zorn, right?
Esconder bem a altura, tá
that
ligado?
Violet Requiem is going to be
O
the
bagulho
big
tá
hit
bom.
break it, and they use that to secure the turtle. So, building upon that, HomeBois has to keep that
É
up.
só
Keep that
ir.
pressure up. Oh my God.
Não adiantou não, se pá, ele jogou muito aí, ó, o Guinevere veio, gastou o combo com flash, pá. Pô, vocês têm que aprender isso daí, ó, dar o pulo e o flashzão, mano, rápido demais.
Setting themselves up here for this turtle. Sunset Lover and Magister here, down 2 members though. They're gonna want to stall this out the best they can. HomeBois though, just looking for more. Sao gonna fall as well alongside the turret. And HomeBois making some decisive
mano, ali o Zut tá vacilando
currently.
demais.
Sunset Lover, Magister, still trying to hold it down. Not sure if they actually want to commit to this, just let it go. We'll see if they decide to do that. HomeBois still in position.
Let's go.
Gonna go ahead and work on that Lith Wanderer as well. Get that if they can. Hiko now part of the Sapat. Look at the positioning. He might look for his own entry point.
Ih, errou a ult, rapaz, tu gastou no vento ali, ó. Ah, também foi eliminado. Chibi tá focando o Chibi. A Guinevere foi para o Magister Rico. É o Bro de Parax. Enquanto isso no mid lá, o Kid Bomba aí, né? Kid Bomba ainda atrás do Cloud. Olha lá, o Cloud escapando do homem.
That's probably the longest turtle fight into an initial fight that we've ever seen here. And again, DeusVult's still leading though, and I think that comes down to that it seems like HomeBois is so aggressive. Look at Zorn here though.
Oh man. Okay.
Oh man.
The damage is intense, right? And they got to kind of keep it in check. HomeBois, though, the fact that they were able to even out the gold for the most part with those plays that they just made is great, right? Considering how the early game went, and there was some really good scaling for Hiko. Well, now that's not the case here, G.
No, I mean, and that goes to show that HomeBois really have to.
Cara, é incrível, né? O jogo já tá em 8 minutos, só caiu. Ó, caiu a segunda torre. Ia falar que caiu uma, mas já caiu já é a terceira torre, na verdade. E levaram no top lá do a HomeBois. Ah, a DeusVult só tá respondendo TF, velho. Em vez de tipo, investir em levar uma torre, pá, eles só estão respondendo TF. Estavam brigando no early game muito pro Turtle e tal. Eles deviam ignorar Turtle E investir numa torre.
But also DeusVult, right? They're going to be coming
Passaram.
online. I think they're going to get more
E pode
defensive.
custar um
So
joguinho, hein?
the bursting that HomeBois has right now.
Ó, mas
could
o
fall
Magister
off
aí
into
tá
the late
legal.
game. So I think right now DeusVult, both
O
teams are
Brody também
50-50.
tá legal de farm. O Kid Bomba.
So with that,
E olha lá o Kid Bomba
again,
sendo pego lá, ó.
top lane again. Gonna be able to find
Não
the
vai
knock
sair
up here.
vivo,
Kid
não
Bomba
vai.
gonna be in trouble
Vai, amigão,
here.
você não
One
vai
more
sair
hit
vivo feio
away.
nem
Gets the
ferrando.
regen, though. Can he
Ó,
land a shot?
ó a Novaria.
Udil
Vai lá,
looking
Novaria.
for
Você
it.
só... Ih, olha lá, Novaria desistiu.
Anything here. Lord's now
Porque ele
up, though.
recuperou HP, não tinha o
Both
que
teams gonna be
fazer.
working on Eternal Guard coming
Nossa,
down, crashing down,
um
gets
7
the
love
flicker zone.
quase
Still
matou
on
os
the
dois,
fight back
velho.
for Sunset Lover. Meanwhile, DeusVult working
Mano, o
on
Vixen
the
tá muito
sword.
forte.
Sabato
Olha,
goes in, Chibi
mas
trying to
errou a
get
ult
to
de
the
novo,
Lord.
mano.
Takes it
Lorde
from
foi
under
garantido aí
their
pelo...
noses, and with that, DeusVult strikes some kills, but
Meu
they
Deus,
lose the
Edson, você
Lord
tá
to
jogando...
HomeBois.
Yeah, and
Pai,
one of the
nesse
key plays to point out there is that
O
Magister
jogo,
tried to
velho. Isso aí não é
utilize the
Mobile Legends, não.
Daytona welcome on to Chibi, but missed. And Chibi was able to dash in and secure the
Cara, o
Lord.
Shorn, esse flash, o
Again,
flash
Zorn
dash
right there.
dele
Sunset
muito
Lover gonna be in
bom,
trouble
mano.
now. Kid Bomba once again alongside Magister. Still a couple hits away, couple shots. Net's gonna be able to grab it. Still working
Well
for it. 2 down. DeusVult. Resources for the taking. Lord on the top side. HomeBois are looking to make the play.
Kid Bomba,
Yeah,
defende aí.
There's 2 down on DeusVult. Full Lord kind of barreling down. I think HomeBois at this point are going to be... This is a good Lord for them. Allows even more breathing
Tá
room.
levando
And the
mídia,
50-50 now
HomeBois.
leaning into the favor of HomeBois. They're able to utilize this
Será
Lord to
que a
clean up the
chance
map
da DeusVult
and
virar essa
essentially take out a
partida?
lot of the towers. And,
Vamos
DeusVult's gonna
analisar.
have a hard time now, right? 'Cause they're not
O
gonna
Magister
have
tá errando as
the
ult.
escapability that
O
HomeBois
Rico
has. And it's just... It's crazy to
não
see
tá nas
that HomeBois
TF.
aggression. They're
O
just
Saulo,
breaking
que é o
apart
Digger, né?
DeusVult's, just
Tá basicamente só
tactical
morrendo,
plays
né?
here.
Só ulta
And
pra
I
poder
think
salvar o time
they're
dele, mas o
taking
time dele não
advantage
consegue
of the
ainda tomar os
mistakes that
buffs
DeusVults are
e
making.
morre. Kid Bomba ele só tá
It's great
servindo pra
too
limpar o wave
because for HomeBois,
e ser focado.
they were able to get the
Eu
speed
acho
that
que
they
não
needed.
vira.
They have the
Vira
space
não.
to work around with. DeusVult, though, they have to be able to find their own pickoffs, right? They have to be able to
Eu
utilize
perdi
what
aqui a
they've done
vida
so
dos
far, and they
caras.
could be doing it right here. Daytona's
Aê,
welcome to the wall.
boa,
It's the
Sunset
Eternal
Low.
Guard. Udil's out of the picture. They get the flicker out from the
Ó o
red
Kid
team,
Bomba.
still working on it, though.
Kid
Mid-turret,
Bomba indo
though,
pra
as
cima
well.
da Guinevere.
Good
Enquanto isso no mid
BMI
aí tava
on the
começando uma
defensive
treta
earlier.
legal.
Now Time's Journey gonna be taken out. Setbot gets the kill on Saulo. He goes
Ó lá
for
pro lado.
more into the blazing duet nets. Chasing
Usou
him down.
imune.
Trying to get the kill. He gets it on
Dodge.
Sunset Lover. Still going for
Olha,
more.
geral
They
saiu.
have to
O
respect
cara
the
saiu sem
damage from
vida, mas
DeusVult.
conseguiu
But what a battle here in the mid lane.
empatar
Yeah,
as
they're
kills
about
do
to
jogo.
Kid Bomba in a little bit of trouble.
E lá vai o Kid Bomba.
Still gonna be in trouble.
Caralho,
Bomba
Kid Bomba
regens
solou.
it back.
Aí o Lapu vai lá e solo o ADC do...
He goes the one to fall Sapot
da
again.
DeusVult. Mano, isso aqui é engraçado.
Insane
Né? O Kid
on this
Bomba vai lá
Lapu.
e matou o
Takes some
double kill do
damage,
homem.
eventually goes down. Double for
Que
Kid
jogo
Bomba.
equilibrado, né?
Both teams are just like, it's like a rock'em sock'em robot match at this point. 1 goes down, 2 goes down, 3 goes down, and then they can consistently keep up the battle. And again, I think that's the 50-50 mark, and it's just tenacity on both sides. It could be anybody's game at this point. We are seeing DeusVult's kind of coming online now. Their damage is
Hello,
starting to scale up
guys.
into this mid game, and just the burst that HomeBois brought into the early
Mano, o Sal ele tá
stage
jogando as
isn't there.
bombinhas
We can kinda take a
ali,
look at
mas
some
ele tem
items.
aquela
We do
bombinha
see
ali, ó, que
Claw.
fica ali pra dar
Look at
visão,
this.
tá ligado?
Almost has
Aí os
everything
caras
built
evitam passar
already.
na moita.
So,
Ele tem
I
que
feel like
botar
that's
as
gonna be a
bombinhas
key
numas
factor
moitas que
there. Oh.
é difícil de
Oh
ver.
my,
Enquanto
the
isso no
backdoor.
bot lá... Eu não vou recuar, não?
The back door.
Olha o Sunset Love que vai recuar. Ele vai tomar pick-off esse Sunset Love, ó.
But he's also
Tá vendo?
alongside one more as they push into the base. They have to deal with it. DeusVult.
Ah, ó.
They can't even commit to this board
Aí
right
ele
now. The pressure's too
conseguiu
much.
assustar os caras.
Do they want to fight for this? Sunset Lover picking up the Divine Glade in the midst of the fight.
Is
Lord's
it
gonna
too late?
reset though. The pressure already put on. HomeBois regrouping here. Still working on it, holding the Lord.
O Cipá já
under that
sabe,
half health
vai
mark,
no
1/4.
cara.
Still going. Setbot's gonna be jumping in. Daytona's welcome to the wall. Will get taken out.
Errou o caçar, quem acertou foi o Lancelote e agora é GG. GG da HomeBois. Nossa, olha o dano da Novaria, mano. Meu amigo.
able to get two
Oh my
down of
God,
DeusVult. They
man.
lose the Lord as
Oh
well.
my
They're on
God.
the defense once again.
I gotta say, right now, HomeBois' retry game is on point, right? It's just HomeBois, they're securing a lot of the neutral objectives. Second Lord going into their favor. DeusVult has to respond to this, you know. In the beginning, I suspected
jogo já
that
acabou,
DeusVult's
velho.
comp was a little bit
Nossa.
better, but it goes to show
Tem
that HomeBois
competitividade
is bringing
nenhuma
that
aqui.
aggression left and right. Lord now barreling down, full HP on the left side. Can they mount up a defense here? I don't think HomeBois can take it here, but we'll see.
We'll see. They're gonna have to deal with this.
O Lorde não serviu pra
quick
nada.
work of it, so still holding on the best they
Normal.
can.
Geralmente o
Right now,
primeiro
HomeBois,
Lorde
they'll
não,
wait for the
não
next
faz
wave
muita
to
coisa.
push in. They
Ele
wanna get
só
this mid to
libera
bottom turret down.
as...
Poke damage is gonna be there.
Ele é usado
Still
pra mais
holding
pra
it together.
liberar
Eternal Guard
as
also playing
torres
that front
T3, né?
side. And right now, DeusVult keeping these two
E aí
turrets
geralmente
in
os
the
caras
base.
fecham no segundo,
It's good. This is
terceiro
the
Lorde.
defense that DeusVult
Bom, no
needs,
caso aqui no
and I think
competitivo, né?
they're-
Porque no
they're
arranque de
essentially
normal a
going
gente
back
sabe
to the
que
drawing board in game
tompa
at this point. They
partida,
need to
pode chegar até o
find and take
sétimo
control
Lorde.
of the
Você
map.
sabe.
The river control is going to be a key factor
Aqui,
here. You were
todas as
saying it
partidas
earlier,
geralmente
Isu, is that I
é
think that they
o jogo é
really need to
fechado
get
no
a
segundo ou
pick,
terceiro
right? And a
Lorde.
key pick, as Nets is 0 or
Provavelmente
2-0
esse jogo aí vai
or
ser fechado
hasn't
no
been
terceiro.
stopped just yet. And I feel like that is the winning factor for HomeBois.
Cara, mas o Magister ele tá sem
Also,
stack,
the
mano, pra
Bratz
ficar
is having a
grandão,
hard
tá
time
ligado?
getting his stacks. Look at the little dino on the field. He is just so tiny. And I think that's kind of playing into a
Ó,
factor.
ele
on
perdendo,
DeusVult,
olha o
is that
tamanhozinho
not
do
having their jungle, not having control of the map
Magister,
is
mano. Aí, ó,
being-
roubada,
it's
mó
rough.
pequenininho, velho, dinossaurinho.
It's rough, and that's why we were talking about in the draft here.
Aí
G,
chega o Chibi.
the tempo that was going to be set.
E dos
You know,
10.
for that early game, DeusVult did have that little bit of lead.
Caramba.
and
Mas,
HomeBois able to climb.
mano,
Look at
se o
that.
Rico ulta, velho.
Nets playing
Nossa.
very risky here, but we'll be fine. But again, tempo, and like you said, Chibi's been on point with a lot of those retributions so
Thorn.
far. Yeah, controlling it.
O Shorn
Thorn.
lá,
This is
back,
what we were
que
talking
de
about as
bomba
well,
foi pra
the
cima
roam
do
potential
homem.
here. He's gonna get spotted out with
Vai matar não, vai dar muito dano, mas não vai
Not sure
matar.
if they actually just want to continue to commit. They don't. He's back to safety. All this, the push and pull, 30 seconds away from the Lord.
Yeah. And again, I mean,
E
you can kind of look
Lorde
at
vai nascer, eles vão brigar por
full
esse Lorde.
builds. Brody
Se a DeusVult
missing
for
one
e
item,
perder,
but almost
é
at
GG
the
pra
damage
HomeBois.
point. Now,
Mas se a
the
DeusVult
biggest
recuar,
difference is that we are
deixar o Lorde pros
seeing
caras,
both have, Wind of Natures already
talvez
secured,
eles consigam segurar.
and
Ou não,
HomeBois
mas aí vai
controlling the
depender do
map.
clickbait.
Again, I think this is the hardest part that
Eu
DeusVult
acho que
is
a
fighting
melhor
against
opção
is that
aqui.
they're trying to take what they can, but if they walk into a bad
Eles forçar um
position,
ATF em
it
cima de
could
alguém,
make it or break it
o,
for them.
o
HomeBois
Magister
are trying to
acertar
trap
alguém.
them into
É
that,
isso que
and
precisa
you can already see
acontecer.
here.
Yeah, right now, once again, the fight for
O
the Lord.
Magister
Half
tomou
health
muito
here. Both teams waiting up patiently. Chibi on point for the majority of the game. It's going to go ahead and reset.
Alguém vai
Nothing
precisar limpar o
just
bot.
yet. Soft reset for now. Still pulls it out of the pit.
Olha lá, usou
DeusVult has to be careful how
invisível,
they approach
foi
it.
no
Look at the
sunset,
pressure already in the
foi no
mid
Kid
lane.
Bomba
So we're
ali,
gonna
ó.
find the knock-up on Kid Bomba. Takes a couple
Não vai matar
shots.
não.
Nets has to back off.
Nossa,
So
não, um
sunset
momento.
lever on the
Chegou,
hunt. Does have the
nossa.
workout. It's gonna get popped here. They have to fight this out.
Ih,
Still
aí
no
chegou o
one
Lancelot e
there.
salvou o
Chibi
time.
comes through, finds the
Aí o Brody
execution,
tentou salvar
gets the
tudo.
double.
Mano,
There
que
you go.
virada, velho.
Finds more, still working. Sunset lever's gonna be down, 3 down so far.
Kid
Looking
Bomba
for the
recua,
fourth.
você vai
Kid
morrer aí,
Bomba
cara.
gets the kill,
Vai
but
morrer,
another
cara. Meu
member
Deus, cara,
on
você vai
the
morrer,
line. Still
velho.
looking
Morreu.
Chibi. Finesse, looking for Kid Bomba.
Morreu.
One hit away, but the shot from
É GG da
Uzi,
HomeBois.
and that will make it
Oh,
for
no.
HomeBois as they take game 1.
My God.
Wow, that was crazy. HomeBois being able to take game 1. DeusVult pushed back against the wall there. My God.
My
I'm
God.
thinking again, Rock'em Sock'em Robot match. You didn't know who was hitting who.
Rock'em Sock'em Robots, or whatever you want to call it, man. That was an ending, G.
Deus,
That was
Vou
an
colocar aqui a
ending to
câmera, ó.
game 1. man. That
É,
was finesse. That was
Felizmente ali, ó. A HomeBois aí garantiu o primeiro mapa. Eu estou torcendo aí pra DeusVult. É que a câmera dos perdedores aí, ó. DeusVult que é da casa, né? Eles são russos. Olha o Kid Bomba que é alemão.
DeusVult, they were trying to hold their own, but the retries just weren't there. And then HomeBois bring in an aggression that I don't think I've seen in this tournament.
Tristeza aí pros meus amiguinhos
My
aí.
goodness.
He's like
That ending
DeusVult.
was great, man.
sweating.
Yeah, not only that, but like the retries were on point.
MVP,
but I
né?
love the call
Acho que é
that they had
MVP.
there at the
É os
end.
highlights.
You know, and
Yeah.
as we take a look at the highlights
É,
here for
essa
this
aqui nem
game,
velho
you're
jogou
gonna see
muito, velho.
exactly what
Ele
we're
não
talking about.
errava
That was
nenhum
already 7 minutes
kickoff
in, but
assim,
tempo-wise,
do
you know,
pulo e o
it was very
flash.
back and forth early
Aí,
on,
ó.
but HomeBois just did a great job at punishing Hiko, who was scaling really well early on with the Brody. And then it turned into a lot of this just the rock'em sock'em robots, man. Like
Ó o
that's
Rico
what
lá
it was.
gastando flash à toa.
I'm telling you,
Ai.
they were both punching KO punches left and right. And I think DeusVult might have had a little bit of tunnel vision, right?
Mano,
'Cause they
toda
were
hora tinha uma
winning
virada
in
de
the early,
TF.
the
Uma hora o
gold
time tava
lane
ganhando,
already
outra
securing,
outro time tava
the
ganhando.
tower within like the
Loucura, velho.
very first couple minutes of the match. And then they
Cara, pior que a
swapped
DeusVult tinha tudo pra
lanes,
ganhar.
and HomeBois just took advantage of that, and they left the breathing room when we seen Magister
Mas a
make
HomeBois
the
é um
mistake
timão,
and
mano.
missing
Nossa.
the Daytona's welcome onto the Lancelot. And I think the Lance just came into play, right? It was just a huge play. Bratz wasn't able to do anything. DeusVult's lacking a lot of
Esse
CC,
tirão
right? They
aí, ó,
didn't
que é
have
que
any
nem o Varia
control
deu.
besides Sunset Lever.
Aí veio o
And I
Chibi e
think
virou
that,
tudo.
it just fell into the hands of HomeBois.
E joga
and
muito,
their
velho.
aggression was on point. It kind of seemed like everybody was
Nossa.
kind of split apart. Fights happening on the left when the Lord was supposed to be the major objective, and HomeBois coming out on top.
Ó o homem.
Yeah, again, you can see them really celebrate that win.
Sabe o que tá
'cause
escrito
that
aí, ó?
ending
Segue o
was just
buff.
a-
É isso.
all around, you
Pra
know,
você que não
every
sabe
single
ler
lane that you
russo.
saw there, every corner covered.
E o
nets.
MVP. Ah, não, velho. O
Man,
Nitz
this is-
não
this
foi
is what-
MVP
this
dessa
is what I'm
partida,
used
não.
to
Isso aí tá
seeing,
errado,
like,
mano. Não, não,
nets,
não, não.
especially on
Tira
a
isso da minha
quad pick,
tela, velho. Que
right?
coisa
Like, you
horrorosa,
saw
não.
early on, it wasn't a
Não, velho, ele
game-winning
não
push,
jogou
but the
nada,
pressure that he
nada,
puts on the
nada.
sidelines, especially if he's a quad,
Não,
it's
velho, não.
either
Coisa
quad or
horrorosa,
burnout.
não. Foi
It's
o.
dangerous, G, you
O
know, and
Chibi, mano,
that's
de
kind of what we
Lancelot
saw
que
here.
ganhou essa
And if it
partida. Ele
wasn't
que é meu
controlled,
MVP, velho.
then
Ah, na
that
moral,
could
esses
actually
gringos tá
been a
zoando, velho.
game-winning push, before we even got to that amazing ending here.
É o Chibi que ganhou, velho.
That was the wild
Pô, na
part
moral.
is HomeBois, they again, I think what really came to be a
Controlando,
major
mano.
factor
Controlando
here is
aí.
that they were forcing DeusVult to make decisions.
Na moral.
right?
No,
And
no, no.
those
No,
decisions
Joseph.
were
No, Joseph.
becoming mistakes by
Nitz,
DeusVult,
no,
and
don't
HomeBois
use
just taking
MVP.
major
MVP is
advantage
a
of those.
Chibi.
And I think it just
Lancelot.
comes down to the versatility that
E a
HomeBois
gente vem
brought
por
to the
resultados
field,
aí
you
da
know, like,
partida.
the two push up there at the top lane almost could have been a
Pô, eles
backdoor,
deviam ter
forcing
colocado
DeusVult
olha,
to,
toda essa estrutura
make
aqui
that
3D, mano, e
decision
não
that
colocou
they had to
uma.
leave the Lord, leave the neutral
Uma
objective.
revelazinha
Kinda
aí
looking at
nesses
some of these
resultados.
stats here, we can see that again, Brody just the turret.
Ah,
damage,
velho, olha,
the
olha
one
as
that was putting
estatísticas
on a
do.
lot of
do...
pressure. Can't give up on Kid Bomba,
Cloud,
though. Like,
velho.
he was applying a decent amount of pressure to
Lapo
HomeBois as
Lapo
well,
merecia
but
mais até.
I think that's what HomeBois wanted.
Lapo
They were
Lapo
kinda
também
keeping
jogou
him
muito.
at bay,
Mas pra mim o
and
Lancelot foi
while
MVP desse.
HomeBois were
Tem
taking
que
advantage in different
É.
areas of the
Vergonha!
Yeah, and it's crazy too because when we were
Vergonha,
talking about in the
produz.
draft, like even the Diggy pick, like the Diggy pick, very signature for Sao, but he struggled on it.
E
You know,
nada
like
que me
he
faça
struggled.
acreditar.
Kind of like what we saw
Chibi
from the
MVP.
first series of the day with Morrow on the first time on the Ruby, right? Like it was tough for him to do what he needed to do with the Diggy pick, and a lot of the times when we were talking about how to play into that, I think the fact that it was solved where a lot of the times they were able to put the pressure from, you know, HomeBois was able to put the pressure. They got, if it was an early times journey, they were able to get it out early, deal with it. We saw how well still Novaria fits into this
Pelos
current meta.
caras,
And we're seeing kind of
análise, né?
shift
Já
a
já
little bit,
começa a
right?
segunda
Like the
parte.
damage is crazy
Vamos
still.
aguardar.
And not only that, but the vision to play around that is very great for this. And also, you gotta have a respect for Chibi because the Lancelot is not. I mean, it's not one of those heroes that a lot of teams want to play.
Por isso que a gente vai pra nossa
Quer
tela.
saber mais sobre o competitivo?
Desculpa aí, rapaziada. Aí, ó. Vamos atualizar aqui as ODDs. Vamos ver quanto é que tá as ODDs. Aí, ó. Tá equilibrado ainda, hein? Eu achei que não tá tão equilibrado assim, não. Acho que a DeusVult não vai levar nenhum mapa agora, viu? Achei que ia ser um 2-1 aí, mas... Ixi. Xiii. Xiii. Rapaziada, se você quiser apostar aí, ó. O link tá aí, ó, fixado no canal. Beleza?
When you still see Lancelot's built tanks a lot, man. Like, it
Opa, a câmera travou de
the
novo.
team effort to make it shine. And then, even then, like, you have that team effort, it's still that, like, clutch in that individual player. And I'm sure you guys watching, or, you know, even the UG, you're thinking, like, some of the best Lancelot players
Agora vamos
that
esperar a
you
próxima
know.
partida.
There's that small ingredient, which is the clutch, that they're able to pull things off. And a lot of the times, it's like, if you played Lancelot yourself, man, you're playing it in your RG games and you pull off that clutch retribution, or you're able to pull that situation out, that's really rewarding, you know, and it speaks here. Now they're one game into this best of 3. They had a very, I wouldn't even say it was completely like one-sided, right? DeusVult had a great start, technically. But and it was very action-packed. I love these type of matches, man. Like, I love the teams that just, it's very action-packed, and that's why I love teams like, even watching, you know, over in Malaysia. Like, this is how they like to play. What you were asking me earlier, like, what do you see from this region, or what do you see from this team? And I know you see something different even in NACT, like, where there is similar action-packed games, but when you see a certain level of preciseness to some of the actions that they're pulling off is really what sticks out if you've been watching a ton of competitive MLBB. And I think HomeBois did a great job here, really playing around the whole thing that they had that in game 1.
100%. I couldn't have said it better myself, Naisu. The clutch was amazing, and I think it just overall they seen the diggy, right? The diggy was like, they were like, you know, instead of playing into the diggy, they played against the diggy. They essentially just went full gung-ho, and not only did they go gung-ho, they showed it in the match too. They never let up. They applied that pressure onto DeusVult's, and then, like you were saying, there was just constant battles left, right, and it just didn't. Again, I personally think what HomeBois succeeded there was just forcing DeusVult's to make those decisions and to make mistakes so that the Lancelot could clutch it out. And again, I think it came down to also the positioning by HomeBois. It was so well executed. The patience behind CPAT and the patience by Zorn was just insane. And forcing out the diggy, the time journey early, so that they had the ability to continue the fights without having to worry about the extra shielding that Saul would have brought to the team fights.
Aproveitar e colocar negocinho
I mean,
aqui, ó.
I couldn't. Again, you know, being from the NACT, you normally don't get to see the 50-50 matches. They're normally one-sided,
one-sided.
the North America and the North American side of things. So being able to see two teams just be able to, like, take a blow, give a blow, take a blow, and then and it was
a tela
amazing
ficou
to
preta,
see.
mas
Maybe that'll
eu estou colocando
you know, maybe that'll
videozinho
continue
aqui
to
pra
develop,
você.
you know, even in your region over there, NACT. I think that's something that you can expect, because even looking at, like we were talking about, DeusVult, man, like they when you look at game 1,
Será que dá pra vocês ouvir?
but eventually, like, when you're left with that best of 3, sometimes game 1's not your game, you know, like it's not it. And that's what I'm still hoping that we get to a game 3, right? But based off what we saw in game 1, I think that's still a very big possibility, because what I'm expecting from DeusVult is that adjustment, of course, you know, the adjustment that they want here. I think the diggy pick was great.
Tô tentando descobrir como colocar toda hora.
Pick, but it just did not work in the situation. And I think, you know, you from lane to lane, and that's where I would have picked out here. Like, the, you know, Sal wasn't able on the diggy pick specifically, and when that happens, when you are
Eu sou bobo, mano.
diggy, and you kind of get shut down, it's really difficult to crawl back to I'm an impactful situation for the team, right? Because you just get deleted. I mean, that's one
É
of the things
isso.
about Diggy. Like, you get deleted so fast no matter what.
Caralho, que
You know,
demora pra começar o
that's why
próximo
you have the
jogo.
times
Bora
during
pro próximo
as
jogo,
well. So,
rapaziada.
I feel like for DeusVult here,
Vai
especially
ser
when we're
normal,
waiting
né?
for Game 2 draft, they could, in a way, I'm expecting, like, let's say, you know,
Diz
flipping of sides
normal.
or anything really. But draft-wise, it's like, even if they took the CC again, like they had that available to them, I still think Kid Bomba did a relatively good job, you know, and working around it, like even for a lot of the skirmishes that they have. Hiko, man, like Hiko on the Brody was actually impressive early on, and he did what he had to do, but eventually you get to the point where, like, Brody, especially with the Diggy, and you kind of get left to fend for yourself in some ways. And I think that's why Brody's great, because you're working with that range aspect, you know, you're just trying to get the marks off and then the torn apart memory. And I think that's great, but you're also fighting against range, right? Like, that's why Novario was so great, because you're fighting range to range in a way, and against vision. And so if you're DeusVult, when you're prepping up for that, you really want to approach it in some of the similar picks that you had, but round it out a little bit more and have a little bit more, I feel like, durability to your lineup. I think that's one of the things I would take from this, especially with the way that HomeBois likes to play. Like this already, and this is a team, like I said, they played against each other back and even in an M5. So it's like, you kind of have this notion, you have this notion of how they want to play. So it's like, you know, make those adjustments. I think
Meus amigos e amigas, eu só tenho uma coisa a falar sobre isso. E vamos para os picks de bans. Aí, ó. HomeBois aí que já tá vencendo. Baniu aí o Minotauro, rapaziada. Minotaurozão aí. Tá bom. E a DeusVult vem como ban padrão na Matilda. Aí, né?
I think DeusVult has to come back to it. Just take a step back. Think about more controlling heroes. Really didn't have much CC on the side of DeusVult, and HomeBois took advantage of that. And picking the Diggy early on, I think, was a little bit
problematic,
because then that just allowed HomeBois to go full damage.
Ineveri,
Like
Ovaria,
they didn't even care
Gary.
about the Diggy at that point. So I think it's all about when you're picking these certain heroes and what you want to go with. But I do think DeusVult need a little bit more control, kind of like how HomeBois brought to the field. I mean, it was just a good read by HomeBois, a good response by HomeBois in that first match. But this is now match point, right? Now DeusVult has to sit down and think about that.
Quem leva esse mapa, Vegeta? Adivinha? A minha má sorte, a HomeBois. Porque eu vi no primeiro mapa que a DeusVult tava perdida, velho. Perdidinha. Eles só respondiam TF, eles não tentavam levar uma torre, eles iam em todas as turtles. Como se o time tivesse bom pra ganhar qualquer TF, mas não tava. A TF se dividia, aí o Lancelot matava um, o Kid Bomba ia X1 contra outro, aí quando você ia ver, o Lancelot tava matando todo mundo e o Kid Bomba tava lá fazendo X1 com o cara, enquanto tinha uma TF do lado dele. Mas tinha, tipo, muita virada de TF, mas mesmo assim não fazer, velho. A HomeBois estava dominando tudo. E aqui é só pro padrão, né? Banolo, Manjoy ali da DeusVult, Bandig e Faramis ali da HomeBois. Esse ban Faramis, ou esse ban Liga aí, é porque ele tava enchendo o saco do Chibi, né, que é o jungle da HomeBois. E o Sal, ele fez, só tirou a ult da Guinevere, basicamente. Não tem mais nada além disso. As bombinhas dele, ele não tava jogando no lugar direito, era pra pegar a visão, pá, mas ele não fazia um bait. Se ele tivesse feito o bait ali, a maioria das moitas, pô.
HomeBois executed the Guinevere so well.
Yeah.
Do they opt to pick that up once again as the first
Olha lá.
pick, right? And
HomeBois
they
garantindo
do.
Guinevere.
I had a feeling that this was the case.
Ixi.
DeusVult actually utilized the
Será que o
Guinevere
Kid
quite
Boom
a
vai
bit
pegar
throughout
Ruby?
a lot of their
Será?
other series, and it was one of
Será?
the decision factors on their wins. So
Podia pegar, hein?
it's
Ruby
kind
tá
of like
boa.
instead of
Tá
banning
boa, é
it,
boa por
let's
conta de
take it 'cause we
Guinevere.
can also utilize it too. So good response. I want to see what DeusVult's gonna do to fix that, and I think that's kind of what they initially suspected the Diggy play would have done, is to counter the Guinevere. But I think HomeBois' positioning was just amazing. They came to fight and they fought, and these two picks, I think, the CC.
There it is.
All right.
Yep.
All right. It definitely wasn't
what I
bad
said.
in the last game.
Yeah, it wasn't, right? I mean, if it's open, you accomplish what you wanted to do in terms of Kid Bomba individually, and I think you might as well pick it up. And then you also now have the Valentina. This kind of, again, it allows you to... This is by the way, also like a great pick for Sunset Lover in general, because he had great performances.
Ah, Kid Bomba foi de novo com a Cici,
So
velho.
with that, it's
E
like...
Valentina ali pro
You
lado da...
kind of force HomeBois in this situation.
da
This is why I always like
DeusVult,
Valentina, 'cause it
na mão do
forces your
Sunset Lover.
opposing team to really depend on what
Mano, será que o
ultimates do we
empate
wanna
vem,
give up?
mano?
Like, what ultimates
Será?
are we okay giving to
Podia vir, hein?
the Valentina?
Podia vir.
And you'll see some teams that actually play around that to the point where they draft,
Vamos
and then when they're
lá.
actually in the game,
DeusVult.
they purposely keep those ultimates away with position.
Cara, tem uma coisa erradinha com essa logo aí da HomeBois. Tem uma estrela ali. E essa estrela é do quê? E o Shine aí de Aurora. Aurora que também tá sendo bastante cara nesse campeonatinho.
That I was thinking about it during the first
Arit
ban,
Gold.
phase.
There's a
I was
whole
like,
lot of
you
magic
know,
damage, by the way.
It is a whole lot
Cara,
of
tem
magic
3 dano
damage,
mágico.
but I think sometimes
Isso
the
tudo é pro Chibi jogar tranquilão,
key,
mano.
right? Because the Claw's still open, right? Maybe
Será que ele vai
the
lançar
Bruno
de novo?
pick was to,
Será?
you know, maybe
Ó, o Bruno
force
ali
out
na
the
mão da
Claw.
DeusVult.
Again, HomeBois looking like they're going for a little bit of a squishier approach again, but from the side of DeusVult, we still don't
Vamos
see
descobrir aqui qual é a razão
we still
dessa
don't see
estrela da
control.
HomeBois.
And I think that's something we need to see from
A HomeBois, em toda a sua
looking to
história,
just be so
conquistou
aggressive. They're
a
ready to-
MPL Malásia apenas
I like the Aurora,
uma
and it gives you
vez.
that control. They already
Ah,
have
essa estrela
two
pode
crowd
ser isso.
controls right
Pode
there.
ser
You
isso,
got
essa
the
estrela.
Guinevere, the Requiem,
Primeiro
you got the
campeonato
Glacier,
da Imperial
and then you're
Malásia
also
da
gonna have the
organização.
sustainability behind the Harith, right? And
É,
sometimes that
provavelmente é
can force
isso.
teams to build anti-magic and leave open these other two physical heroes.
É isso,
So I
rapaziada.
kind of want to see what HomeBois picks in their jungle. And if
HomeBois vai
their
pegar Lancelot,
ready
Ling
games
ou
plan could
Hayabusa,
possibly be.
algum
We do
desses
see some
heróis
bans coming
vai
out.
ser
Getting rid of the
assassino com
Thamos
toda
could be a
certeza
good
do mundo.
frontal aspect for
Não vão pegar
HomeBois,
Barat.
and
Oi,
could be
Mohamed.
a
Bom
pain
dia, tudo
for,
bem?
the CC to fight.
Tudo bem, Milena? Como é
And
que
I
você
think that's
tá?
ultimately why they banned that. And then the Tigreal, I like it. I
Vamos
like
aqui
the ban.
acompanhando esse joguinho
Every time I see
maravilhoso.
the Tigreal now, I just think of the KDA machine.
É jogo bom, tá?
The 5-man's head, like that.
E você aí
You know, now that I see that,
andou
I
acompanhando
was
este
watching
campeonato?
that, like,
Esse daqui é o Games
it's
of
worth it to
Future
take up the Tigreal. I mean,
2024.
it's one of those things
Na
where it's
descrição
like,
tem o link
you see
para
some
você saber
amazing,
tudo sobre esse
set
campeonato.
potentials,
Ele é um
obviously,
campeonato
with
que
it,
paga
even if it's not a
1
5-man
milhão
set,
de
like,
dólares.
it's still
1
very
milhão de
threat.
dólares em premiação, meu
And
parceiro.
I'm
Isso
also
daqui
kind of
tem
wondering
muito
exactly
dinheiro, tá
what
ligado?
do we see
E tem
HomeBois
equipes boas, tá
do
ligado?
with these first three picks that
Tem
they have, because
a
they have a lot of
RG,
magic
a
damage,
Roshi,
that's true.
a Onyx, a
And you
Blacklist e a
wanna kind of even
AP.Bren,
this
tá bom?
damage distribution
Olha as
out,
outras
so
equipes que
you
já foram
kind of-
eliminadas
that
e
leads you
as
to
outras
the
que vão
table
jogar
of, yeah,
hoje.
what do we pick up for that, right? How do we deal with that? And I think DeusVult, on the other hand, they're thinking that too. They're focusing on some of those XP picks that could have popped up.
Ah,
Lapu Lapu has been
Lapu Lapu e o
shining
Thanos foi
for months
banido.
now, you know, like in the XP lane, a very
Tigreal
playmaker
foi
heavy
banido pela
hero.
HomeBois.
Now that that's taken
Caramba,
out,
esse
the
ban
damage
Tigreal
is
eu não
taken
vi
out as
hoje,
well.
velho.
You know,
Eu
what
não
do we
vi
see possibly
hoje,
going
nem
in the
ontem,
XP
nem
lane?
anteontem, eu não vi. Ó, Ruby, baniram o Ruby, finalmente. Não vai ter
Right now,
Ruby
the
não, hein?
possibilities could be, like, Yuzong. We could see
Mano,
a
pra
Black
mim, a
Dragon
DeusVult
Bruno. I feel like
vacilou
that
muito
would
em
be a
não ter
good
pego o
possibility.
Ruby.
That's the dive you need to be able to take out a Bruno.
Ou será
Getting
porque
into
eles
that
acreditam
backline
que tem
CC
um
and that,
Pix
I
aí
feel
pra
that
counterar
Like
Ruby?
XP.
Our lot XP. That is also something that's been quite wild too, right? Nice too is that we haven't seen our lot at
Vou ver depois. Beleza. Nossa, pode ver a qualquer hora. O site está ao vivo 24 horas lá. Abriu o OBuff.com.br, sei lá, 5 da manhã, 3 da manhã, ele vai estar lá, vivíssimo, como nunca. Eu de matéria sobre esportes pra você. Inclusive tem o das melhores builds de heróis lá. Eu vou atualizar ainda, né? Eu tenho que atualizar muita coisa ali. Eu sou só um. Por favor. Eu vou ter que fazer a tier list também, beleza? Eu vou me juntar com algum coach de alguma equipe aí.
It's a smart pick from DeusVult. I like the Baksha. We talked about it too. You know, they need a little bit of that durability. So they're going to have that available.
Depois do revamp da Aurora, eu tenho medo dela. A Aurora tá muito forte, velho. Ela tá muito forte, mano. É louca, mano. Olha lá, Baxia. Pela primeira vez, Baxia é picado aí pelo Magistor. Entendi porque a HomeBois baniu o Baxia na partida passada. Provavelmente eles treinaram contra DeusVult e viram que eles estavam fazendo muito Baxia. E aí tem um edit XP ali na HomeBois e uma Benedetta. Pode ser Benedetta XP, o Inevere Jungle e a edit rotação, provavelmente. E aí tem uma Ângela pelo lado aí da DeusVult. E bora lá, né, rapaziada? Bora pra partida. Olha lá, ó. Cadê a partida, cara? Tô então esperando a tela de carregamento do jogo pra colocar a partida. Ela Vexana, a Aurora tá muito forte. Dois heróis que eu nunca imaginei que ia ver. A Ângela aí, ó. Ângela! Ângela veia. Minha Ângela é muito bom, mano. Ângela com Neomord. Cara, eu não sei como a DeusVult ainda não fez o Neomord. Podiam fazer. Eu vou fazer minha aposta. Eu não quero nem saber. Eu vou digitar aqui rivalry.arrobas. Eu vou fazer minha aposta. E este daqui é a marca aí do OBuff 24. E vamos entrar no buraco negro do mundo mágico do Mobile Legends Bang. Nana tá chatinha também, a Nana tá muito chata. Ela foi picada algumas vezes nesse campeonato. Algumas vezes, velho. Muito forte. Muito forte. 2, 3, 4, 5.
Wow, looks like Solo and maybe Sunset Lever.
E velho, que amo ela, minha garotinha com a cara acabada. Angela só serve pra dar aqui pra Lancelot. Falei a verdade. Olha aí, ó, o que eu falei. É a Benedetta XP, a Guinevere Jungle, a Edit Rotação. E o Heritage Gold. Mano, esse time tá muito dano mágico, cara. Agora que eu fui ver, mano, que jogo. Que jogo é esse, cara? Esse dano mágico. Ó o Magistor aí. Parabéns, Magistor. Você novamente matando o early game. Cara, eu fui inventar de jogar Ranked hoje mais cedo. Só cai Nana no time de adversário, sabe por quê? Porque você não pega. Você quer tem a Nana no seu time, então agora você pegar. Olha lá o Harit, vai solar. Vai. Olha o time. Caramba, tá mudando muito dano, velho. Assim. Eita. HomeBois vai dar 2-0 aqui. Tô ficando até desanimado aqui.
Turtle's still gonna go through these resets. Sunset
Por que
Lever
vocês fez isso
holding on
comigo?
to this
Por
ultimate for now.
favor, Deus
With that Edith there
volte.
still, Kid Bowman gonna be
Pô,
the
Deus,
focus.
você só
He's
precisa ganhar
already
um
still wants
mapinha,
to fight it
cara.
out. Jumping in with the electro final blow, looking for the target.
Nossa
Goes in,
senhora.
Spot's gonna fall. Now Chibi's
Oh
gonna be the
my
next one.
God.
Still battling
Ow.
him out now, clapping back here. DeusVult.
Mano, os caras estão entrando na torre, velho. Mata, mata, mata! Mata, Angela! Mata, Angela! Meu Deus! O que você tá fazendo, mano? O que louco tá fazendo esse lunático?
I just want to say, if I'm not mistaken, I heard the crowd go absolutely wild there. Oh, what?
Wow.
How did he? Yo, I'm speechless. The turtle stolen.
Adivinha quem que resolveu se matar de novo?
CPAT.
Ele! Magistor!
I
Eu jogo na rotação, diabo. Não dá pra fazer ela rotação. Não dá pra fazer o quê? Nana rotação? Não dá? Eu conheço uma pessoa que pensa ao contrário de você. Só fazer, velho. Você vai ganhar ou não? Aí é outra história. Mas não recomendo fazer Nana rotação. Ele não é herói pra rotação.
Magic damage. You can already see too. Big items being picked up here. They got the Starlium Scythe already on nets. He's got that available to him. You pair it up the fact that Udil picked up the Genius Wand, so it's a little troublesome in terms of
Cara, eu
now we even have to deal
incrédulo.
with more burst or more, our magic resistance being reduced in some of these team fights.
Ó, chegou o Magistor lá, se meter no meio de 3 aí. Ele vai arrumar algo? Não vai matar de novo, mano. Não, na moral, velho. Na moral. Olha lá, vai morrer o Magistor. Vai levar a Angela junto. Ah, velho, não dá esse tipo. Não, cara. Eu não acredito. Cara, vocês ganharam um jogo da RQ Rushi pra isso. Eu não aguento mais.
Nasty, right? They have to watch out for that. Kind of taking a look at some of the items. When you see the Hawes Claws being picked up.
Não dá, não dá, não dá, não dá.
I think that the sustainability that they need. CC picking up the brute force early on. It doesn't seem like they're too worried about magic damage yet, as well as boots haven't been completed yet. But the pressure.
Eco gonna be in trouble. That's the power
Ó, Harry
of this
Jane
era pick and
matando
why we see
Bruno.
it banned out so often. Also an
Mano,
early Starlium
irreconhecível
Scythe
aqui a
gonna be in trouble now. Three
a
members
Angela
on the top
morreu, tomou
side.
o pulo aí do
Can't
Chico.
get out of it. Magister a little bit too late. Udil here
Lá vai o Magistor morrer de
Sunset
novo.
Lover and Magister trying to hold
Vai lá,
down the
Magistor.
turret.
Se mete no meio
Turtle now
de 3 aí.
up, though. HomeBois furthering the gold lead, nearly at 4,000 ahead here against DeusVult.
Esse time é decepção.
We're
Cara.
be getting into the next
Aqui,
turtle
ó.
here.
Aqui, ó, que eu tenho pra você aqui, ó, DeusVult, ó.
They're gonna be trying to. Udil gonna be in trouble. Has the passive available though, but won't be able to get out as he falls. Hiko picks up the kill. DeusVult now eyes on this turtle. Chibi trying to keep up that front side. Sapat as well, trying to zone them out. Do they want to give this up? Do they want to fight for it? Chibi.
Ah, só tanto aí nem adianta brigar, né? Ele não vai acertar o caçador. Aí, ó, tá vendo? Mano, o Magistor, velho, pelo amor de Deus, cara, mano. Se aposenta, por favor. Por favor. Nossa senhora, onde, velho? Nossa. Oh my god, man. Ow. Kid Bomba. Kid Bomba foi de bait.
Right now, HomeBois executing everything perfectly, and we can already see another clash.
Meu Deus.
Hiko can't withstand the damage. The glacier gonna come down. Won't be able to find Sunset Lover. Meanwhile, Magister now trying to get away from this. Gets the hard guard. Still gonna be going. Chibi jumps in.
Acabou.
Stops them from going, but they're not gonna get more.
E temos o primeiro head do dia, rapaziada. Right.
Yeah, and I mean, it looks like HomeBois going to take possibly this mid turret. They're zoning them out. HomeBois have to keep this snowball.
Primeiro não, 2 head, porque eu apostei na vitória da DeusVult e também apostei os 3 mapas. Aí, ó.
Now Sapat here against Magister. Does he want to go for the kill? Gonna jump in. Still goes for it. Has to use the retry to get away. Will be fine. HomeBois though, pushing on the gas here.
I mean, they are definitely pushing DeusVult.
5k de farm ali, o Harry, o Bruno ali, só tá com 4
kind of
kills.
step back And
Harit tem
I don't
2
know what could
itens.
possibly
Olha lá,
be
o Harit
stopping
indo
them
solar o
from
kit de
getting-
bomba.
missing the retreat,
Tô
but
louco.
Kid Bomba!
Even
Oh
with
my
the vengeance,
God.
it doesn't matter, G.
It does.
Parabéns,
Still
Kid
wants more. Magister
Bomba.
the target. The rest of the team gonna try to help him out. Hardguard could come through. Still
Parabéns.
gonna
O
be
Magister
fine. There's the
morrendo de
Glacier
novo.
coming down,
Ei.
even with it all. He will be
Vergonha,
fine. Fight for the resources, though.
vergonha.
DB knows it. They already got the hard
Time
guard
tem
dealt with.
vergonha.
Still going to be putting the pressure once again on this side of the map of
Coitado do
DeusVult
Magister,
to
já
find
desistiu
Glaive
já,
as
mano.
well. Picked up for Udil. If there wasn't enough magic damage, it's even more deadly now.
Caramba, que
It
tristeza.
is, and they're already zoning out for the first Lord. HomeBois controlling a bit of the map. Oh my God, CPAT into the top lane, taking out Heiko.
Oh, still going to be going. Once again, Magister, the flicker from Zorn. Looking for more, though.
Meu
The
Deus.
pressure is there. Now
Ah, o
Sunset
Tibi.
Lover going to be the one in trouble.
Acabou.
3 members are gone.
Ih.
Make it 4 for DeusVult.
Oh,
It's
acabou,
only
velho.
Sao. This is dire.
Ai,
for
Senhor,
DeusVult, as
por
HomeBois
quê?
now makes the way for the
Por quê?
Lord. First one of the game, and Sapat will
Eu
continue
fui o
to push
menino
the top
mal.
side.
Eu fiz pra
You said
merecer
risky,
isso.
we got risky. Not only
Lorde
did we
sendo
get
garantido
risky,
aí
we
pela
got major
HomeBois.
aggression by HomeBois. The snowball effect is
Oh my God.
engaged, and we can see
estou
DeusVult. They
triste.
need to find a response.
triste.
They keep going in and testing HomeBois, and they're
Pois
Mid-game
é,
coming in,
rapaziada,
we could see a
pois
little bit of
é.
a scaling happening by DeusVult
Pois
as they
é.
are securing
A gente
bit
tem as
of
builds aí,
the-
né?
the magic
Kid Bomba ainda só tem 2
resistance that they
itenzinhos.
need against this
Escroquinho.
magic heavy team that HomeBois has. Lord kind of rumbling down
O,
in the land of Dawn.
o Rony,
How
pô,
is DeusVult
pega aí
going
na
to
moral, perde, por
respond
favor.
to such an aggressive
Perde.
attack?
Tough for them to deal with. Look at the
Nossa,
backside,
obrigado,
Sapat.
esse
Good
papo.
jump in.
Obrigado por você se matar ali.
Got a
Meu
little
Deus do céu,
aggressive
que
there.
coisa que
Ends
você
up
fez ali.
falling.
Jesus
1
amado,
versus
Deus tenha dó
3.
de você.
Was
Que
trying to just put the
gameplay é
pressure.
essa?
Still, Lord gonna be making its way
Menininho, hein?
topside right
Que
now.
gameplay.
DeusVult, full force, 5-man. Gonna
Joga
try to
muito, hein?
defend this.
Mano, olha o Magister, onde ele tá querendo passar. Pra quê? Pra quê? Pra ele se
Press
matar,
this
cara. Ele
situation
quer
here.
morrer.
Looks like they won't. Again, even
Mano,
though
ele,
Sapat
ele
went
todo
down, they still got a little
engraçadão,
more space
pá.
to work with around the map based off that first Lord push, but ultimately not able to get any more
Aí a
damage on the
câmera aí no
face
Magister aí, ó.
I like this, right? HomeBois
Ah, a
not
câmera agora tá no
forgetting
Sunset
that
Lover.
They didn't get the tunnel vision. This is what we see from a lot of teams is that when
E
the first Lord is
no...
secured,
O
they,
Jill?
and
Não,
again,
esse não é o Jill,
CPAT
cara.
had a little bit of tunnel vision there and they go
Isso daí
a
não é o
little bit
Shorny,
deep
não?
and
Shorny,
pay
pô.
for it. But again, that just again the whole
Ah, agora a
team
câmera
didn't get
está
tunnel
no
vision.
net.
We do see a little bit of a
E
resource
no
fight
Kid
here.
Bomba.
All of DeusVult's here.
E olha a TF.
Use that like the final blow once again. Sapat trying to focus down Sunset Level. We'll be able to get him. Hiko falls as well.
Sai
Two
daí,
down
sai
for
daí, sai daí.
DeusVult.
Você
Still
já
gonna be
perdeu
fighting
essa TF.
Magister,
Sai,
trying
sai,
to get out
sai.
from Mets.
Sai.
Still alive though.
O
Quite
que você tá
tanky
fazendo aí,
himself,
Kid Bomba?
The
Mano.
next target. 3 members of
Cara.
DeusVult hold on the force from HomeBois. Knocking on the base now. Mid turret going to be focused. It falls. Now the top side, the focus for HomeBois. Will eventually get
Nossa,
this as well.
aqui não tem mais
DeusVult,
chance de...
couple more seconds. Their full team will be back here. But Lord up in 30.
Não
What
tem
can
mais
DeusVult
chance
do here, G? They're
virado.
almost 9,000
É isso.
behind.
I mean, I think they've
I
just been
will
making
fight
mistake
you,
after
my
mistake,
friend.
kind of leaving the
I'm
comfort of their
the
base is
you
what
can.
HomeBois wanted, and they just
Pô, não
fell
sei
right into
cantar
their
inglês,
grasp.
não.
Right now, I mean, if they could
Queria
possibly get an
saber
easy pick,
falar
that might be
inglês.
where it's at, but
Eu
the
só invento se eu
it's
sei
the
falar.
snowball
Very
effect
good,
of
man.
HomeBois
Very
is just a
good.
little bit too
Your
much.
gameplay is
I
a
think if they
shit.
attempt to engage for this Lord,
Oh my
they
god, man.
might pay for it, and I think that DeusVult needs to stay
Mano, sua gameplay me deixa
passive, but,
triste.
again, they're being a little risky.
Magister,
and
sua
this might
gameplay
be
me
the
deixa triste,
only
mano.
chance that they have for this Lord, as
Sabe
it
quem
is gonna be the
encaixaria
second
muito
one.
bem nesse
So I
time
think it's
da
reached its enhanced point. They waited to
DeusVult?
they waited past that 12-minute mark, and
Melhor jungle do
DeusVult's definitely opting to stay
Vulgo.
back at the base again. I think the only thing they can do at this point is turtle up, hope for
I
a
love you,
decent
Winter.
play. Maybe
Imagine I
Sunset
love you,
Lover
Winter
able to
de
get the
jungle.
Frigid Glacier from Udal here, and that might be that might allow them to stop a huge push, but I think that's about the only thing they can grasp for at this point.
Man, and with that, again, we've seen this so far, even in the previous series, right? When you're down this much gold, it gets very tough, right? For the team that's down nearly 10,000 gold.
Salve, Keizuki Baji.
Kind of at the
E aí,
whims,
meu
once
mano?
again, of the set potential from HomeBois. So DeusVult,
The lanes
how do they
are
pull this
synced.
through? Once again, lanes are
Hora do
synced.
GG
Low
agora.
to the mid, still gonna be going. Hard
Olha lá.
guard's gonna be there. The find the connection
Morreu
to
o
the
Magic
backside.
aí, o
Dinosaur's
pior
gonna
do
get
time,
taken
ó.
down
Agora
easily,
morreu
though.
o Kid
Separa
Bomba.
on the backside, finds Hiko,
Parabéns,
takes him
Kid
out of the
Bomba.
picture,
Você
and
tá
they
entregando o
are
jogo
gonna
aí.
do it
Ei,
just like that.
parabéns.
HomeBois takes
Ah, mano, vai tomar no...
wipeout. It's a
Ah,
triple
cara,
for Nets, and
não.
they'll take this series in a sweep.
Parabéns,
They
Kid Bomba.
send
Você
DeusVult out of the
acabou de
tournament
mandar
here, 2-0.
a equipe da casa, né? A única representante de peso da Rússia. E volta pro seu bairro aí na Rússia, né? Mas é isso. Ah, DeusVult está eliminada do campeonato. A HomeBois avança e irá enfrentar a AP.Bren
Man, HomeBois, this
amanhã.
is-
Entendeu?
they're super clean. You
I
know,
mean, speechless.
yeah.
Opa, eu tô atrapalhando aqui, né?
It's a very clean performance, like from game 1 to game 2, just like we saw, you know, in the previous series.
Não
man.
foi uma performance clean, nem
So
vem.
it's very very incredible to see that kind of improvement, if you will. in
Não
their
foi uma
play style. And
performance
of
clean.
course,
Ele
you know,
falou
for
aí, ó, o
DeusVult,
gringo.
they're not going to be happy about
Não
that.
foi.
It was very tough to have that kind of loss here. Of
Só
course,
se
you know, even on the stage,
mano, minha
they're
vitória.
here in very familiar territory, and it's tough to
Achei
see
paia.
that, because really when you
Nosso
talk
querido
about this
Kid
matchup,
Bomba
the fact
está
that they
eliminado
played
aí do
against each
campeonato em
other
casa.
in
A
M5,
única
you know, and
equipe
how
russa
that
que
was,
resta é a RCC.
tough to see,
Joga hoje
like,
contra a
where did
Black.
it go wrong here for DeusVult in these games? And I'm sure if you go back and watch,
A
and, you know,
DeusVult
lot of you
que
guys
fica no,
currently were watching the game, it's
nono
like,
para o
you know,
10º
what do
lugar.
you
Aos
what do you
highlights.
take from this? As we take a look at the
E
highlights
fatura
here, the fact
25
that
mil
this lineup
dólares.
is a very unique lineup from HomeBois, by the way. Like, this is not
Triste, né?
something that you would see every game. It's one of those,
Time
like,
que
I
ficou em
would say
quarto
almost
no
a niche
Mundial.
lineup where it's like it's very magic damage department heavy. And not only that, but you're thinking we're just going for all the damage. We also pick up the
Pobre
Benedetta.
Russinho
Gee,
agora
like,
deve
we
estar
throw that
chorando
physical
com
damage,
esta
dealer
atuação
in there.
pífia
It
da
makes for some
DeusVult.
crazy burst potential early on.
Péssima
It was just, I
atuação
think, well
da
executed
Deus.
by HomeBois, you know, and I think DeusVult's, I'm not quite sure what they wanted to achieve. They pulled out the box
Yeah,
Angela
Deus.
combo to hope to sustain against a heavy comp as HomeBois, and
Falando,
they even
cara.
confidently picked the Angela. But HomeBois just taking
Se o Brasil
advantage
joga
of
RR
everything.
que aqui
Their
joga
damage
contra
was
a
way too
DeusVult,
much.
ganha,
They
pô.
had
A gente
a
podia
lot of
chegar no
crowd
top 4 do
control
mundo
for
já.
DeusVult to deal
Isso.
with. And then not only that, it
Infelizmente
was
a
just
comida
well executed by the whole
dos
team.
países lá da
They
Ásia
kept
não
forcing
favorecem o
DeusVult
nosso
out,
paladar.
and DeusVult just fell
Aí os
into
jogadores
HomeBois'
ficam
hands, and
meio
again, it was just
tristinhos,
the
pá.
clutch
Aí quando chega pra
moments
jogar,
by the whole team. HomeBois
estão
just-
lá. Pra quem
they
não
just
sabe, o estômago é o
kept
segundo
collapsing
cérebro e acaba
down on the
ficando com o
DeusVult's
desempenho do
team.
jogador.
And they were
Triste.
trying to find responses left and right, even with this final board
Triste.
push. If I'm not mistaken,
E aí a gente é obrigado a ver uma DeusVult em quarto lugar.
Again, you can see a little
Mesmo a
bit
gente
of that
sabendo que se
overextended
fosse
trying
nós, a
to
gente
get the
teria
Lord away
conseguido.
from the base. It just wasn't enough as HomeBois were snowballing
ai.
at such a heavy level, and again, it was a crazy match. I think it was risky on HomeBois' side,
Vê se
but
já atualizaram a
played
tabela
to
aqui
their
do
advantage. And most of the times,
Cara, que
most of the
pede.
plays, we started off in the very beginning through a cutscene,
Yeah.
already 2-0. Like the aggression by HomeBois was crazy. This was like you
E aí,
were
que
saying,
ainda eles não
it was like a
atualizaram.
revenge match for what happened in M5. And man, once again, Nets.
Once again, 8-0-6, man. And you know when he picked up
Jeez.
that early Starlium Scythe, like he was gonna be
Yeah.
deadly. And I love that interaction. I always like when teams do this, when they go with kind of
Ai.
like this.
Pô, me
this
diz como foi o jogo
magic-centric
ontem, eu não
early
assisti.
damage lineup.
Espera aí que eu já posto. E aqui nós temos o MVP da partida, que foi o Harrit na mão do Nitz. Nitz de novo MVP. Mano, eu acho que os caras estão escolhendo esse Nitz demais, hein? Tem coisa estranha aí, tá? Tá, vamos ver aqui como é que foi os jogos de ontem, tá? Vou dar uma atualizada aqui, rapaziada, rapidão. Ó, ontem as partidas foram assim. Rushi ganhou de 2-1 da DeusVult, ganhou de 2-0 da por mais gols e ficou em primeiro lugar do grupo. DeusVult ganhou a Team Ligon e perdeu ali para Rushi, ficou em segundo lugar. Por mais gols perdeu para Rushi, ganhou da Team Ligon. Team Ligon foi eliminada e por mais gols em terceiro lugar. É a mesma coisa aconteceu aqui nesse aqui, ó. S2G eliminada. AP.Bren e Twisted Minds, HomeBois avançaram. No grupo C, Blacklist, RCC, Fireflux avançaram. Nightmare ficou em último lugar e foi eliminada. Onyx, Burn Flash e Team Flash avançaram. Keep Best Game da China eliminada. Os grupos ficaram assim. Twisted Minds contra Burmese Goals. 2-0 da Burmese Goals. Esse jogo aconteceu hoje. Agora, DeusVult vs HomeBois. HomeBois 2-0. Agora teremos HomeBois contra AP.Bren, que é a atual campeão mundial. E a Reikeushi contra Burmese Goals amanhã. E agora a gente vai ter esse jogo aqui, ó. Burn Flash contra Fireflux. A Burn Flash, mano, que é um time muito curioso. Olha a line-up dos caras, velho. Olha a line-up dos caras pro campeonato. É mais fácil eu mostrar aqui, ó. Opa, Burn Flash aqui, ó. ATM, que é o único do cara do Camboja do time. Eles têm outros, mas são substitutos. Rindo, que é filipino e é da Blacklist, que é o VG, que não é da Blacklist, mas ele já esteve em várias equipes aqui, ó. Lead, Omega Nels, Omega Sports, Execration, Aura PH e aquela Sunspar que jogou contra o Brasil lá no Mundial M1 da Gel. Esse filho da mãe aqui. Aí o Oio também era Blacklist. Aqui, ó, quem não conhece o Oio aqui, ó, vou mandar a fotinha dele, ó, tá vendo? A Blacklist, pá. Ele jogou Invitation, MPL, PH, o MSC passado. E a gente também tem o Mico. Mico aí que, pô, o cara já jogou nas equipes da hora, tá? Não vou mentir, não. Ele jogou o último Mundial lá. Pela Team SMG. E infelizmente ganhou da RQ aqui. Infelizmente ganhou da RQ. Tô muito triste com isso. Mas aí ele vem de umas equipes da hora, mano. O cara é bom. Então esse é o próximo jogo, ó. Fireflux contra Burn Flash. Eu já volto aí, né? Porque agora, né, vai demorar um pouquinho pra começar a partida. Eu vou deixar vocês com os gringos falando e eu volto em alguns minutos. Até mais. Antes disso, um comercial aqui.
Quer saber mais sobre o competitivo de MLBB? Aqui você fica por dentro de tudo sobre o jogo. Entrevistas exclusivas. Últimas notícias. Momentos engraçados. Tudo sobre Mobile Legends Esports e muito mais em OBuff.com.br.
Great first and second series with sweeps here. G, it's been a pleasure to finally cast with you, man. You know, we've worked plenty of times, and it's been great, man. Again, thank you guys so much for watching these first two matches. There's still two
Opa, rapaziada,
matches, by the
esqueci de
way,
falar, a próxima
but
partida vai
for me and
começar, eu acho que é
G, we're done for the day,
11h40,
and I
beleza?
think there's gonna be a little bit of waiting time,
11h40 aí
so
a
you guys
próxima
waiting at home,
partida.
watching online, just wait a little bit. There's two more matches to follow. Once that gets started.
Então,
So
se
keep
você
an eye on
quiser
the
ver a
stream,
próxima partida,
and we
aí
will see you guys
11h40.
later.
E é isso.
In a world that seeks a balance between metaverses and healthy lifestyle, video games and traditional sport, live shows and web entertainment, we found the only way to harmony. Introducing a new era in the realm of sports, Phygital, a revolutionary fusion of the physical and digital worlds. This is an unparalleled mix of the most exhilarating and dynamic youth sports disciplines, all integrated with popular video games and cutting-edge technological devices. This unique sports format is accessible to all. Anyone can participate in Phygital competitions. Any sport has the potential to evolve into a Phygital experience. Football, basketball, hockey, racing, martial arts, shooters, and many other sports have successfully adapted to the new reality. The 2024 Games of the Future is a global multi-sport event that represents the pinnacle of Phygital sports worldwide. The event is attended by best clubs and teams, bringing together 2,000 participants from over 100 countries. It marks the beginning of a series of top Phygital tournaments that will take place annually worldwide. The current official program of Games of the Future includes 21 innovative disciplines. They are classified into 5 groups, which we refer to as challenges: sports, technology, speed, tactics, and strategies, openness, show, fun, and healthy lifestyle. Coming our way is the exciting Phygital era. So stay tuned, join our global Phygital community, and come over to the upcoming Games of the Future. Emerge as winners and heroes of the new era. Games of the Future, made for young generations.
Hey, всем привет! Это игры будущего, группа «Вы».
No, привет. My dog was killed on the group stage, and I'm looking for the killer. Group stage, MLBB players. Some of you killed my dog, and I'm gonna find you. Ну что, не видал ли ты где собачку мою?
Нет, не видел.
Нигде? Вот такая бегает. Дружочек зовут.
Точно нет.
Do you know where's my dog?
No,
Why not?
I don't know.
Did you stole my car? You didn't?
No.
Don't laugh. I'm a real dangerous guy.
Okay.
Neighbor Mina.
Is my hero gonna be strong?
I think yeah, strong. Unstoppable. I think if we face the Bren, you can kill the Bren.
Oh. Oh, really?
You get the pencil to Coach Ducky.
Do you scary of me?
No, not really.
Why not?
I'm not scared of Baba Yaga.
Do you know where's my dog?
No, I don't know.
I can find the pencil and punish everyone. Do you scare of me?
Not really.
Скажи, пожалуйста, как тебе групповой этап?
Да, пока прекрасно. Пока что все получается. Ждем следующий матч.
So you won.
Yeah, we won. Yeah.
And you glad?
What?
You glad?
Yeah, I'm glad.
You happy?
Yeah.
Where's your smile?
Yeah.
We're going against RCC.
Oh.
I think they're so strong. Yeah, just like you.
It was a very close fight. I'm actually sweating right now.
Maybe it's because of me? Because I'm so hot right now, close to you?
Sure, if that's what you want to think.
Yes.
Okay, sure.
Where is my dog? Do you know where's my dog?
Dog?
Yes. I lost my dog. This friendly guy actually killed my dog. He told me that you killed my dog.
Yes.
Why? Is it delicious?
Yeah.
Yummy? Of course my dog is yummy because I feed him. Where is my dog?
We don't know where's your dog. Get out вообще.
Give me my dog.
Не дам.
This is my dog. Now I win. And you have to win the tournament.
Хорошо, спасибо за поддержку.
Welcome back to the Digital Games 2024 Mobile Legends. My name is Wolf and I'm with War Barbie. We're going to be your casters for series number 3 and 4 of today. I'm doing great, War Barbie. How about you?
Oh, I'm feeling fantastic and doing great as well. I'm stoked for the left games for today. Witness even more action.
Yeah, it's there's going to be a lot of action for sure because this is Burnix Slash going up against Farflux Esports, which we are all excited about. Then it's going to be RCC going up against Team Flash. We just saw that video where I forgot his name, but he seems like a John Wick personality and he's looking for his dog. So that's he said that RCC needs to win and become the champion of this tournament, and we'll see about that later. But for now, I wanted to ask you, War Barbie, about this upcoming series. Of course, this is what we need to focus on first.
Fala, rapaziada, vocês estão bem?
We have a lot of time to talk about this team, so let's start with I don't know.
Pois eu voltei aqui, né? E vai começar o próximo jogo de Bunny. Fiz Flash contra Farflux.
Them as a strong upper middle team, but they can totally surprise with you know, like in these tournaments I saw a lot of things when teams are like mentally different. Sometimes they come mentally different and start to play much more better. So I think this team have a potential for this kind of improvement.
Yeah, we saw from Burnix Flash that they have if I'm correct in counting, this is like 4 Filipino players, which is they're based in Cambodia, but they have 4 imports. So that's that definitely, you know, attracted a lot of attention here for the digital games. But I wonder what's your overall thought about that.
Agora vamos esperar o joguinho. Enquanto isso, lá no Instagram tem anúncio novo para MPL.
Do you think that's a good idea?
Yeah, I think that's surely a good
idea. Ele divulgou os convidados para o Countdown aí que vai acontecer dia 2 de março. Em março, né? Março. Vai ter eu, a Lala Land. E a Barra. O Countdown é uma live. Peraí. Ó, o Countdown ele é uma live no Instagram. A gente vai falar um pouquinho sobre a MPL Latam. Eu vou abrir aqui o Instagram. Um pouquinho de vocês aí. Que é a boa aí. Ó, vamos voltar aqui. Aqui, ó. La Land. Barbie. OBuff, que é eu, né? E é isso. Vou colocar para vocês aqui como é o videozinho de apresentação aí da MPL Latam, que fala sobre o formato e todas as novidades. Beleza? Vai pesquisar MLBB Esportes Brasil, né? Brasil. E você vai encontrar o canal. Ué. É o teu nome? Ih, rapaziada. Será que não é MLBB Brasil Esporte? Ué. Muito. Onde está? Ué, velho. Eu não errei isso, não. Ó. Achei, ó. Ah, ainda tá MPL Brasil. É, tem que mudar esse nome. Mas é isso, ó. Esse daqui é o vídeo de formato e eu vou colocar aqui pra vocês. Eu já...
Salve guerreiros e guerreiras da Terra do Amanhecer! A MPL está de volta e dessa vez com uma grande novidade. A MPL Brasil e a MLSL uniram forças para ver quem é o maior time da América Latina. E com isso, a MPL Latam chega para abalar a Terra do Amanhecer. E nessa edição, teremos 16 times separados em 2 grupos com 8 times cada. O grupo A será formado com times representantes da região Brasil e região Norte, enquanto o grupo B será formado pelos representantes da região Sul. Os grupos foram formados por equipes convidadas e equipes da comunidade, que ganharam suas vagas através de qualificatórias de cada região. A MPL Latam vai começar no dia 9 de março e contará com 7 semanas de disputas online. Os times jogarão um jogo por semana, para que no fim de 7 semanas todos os times tenham jogado entre si. Lembrando que os times só jogam contra os oponentes do seu próprio grupo, e a cada semana terá 4 jogos acontecendo no grupo. Nessa edição, os jogos da fase de grupos serão disputados em MD2, sendo que o time pode ganhar até 2 pontos por partida, ganhando as duas. Se ganhar uma partida, ganha 1 ponto, e se perder as duas, ele não pontua nessa rodada. E nessa primeira temporada, terá uma premiação total de $80 mil, dividido entre os 2 grupos. E no final da fase de grupo, os 2 primeiros colocados de cada grupo se enfrentarão em uma final presencial em São Paulo, no dia 4 de maio. E a final será disputada em uma grande MD7. Mas você acha que acabou? Ainda tem mais! O grande campeão da MPL Latam ganhará uma vaga direta na fase de grupos do MSC, que será disputado em julho na Arábia Saudita. Já o segundo colocado ganhará uma vaga no wildcard desse mesmo evento. Então, é hora de você vestir a camisa do seu time e se preparar para torcer muito durante essa MPL Latam, utilizando as hashtags oficiais do torneio nas redes sociais. E não se esqueça, do Brasil à América Latina, a gente joga junto!
Quer saber mais sobre o competitivo de MLBB? Aqui você fica por dentro de tudo sobre o jogo. Entrevistas exclusivas. Últimas notícias. Momentos engraçados. Tudo sobre Mobile Legends Esports e muito mais em OBuff.com.br.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. There's a lot of observations that can be made with how MPL is played, like in the Philippines, or how MDL is played. And if you compare it to other teams, yeah, it's very much more, I guess, systematic. That's why most viewers will want to watch like MPL Indonesia, where there's a lot of action going on because it's very entertaining. But like when you want to really study a game, now you look at the games that can be found in MPL Philippines, which is more methodical, more systematic. And now that we already talked about like how the teams have played, I kind of want to ask you about the meta so far. We've casted different groups actually, so this is the first time that me and War Barbie will be joining together in a broadcast. We're usually just separated in groups. And
Ih, rapaziada, voltei, esqueci de desmutar aqui o microfone, mas é isso. A MPL Latam começa dia 9 de março, tem 2 vagas para o MSC, uma direta e outra para o wildcard, uma premiação total de $80 mil, na presencial em São Paulo, com o melhor time de cada grupo. E é isso. E a gente tá aqui de volta com o Game of Future 2024, né? Se você não sabe o que é o campeonato é esse, na descrição tem um link que explica tudo certinho no nosso site. Se você quiser apostar, no comentário fixado tá aí o link e o código de bônus, beleza? É isso. Agora vamos esperar a partida de Burnish Flash contra Pariflux. Eu acho que a Band X-Flash vai vencer, hein? Vai vencer com certa tranquilidade.
Meta comes later. When players understand the fundamentals, right? Like the time, the way they use their time, it's like more efficient than the enemy team.
Tem demorado um pouquinho, né, pra começar os jogos. Tinha colocado que o jogo ia voltar meio de 40, né, que é o previsto, mas aparentemente dá uma enroladinha.
So it can be like one-sided, not because of the draft, but because of the like players' understanding of the game and let's say just speed running the game. Okay, they just so efficient in the time and they have more plus seconds on the enemy rotation. It's not kind of because of the draft, it's because the player understands a lot of steps ahead and plays. But in terms of meta, seems like everything working here. Yeah, Ruby, I like Ruby. I like Nana rework. We saw Aurora,
I like a Ruby. I like
super
Nana.
Good bursting with like Twisted Minds games with Arlot and Aurora, Phantom Slash and good ultimate on top of that was working all the games through.
Cara, mano, esse jogo demora demais. Bora, quero ver jogo.
In the professional scene.
Eu quero tiro, porrada e bomba. Não quero tiro, mas eu quero porrada e bomba, bora.
Aggressive playstyle of the enemy in terms of going back lane and trying to kill your damage dealers. Ruby absolutely counters
Alexander Kurishin. Barbie. O nome do cara é Guerra Barbie.
That's interesting because I was with Mirko.
Já que isso aqui tá devagar, vou dar uma andada no site do OBuff.
Why are people prioritizing this Ruby, right? Maybe the games that they've watched, Ruby was, just not successful. In fact, when we watch series number 1, 2 games, we saw Ruby, and 2 games, Ruby was ineffective. And even if you look at the other games, not that effective. So, when we see the win rate of Ruby, it's just 40%, but teams still like that. So, and I wonder, I wonder if that will be the case earlier on. Okay, so I believe, Barbie, that we will be heading into a break for now, for everyone to be prepared for our series number 1. So please don't go away, because Phygital Games of Future 2024 Mobile Legends Bang Bang will be back after this break.
É louco, falta 10 minutos, velho. Você é louco. Não, pera aí que a gente vai olhar o site do OBuff aqui pra ver se tem novidade. Vai digitar aqui, ó. OBuff.com.br. É isso. Os melhores heróis e builds de Mobile Legends em 2024. A Code Lane. Quer, Cloud, Beatrix, One, Prod. Cara, incrível que não mudou quase nada aqui. Só colocar um Nathan aqui, cada um. Bom, de acordo com esse campeonato, né? A gente tem as builds, pá. Aqui tá desatualizado, tem que atualizar. Benedetta, Lapo, Zoom. Bom, e é isso, tu encontrar tudo isso aí no site do OBuff. Tem outras informações aí do tipo... Fúria anuncia a equipe de Mobile Legends tem... Aí, ó. Nightshoes, mais campeã da SL, Snapdragon Pro Series. A Loud que tava lá ganhando, mas depois perdeu pra Netshoes. Aqui todas as informações desse campeonato, né? Paga $1 milhão. O campeonato que eu fui lá em São Paulo. As skins lá do Attack on Titan. E anúncio aqui do MSC 2024. Vai pagar 14 milhões de reais. Mais de 14 milhões de reais, que é 3 milhões de dólares. É muita grana, mano. Foi muita grana. Lá. O Brasil vai ter uma vaga aqui direta. Uma vaga pro wildcard. E também o MWI 2024, Campeonato Feminino Mundial. Mobile Legends, ó. Latam vai ter uma vaguinha. Vai ter equipe todo mundo, ó. NA, Sueca, Menar, China, Malásia e Singapura, Filipinas, Indonésia, Mekong 3 vagas. Tem o Camboja, Vietnã, Mianmar, Tailândia e Laos. E aqui essa vaguinha aqui que vai ser anunciada ainda de quem é. Beleza? Olha. MW vai pagar aqui, ó, $500 mil. Se o Brasil for aí com alguma equipe, né? A gente tem algumas equipes femininas, tipo a DreamHack Girls. Tem a line da Bigertron feminina que tá pra vir aí, né? Eu vou soltar aí futuramente. Já sei qual é, inclusive, hein? Agora a gente vai te mostrar aqui um pouquinho aqui como está este campeonato aqui, ó. Hoje a gente vai ter este jogo aqui, ó, Burn Flash contra Fireflux. E já era para ter começado, mas aparentemente vai começar em 5 minutos. E é isso. Burn Flash vs Fireflux. Depois tem RCC vs Team Flash. A Burmese já venceu aqui. Vou atualizar aqui para vocês poderem. E aqui a gente tem RQ Rushi contra Burmese Goals. AP.Bren contra HomeBois. Aqui, ó. HomeBois venceu a DeusVult. Cara, vai. Tô com raiva dessa partida. Perdi dinheiro. É foda. E é isso, rapaziada. Já começa o jogo, hein?
We're back in action for Digital Games, Games of the Future 2024, Mobile Legends. My name is Wolf, and I'm back with War Barbie. We saw that we will be casting the Fireflux versus Burning Splash series, and we've already talked about some of the stuff. And I think that the last topic that we were on was when we were talking about the Ruby, and I really wanted to ask you your opinions about that hero. Do you really think that it's a hero that should be prioritized in the metagame that we have right now?
I think it's a great counter pick and prioritize. Like, I don't know, it's the kind of hero when you watching Ruby gameplay, it seems like it's like, what is this? But when you actually play against Ruby, it's so much more than that. You always get this like little small stance, always like I'm offended, and the second skill it's like have low cooldown, and it harasses you like a lot. So it seems like not that flashy type of hero, but it's like crowd control is super annoying. It might conceal a lot of skill casting, and it annoys a lot. So it's a big factor hero. But again, like when you watch the game, you kind of only can see like I'm offended maybe with the flicker and like wow, Ruby is great, but it's more than that. So yeah, I think Ruby should be prioritized, but maybe not on the X planes. It seems like more like on the weaker side in terms of X plane, because CC can easily get the upper hand on the lane, and not only CC, always going to clear the lane first and rotate to the team and forcing Ruby to like kind of on the heels.
Yeah, and I do get what you just said, because there's a lot of like good EXP laners out there, and Ruby is more like a very situational pick. Now, what I think is the reason why people or teams right now are prioritizing going the Ruby for the first pick is because of that flexibility, like the flex factor, wherein you don't know if this Ruby is going for the roam role, or you don't know if the Ruby is eventually going for the normal roles like EXP, right? So maybe that's the reason why teams are taking that hero. But I'm just looking at the stats right now. So far, there has been 25 pickups on the Ruby, right? So that's a lot. And the win rate is just 40%. So not too shabby, but I think we saw the standings. We are at the quarterfinals of Games of the Future, single elimination, just to remind everyone. And we're going to be waiting for our next series. It's going to be Burning Splash going up against
the Ruby. I think it's like a good both offensively and defensively a very versatile hero, especially defensively. If you need to like stop the aggression, maybe not kill the enemies, but just cool them down a little bit, because you always can like slow down with the first skill, kind of with the second, and you're always gonna like jump back if you use that smart. So it's gonna work. It's gonna enemy gonna have less aggression on you, and you gonna kind of hold to the mid-game stage like for 6-7 minutes, and then Ruby can become a like initiator more like and help their team. So in my eyes, Ruby is the kind of hero who can help versus aggressive start to kind of start slow start if you want to like farm a couple of items, and only then start to like really kill the enemy and get the upper hand. So I think that's why Ruby has this kind of priority. It's either banned or picked.
Okay, I do understand what you're trying to say. Maybe we're gonna talk about that later. For now, let's look at the screen and talk about Fireflux, the team that will be facing Burning Splash. That's Rosa, Alien, Sunshine, Apex, 47, and TNZ. You know, I believe that I have a personal bias to this team, not because I am from the region or because I like the people out there, but overall the growth of this team ever since we saw them during M4, then eventually now in M5 and then during MSC, really good stuff that you're seeing from that
e
team.
agora é pra
Alright, so
ficar.
before we talk about more
E a
about
gente
the
vai
team,
vendo
let's
aí
look
os
at the stats now.
mais
Most picks,
picados
as we
e mais
mentioned, it's Ruby and
bonitos do
Claude. Ruby
campeonato.
with 25, but most banned hero still is the Joy. Do you think that Nolan and Joy are
Vocês
just
podem ver uma puta posição, tá?
heroes in the jungle role?
O Big
I
Cloud,
think
Carry não vai
Joy
parar.
is insanely
Os mais
strong,
picados. E os
and
mais bonitos são
Nolan,
Joy,
I think
Matilda,
Nolan can
Arlo,
be given
Nolan
and
e
kind
Disney,
of
velho.
countered, at least tried by some
Heróizão.
crowd control, because he don't have his Purify anymore on the ultimate, and you can try to kind of play on that factor. But the Joy,
Finalmente
totally
esse jogo vai
deserved ban in
começar,
my
meu
eyes, and
Deus.
Matilda as well. And the Arlot,
3 horas
I think
esperando,
we
praticamente.
saw sometimes teams picking Arlot, and he's insanely good. So yeah, sometimes people, it depends on the player's skill on a particular hero.
Aí
We also saw
vai
the
começar
Joy
os
like
picks
kind of
ban.
couldn't carry the game, so yeah.
Yeah, I think the what I really like about both Nolan and Joy is that it's like they're heroes that kind of turn the jungle into a hyper carry, right? So you need a lot of attention, you need a lot of farm, which means that you have to be careful now what your side lanes will be. Your side lanes should be very strong. For example, if you go for a Nolan that needs a lot of farm or a Joy that needs a lot of farm, your gold lane should be a little bit independent, like Brody, right? Or maybe Bruno at a certain point. You don't go for heroes that are farm dependent like Claude and Ixia, because if you go Joy and Claude, now it's difficult to find the farm because both of you are just, getting the farm off of each other. So that's an interesting dynamic that I saw the teams actually use and follow in the meta game that we have right now. Apart from that, apart from the Joy, I was actually surprised that Claude is the priority. Any thoughts on that hero? Why it is all of a sudden the priority now? Because if you look back at the M5, Claude is getting picked up, but it's not like the top priority. You have Brody, Bruno, the priority in that lane. But yeah, right now in games of the future, why do you think the Claude is the focus now for the teams?
Thanks. That's a good question. I really think it's in terms of the hero, it's how hard to get full potential of the hero. Like if we take Brody or Bruno, it's pretty easy. There are some tricky stuff which you can do, like with on a Bruno, for example, with the second skill, like ball juggling, double ball, and the ultimate as well need to be timed. But it's apart of that, it's more like spamming double ball and getting like insane amount of damage. So it's pretty easy to get full potential on a Bruno. If we take Claude, it's absolutely different story. It's so hard to get full potential on this hero. I personally compare this hero to like Fanny or Lancelot in terms of like how hard to understand the fight and where to go and where to not to go, when and where. So I think Claude is being picked only because the players are super efficient on this hero and they can realize full potential of this hero. So I think Claude being picked because players are super skilled on the Claude. And on M5, like that's a big factor when you are on stage and there are lights and cameras and there's the pressure, and it's much easier to play some kind of Bruno type of hero when you just like use your ball, juggle it a little bit, and then you do a double ball and gets insane amount of damage. And if you Claude, if you try to stack 5 stacks and go basic attack, it's not gonna work. Like when you don't have items, it's not gonna work. So when your brain is kind of overheated and you get all of this pressure, it's much easier to play this, let's say, roughly like easier type of heroes. So, and the players are evolving, and we can see these kind of picks like Lancelot on the stage. for comparison,
Aí,
Lancelot
ó.
and Fanny, they are really strong and good heroes. But how often you can see them being picked? It's not about what do you think? Because I think it's not about
Burning
the hero
Flash.
being bad. It's more like the
Mico.
player cannot use fully.
E é o VJ. Rindo. Não, ele não vai rir hoje. ATM. ATM. TCAT. Ou. É o ou, né? Ou. A Burning Flash. Burning X Flash.
Stage. That's Burn X Flash that you saw, and I think that they'll be entering the scene. As we have mentioned, they have 4 of their players from the
Cara, eu falo muito bem inglês, tá bom?
But this is just for
Olha os caras subindo no palco aí, ó. Pura.
in local.
É, bate palma a família russa aí. Campeonatinho de Mobile Legends. Olha o troféu ali, ó, velho. A Fireflux agora. Sunshine. Apex 47. Rosa. Alien. 15. Buglacelp. Mano, que nick diferente. Ourosa. Ourosa. Não é rosa, não. É Ourosa. Ourosa. Fireflux aqui. O maluco entrando aí.
Like think less, act more type of thing, and it's not a bad thing because like in a game, thinking is actually way too slow. You gotta like more rely on the reflexes and your like inner I don't know how to say, inner feeling of the game, let's say. Instincts, yeah, and they seems like playing the game from
Bora
that
pros picks e bans,
perspective,
finalmente,
which is,
aí.
in my opinion, very good and very fast and very hard to train.
Yeah. I
É,
think
não
for
vamos pros
Fireflux,
picks e
they,
bans.
when you said that they have their
Demais.
unique play style, I think
Rapaziada,
surely
se já
we can,
almoçar, ou se já
link them
jantar,
to
ou se
when
é
they were playing the Estes
Lúcia.
or the healing or the support kind of
Ação.
lineup when back in the days, but I think that they've developed that kind of playstyle already. It's not no longer the same. It's like
Eles são 7 e 9 na Rússia.
act more, think less kind of strategy wherein now they're taking advantage of their highly mechanical players. For example, Tianzi is improving a lot when it comes to his mechanics, and he's now a very scary player. And also, obviously, Rosa. Rosa has always been one of my favorite players after seeing him play during M4. The way that he's aggressive and the way that he's dominating his lane. And I think that now with this playstyle coming out on Fireflux, we can feel that they are taking full advantage of their mechanical skill. Now, when we compare them together, this is the part where you can make your predictions already, right, Barbie? Because for me, I think that Fireflux has a little bit more advantages because of their chemistry and the way that they're playing. Obviously, Burnix Flash is a very strong team, but I think that in this particular matchup, Fireflux might be the team that can win it. But how about you? What do you think will be the matchup here?
It's a good question. I think the Fireflux have the
Rapaziada,
let's put it this way.
estamos aguardando aí o nosso tão esperado Picks and the Bans.
It's easy to counter. Like, you know, it's easy to understand what's your enemy going to do, but if you are in a game actually up against this kind of players, the tempo, the volume, the pressure they do on you, it's kind of a lot for you. Even though you knew it's going to happen, it's still nothing changes that you knew that. So this is kind of that kind of matchup, in my opinion, Bern can like adopt, I think, different play styles, but you know, it's better to have like maybe one super effective weapon instead of like a lot of like medium effective weapons, you know, because you're still gonna win with
Está completamente certo, OBuff.
only one. So I think
O nick dele é Alexander Corintin, o nome dele.
could adapt to the Fireflux play style, I think. But on a different perspective, I saw them playing like latest digital games, I guess, from this. There was a meta, you remember, like Angela and Uranus like skipping the lane, and like insane sustainability meta. And if I'm not mistaken, they were playing this kind of thing with the carry, and it was good. So it was kind of different play style, and they performed good with it. So it's really hard to judge. It's I think it's the type of matchup when if all things is going to be as we expected from the team.
Finalmente chegou os piques de bans do jogo entre Burn, Flash e Fireflux. Finalmente, depois de quase 3 horas aí esperando, temos um jogo. Temos um jogo, mano. Será que vai vencer, hein? Eu apostei na Burn X Flash. O time é praticamente composto por filipinos e tem um cara do Camboja que é o ATM. E do outro lado é Full Turquia. Fireflux tá no grupo do o grupo da RRQ no Mundial passado. A RRQ não passou porque perdeu aquele maldito contra a SM. Puta que pariu. Que dia triste foi aquele, cara. Ela baniu a Novaria, tá sendo identificada, baniu a Guinevere, provavelmente eu vou banir Sisi, Ruby, Notauro, Quer, Harriet, Nathan. Os heróis aí. É a mesma coisa, assim. Não me surpreende muito. Em que a Fireflux eu acho umas coisinhas diferentes. Os caras gostam de coisas diferentes. O Banil Faramis, Matido, planos normais. A Burn vem de ATM, né? ATM é da Camboja, Rindo e LVG, Oyo e Miko são jogadores das Filipinas. Sim. Cara, Urosa. Mano, é muito legal falar o nick do Rosa, mano. Urosa. E, ó, Apex. É 47, né? Como é que fala?
And it's like now it's Ruby, Arlot and the Joy are open, so
14-7. Apex. 14-7.
They can give Ruby probably.
Alien.
Arlot and Joy maybe. Yeah. So we'll
Shine. TNZ. Sobre isso, conecta os caras, tá?
Nolan, Ruby, Arlot are open.
Olha lá, Pan Barat, Joy. Arlot ficou open, igual ele falou aí. Ruby open.
It's hard to tell, like, if they go for Nolan, Fireflux take Ruby and Arlot, is going to be so hard for Nolan to play, to breathe, even. Now you gotta like snowball from the early game. Try to snowball from the early game. They go for Ruby, like, and now if Fireflux goes.
O Flash pegou uma Ruby. A Fireflux gosta muito de jogar com Elmord, Xboard, Valentina, Quer, Tigreal.
It's not like it's, you know, it's like a classic, like, let them go funny. I'm gonna pick Hufra. And what? it doesn't mean you're gonna counter the funny with, or like let them pick Lancelot, I'm gonna go Hufra. It's not work like that.
Okay. Yeah, I understand.
Cloud
Like,
Open. Ah, eles
Fireflux
não vão
Esports,
garantir
they
Gold
might.
agora.
Oh, okay, they will go for the Nana.
Eles
A hero
gostam
that
mesmo. Aí, ó,
can actually
Nana.
answer assassins in a way
Nana.
because I always
Por incrível que
say that
pareça,
Nana
eles
is
não
a mage
pegaram
that not
Nana
scared
até
about
agora no campeonato.
assassins
Fireflux
because he
2x0,
has
disse o
assassins anyway, so
turista.
if you get burst
Não
from
vai ser
that and has
2x0,
it
meu
well,
caro.
your Molina is
Eu
actually very
duvido
strong
que a
against
Fireflux
assassins.
vai
So if
vencer
you
esse jogo.
time it well,
Duvido.
it's easy to control the assassins.
Duvido.
So that's that. And an
Sabe por
immediate
quê?
Claude from Fireflux.
Do outro lado simplesmente tem dois caras que jogaram na Blacklist. São filipinos. E outros dois caras que jogaram em PLPH e outros jogos, MSC. É o cara brabo. E o ATM, né? O ATM tá ali pra manter a nacionalidade da equipe como do Camboja. Mas o time é forte, tá? Fireflux aí que surpreendeu muito no Mundial. Nesse campeonato aqui, eles deram 2x0 na Nightmare do Laos, que não é a equipe tão forte. E tomou 2x0 da Blacklist. Da Blacklist eles jogaram e só conseguiram dar trabalho no primeiro jogo. No segundo jogo ele tomou stomp. O time joga muito junto. Depois você me fala. Vejamos, veremos. Tô confiando tanto nessa Burn X Flash que eu apostei neles. Eu apostei na vitória deles aqui. Vou até mostrar aqui, ó, para mostrar pra vocês que eu não estou de brincadeira hoje. Hoje eu tive 2 heads muito tristes. Eu apostei no primeiro mapa da Burn X Flash. Olha a Burn X Flash de Fredrin, Vexana. Cara, a Fireflux é muito monocomp, mano. Eles pegaram bem uma comp aí, a diferença é a Nana. Daqui a pouco eles pegam estes. Peraí que eu vou mostrar pra vocês. Aqui, ó. Aqui, ó. Vendo aqui, ó. Burn X Flash ali, ó. Ah, montei essa comp aí. Primeiro mapa. Aqui, ó. Só falta uma Rafael ali. Não, olha, esse pai vão pegar estes, ó. Vamos lá. Só olha os resultados passados. Ó, X-Borg, esse país vão pegar Léo Mord, Tigreal. Ó, Tigreal foi banido, agora que eu vi. Eles podem. A Fireflux pode pegar um Tigreal, pode pegar um Estes. E uma Carry na Gold. Ah, não. E já pegaram o Cloud. Meu Deus, eu tô perdido, porque eu tô vendo os resultados dos jogos passados. E aqui eles sempre fazem as mesmas coisas, ó. Teve uma partida que eles fizeram Cloud, Arlo, Pedrin, Parames e a Vexan. Foi contra a Nightmare. Então, mano. Deixa eu ver aqui o último. Aqui, ó. No único jogo que eles jogaram em X-Borg, eles fizeram X-Borg XP. Aí eles colocaram o Léo Morte na jungle. Mas como eles estão fazendo meio que uma combinada aqui. Cara, é até estranho eles não terem pego o Carry, né? Nossa. Bem. Deixa eu ver. Baniram o Nathan, baniram o Baxia. Tem a Aurora Open. Ah não, mas já tem a Nana. Cara, eu tenho que lembrar os heróis. Cara, tá, eu fico falando os heróis aí, eu li o vídeo lá que os caras já baniram e tal. Tá faltando o que aqui mesmo, deixa eu ver. Faltando rotação e o jungle. O Nolan tá open. Ó, Martins. Martins eles também não pegaram não, ó. Legal. Não pegaram. Não pegaram não. Pegaram então, X-Borg XP. E o rotação vai ser o quê? Ah, deve ser um este? Não, acho que é este não. Rafaela, talvez.
But if they go for carry,
Eu acho que não vai ser
kind
Ashes
of
não, rapaziada.
melee
Esse?
damage type of heroes.
Pegar
like,
esse vai ficar
short
muito
range. So maybe this is going to be big.
Vai
if,
faltar
Edward's
front, mano.
going to get his slow pretty fast, maybe second item,
Faltar
and,
front.
it's going to be a problem.
Minotauro,
for
quem sabe?
Oh, the Bruno, that's a good one.
Bruno. Yeah, it's a very stable laner. And as expected, it's the Arlot. Imagine there's a lot of crowd control from Ruby, Fredrin, as well as Vexana. You have unlimited vengeance now. And for Fireflux, might consider something like Rafaela or Diggy, actually. Because of
Ah, o cara falou Rafael e Dig. É verdade, Dig pode ser umas opções, né?
Yes. That's
Mas
what
ainda
I
acho que fica sem
as well,
front,
because
cara.
there needs to be someone in the front lines, right?
Sei lá, eu não gostei dessa composição aí da Fireflux não, cara. Ficou meio...
Just slow them down and
Ficou muito sem front.
Burn are going to rely
Foi boa pra um counter em inglês. Oi, voltei, disse a Milena. Sabe, como vai funcionar a MPL Latam com dois grupos? Eles vão se enfrentar em playoff? Não. O primeiro de cada grupo vai jogar a grande final em São Paulo. Entendeu? Quem ficar em primeiro no grupo vai enfrentar o primeiro do grupo inimigo em São Paulo. Uma grande final presencial. Beleza? Eu não sei se vai ter público, né? Então a gente vai descobrir essa informação futuramente. Eu espero que tenha público. Imagina. Eu vou... Opa, quase que eu cantei aqui. Em VARR que ser campeão na MPL Latam, meu caldeirão. Em VARR que ser campeão na MPL Latam, meu caldeirão. E vamos para a partida. Entra no buraco negro e você vai conhecer o mundo mágico de Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Tá travando? Botão normal. É, foi Minotauro que eles escolheram. Imaginei. O que eu falei? Faltava front? Aí pegaram o Minotauro. Minotauro cura, tem front, tem engage, tem desengage. Essa ult é boa. O que aconteceu esse meio tempo que eu estive fora? Nada demais, o jogo só... a transmissão só ficou pausada por 3 horas só. Eu almocei, fiz salada, fiz suco, fiz uma refeição completa e aqui estamos.
I think they are focused around mid game, I think, and the retribution aggressively goes into the enemy.
Cara, os caras estão invadindo pra roubar o level 4 deles, tá ligado? Como esse caçar não serve pra muita coisa assim, então você tem que usar ele pra invadir a jungle do inimigo. Ó, o Martins, com essa skin do... É do Eren? Ou é do Levi? É do Levi, né? Do Levi aí do Martins. Da Titan. Rapaziada, ó, como a gente já tem as composições, deixa eu ver aqui se a aposta ao vivo da River tá aberta. Aberta. Burning Flash tá com 1.45 e Fireflux tá com 2.58. Se você quiser apostar agora neste mapa, você consegue. Uma maravilha, uma pausa de 3 horas. É. E meu PC ficou ligado durante essas 3 horas, mano. O bicho tá queimando de quente. Jesus amado. Eita, First Blood aí da Fireflux. My God, Fireflux. Olha, a Fireflux aí não pegou a tanta, mas pegou as kills aí. Pra quem disse aí que filipinos jogam muito, acho que a Turquia pensa ao contrário.
500 gold, so that's not very much, but that's at least something. That's a not bad start from the experience perspective, and the ultimate is not ready on the Minotaur yet. Here's some aggression from the Fredrin on the enemy jungler, which is Mart is going to probably rotate the X-Plane here on the
Skin do Marte. Essa skin é muito da hora mesmo.
but gold lane is probably the one who's being
Aí, ó, rapaziada, ó, a ODD da Burning Flash tá subindo, hein? Eu vou... se a ODD da Burning Flash chegar a 2-0, mano, eu vou apostar na Burning Flash. Eu ainda acho que eles ganham. Tanto faz, irmão. Not tem o que fazer. Aí a Burning Flash aí, forçando tudo pra cima dos caras. Mano, eu vou decidir nessa turtle quem ganha, velho.
And Burn is Flash overall very good at using Bruno
Ó,
for the game potential. That's
Balde perdeu a
what you
torre
wanna
já.
do. This is like Popol and Koopa type of heroes who fast pushes the turret, so you kind of wanna use all of this potential.
Olha, o que o Cloud podia fazer agora? Eles vão givar essa turret.
Probably we're gonna see some lane swap right now.
Sinceramente, eu acho que o Cloud deveria ter descido naquela hora que o Bruno tava limpando. Opa. Pra fazer a turtle aí. Agora vai morrer aqui o Arlo. Que isso, ATM? Que gameplay. Enzi ali tava muito longe da turtle e não conseguiu pegar. Ninguém gastou flash, hein? A Vexana gastou flash pra recuar. Ó, o Xborg lutou, foi puxado pela Ruby. Ruby se matou. E o Bruno... Cara, o Bruno saiu vivo ainda, velho. Nem ferrando. Ai, ai, olha a Vexana que ficou pra limpar o wave, velho. Morreu. Ih, rapaziada. Parece que o jogo tá virando, hein? Eita. The game is ahead. Tá virando o jogo. This is... Já que esse é o plano turco? O plano turco, ó. O plano turco. A Turquia tem um plano. A Turquia tem um plano, dominar o mundo. Caramba, esse jogo aqui tá diferente. A equipe da Band Flash garante os objetivos e a Fariflux aqui. É um joguinho e tanto, hein, rapaziada? Cara, chega a ser um jogo até melhor que o segundo jogo entre DeusVult e HomeBois. A DeusVult jogou muito mal. Oh my god, meu Deus do céu, esse Martins, mano, matando todo mundo. Meu Deus do céu, velho. Como estão as ODDs? As ODDs estão sendo atualizadas, pera aí. But they did take out Owl. And Alien is taking a lot of damage. Fighter Slash not gonna connect onto anyone. They're actually chunking down this Fredrin low, but the Fredrin still... Mano, eu acho que eu vou colocar até o DD na tela, velho, pra vocês verem como é que tá sendo o DD.
Like all the team just stepped his ultimate. Yeah. And meanwhile, Cloud is taking top turret. That's exactly what he wanted to. It's like 4 minions on top.
Até que eu vou colocar o DD na tela aqui pra você.
And he really need to recover his farm while his team is going to kind of stop Bruno for this from this snowball, and that's exactly what is happening here.
Olha lá.
Little bit of an exchange there from both teams. And very
Daí a build, né?
Sunshine is catching up a little bit, but he still is
Ih, pause aí, pause técnico aí.
Be a little bit of a pause for now, and I do like what I'm seeing from both teams, in fact, because you're seeing Fireflux play well when it comes to their initiations, their micro gameplay, but when it comes to the overall macro, the objective, the taking potential,
Ó, esse aqui é o DD.
gonna be siding towards Burn X Flash. So that's a difference in playstyle between the two teams that we have right now, or Barbie.
Yeah, and that's kind of unexpected to see because Fireflux has the Cloud, which has the upper hand in terms of
Cara, eu vou deixar só da primeira partida aí.
around the map and farming, and he's the one who should like kind of split push like we saw on the top lane, but he needed to do it kind
Cara,
of
vamos ficar muito putos se a Fireflux ganhar isso daqui, velho.
gold disadvantage.
Só se hoje for o dia dos Reds.
On the other hand, they have the Exborg, which farmed already like 2 items, and his thing now, he like
Aí, ó,
underestimated.
coloquei a ODD aí.
Underestimated Exborg on the bot lane, tried to kill him, and he wanted to like retreat using his intent, but he's like, wow, I'm actually doing damage. So he's like returned and exploded on 2 people, and eventually they are dead. So Exborg here is going to be a factor because like third item he might go for either immortality of the or the Queen's Wand.
Ah, tá muito pequeno.
Who knows? We'll see. If he gets this slow earlier, like it's going to
Agora
be
tá
a
gigante.
Yeah. And you know, when we're looking at the particular clashes, it's very
Eita, rapaziada, parece que
intensive. Like even the positioning coming up
a partida voltou.
and the timing is just all so crucial, and that's what you have to watch out for in this matchup. We are going to be returning into the game slowly and surely. We're going to find out what are the next steps for both teams. Seems like the power of this Vexana is that you can poke, but when it comes to commit, in comes Tienzi. It takes a 1, actually Rosa, to get the last hit. But that means
Rosa.
that's a lot of damage indeed.
Yeah, Ruby can tank, and slowly it seems like Nas Phantom Slash gonna proc down Firaga armor and try to actually hit him after the roll, but he used the flicker to safety.
That is
7-0 Fireflux. Caramba, mano. Hoje não é o dia não, velho. Hoje não é meu dia.
Final slashes. So far, Ymir ATM has been a little bit 50-50 when it comes to connecting, but when he hits, it's always very impactful.
Yeah, and it seems like 1.5 or 2 more minutes, and Burn are gonna have a lot of problems because Nana gonna burst them down. 3 melee heroes can be countered by the Manon's Rage and the Exborg. So I don't know, looks kind of bad for me for Burn.
We'll see. Apex 47 now gonna land the 3-man.
Meu Deus do céu, olha esse jogo. Meu Deus, não vai morrer não, velho. Ah, não. Ah, não, mano. O Fireflux tá amassando, velho. O cara tá bom demais, velho.
And Fireflux may have controlled this first Lord.
That's very nice from Tienzi to not go for the Rindo here, to trying to finish him off, just like we discussed the rhythm control. Just went for the safe Lord, and now attack on Ruby, gonna dodge the I'm offended with the second skill as well, and with a Mortal Coil, and just go
coisa esse jogo.
the jungle kill and set up the Lord pressure.
Well done from Fireflux.
Não, Fireflux não vence.
And we did say that there will be a little bit of a problem for Burn X Flash to find.
Vença a segunda partida, mas não vença essa, Fireflux. Pelo amor de Deus, por favor.
For now, Burn X Flash, all they can do is to defend.
Caramba, mano, não dá pra acreditar que a Burn Flash tem 2 jogadores da Blacklist. Não dá pra acreditar nisso.
Bursted down by the Martis, and the blazing duet of Claude, and the bottom lane tower as well. Lord is working on the minions, trying to going for. I mean, he obviously gonna go for the tier 3 turret after that, but will his
O
team
Reflux não vence essa nem. Ou vence essa aqui, não tem nem como a Burn Flash virar.
In comes the hook, but that's Apex47 at tanky Minotaur. Oh, last insanity from Alien. Just
that's kind of late, because I mean you should use it a little bit earlier to not let Burn death the Lord and potentially go for the turret. But now you have the second wave of mega minions, but the Fireflax actually decided to kind of retreat, even though they have Manon raids, they have Flicker on the Minotaur. In my opinion, they should try to went for mid and for bot again, but wherever they decided to go safely and farm a little bit, that's understandable. I wouldn't say that's a mistake, because they have such a great advantage in terms of draft here, so they don't need to rush things.
Yeah, can just relax for now.
Yeah, relax.
But now we're looking at eventually the damage item from Alien. I mean, Alien has been very active in this map, and we didn't even notice that he's actually well farmed now. He's 7.9k compared to 6.1k of I'm Your ATM. Just like that, you know? And it would look like Alien is just, you know, always getting taken out, or the Firago armor always being bought by Burnix Flash. But because he's always in the fight, he's already up with 3 items, and that's very important for Fireflux Esports.
Yeah, I'm just now thinking for the Vixana pick, it's kind of, I don't know, they not doing much here. It seems like the Lunox maybe wouldn't been better, because they kind of need this front lane damage to be able to compete in terms of this grinder. I'm offended, plus the Flicker, and the Vixana follows with her own ultimate, but the counter attack by the Manon on range, and the Mart is going rampage with his own ultimate, and the last insanity follows 2 people, blazing to head on all of them, and the 4 people are down, and Fredrin, only one who left standing here, uses his jump under the turret, but turret's gonna fall probably by the back door here, and the mid lane is gonna fall.
Como vocês podem ver aí,
GG here.
a Fireflux decidiu acabar com meus sonhos. Yeah.
Even commits the flicker for this one. They're zoning out Rindo. The defense will not be enough. Wow,
Time horroroso, mano.
When you said that they are acting more than they're thinking this time, I think they're thinking while they're acting. Their decisions are smart. They're so efficient, man.
Yeah, super great. I mean, they won this game in terms of drafting. From my perspective, the only
É complicado, viu, velho?
win the game for the Burn, it's like early pressure.
Agora que eu vi que tem uma Nana, tinha uma Nana.
Bruno, which they did actually on top.
Caralho.
But then he get like ganked 2 times, and they couldn't maintain this kind of
Não consigo acreditar que a Burn Flash ganhou, ou perdeu isso.
Fireflux kind of equalized and eventually prevail.
Привет.
I mean, like, it's literally
E
one fight that we
Paluski.
can see. But through the highlights, it's always Apex47. I think he is bona fide the MVP for this game. Look at his initiations. Eventually, Rindo was able to take the turtle, but you're going to see back to back, he is always consistently hitting all of his shots. And also
mano.
Alien is also on point.
Time
Look at that.
triste, tá?
Apex47 with utilizing the flicker. It's always on point.
Super good stuff. All of CC went just in the face of Martis, but they
Blitz.
quite managed to kill him.
Vencedor da partida.
With Manon Rage was so on point.
Bom, rapaziada, a gente tem agora a aposta do vencedor da partida ativa.
Before this game starts,
Aqui.
is going to be a big deal, like way too much for the Burn can handle.
Oh, unbelievable. And we can see MVP is TNZ, 6-0-4. Maybe because he dealt the most damage when it comes to damage spread, but I think that there's so many other good plays that you saw from other players from Fireflux. I mean, I'm not downplaying what TNZ is able to do, because his aggression actually opened up the map so much for Fireflux. But Apex 47 as well as Alien, the way that they're dominating.
Yeah, Alien, I agree on
Burnix
the
Flash,
Alien.
so good. So yeah, I mean, we were so impressed about what this export was able to do in this game.
Sacanagem, velho. Que sacanagem.
More like I'm impressed
Não
by the
acredito, eu não
draft. It seems
acredito.
like Fireflux
Pois é.
knew what Burn want to draft, and they kind of in advance drafted the heroes who are going to be super uncomfortable, because
Who
3
are
million
going to
heroes,
be-
which is like Ruby, Fredrin, and Arlott, are actually not that high on mobility. I mean, they have some jumps, they have some mobility, but Exborg solo and Martis can solo counter these 3 heroes because of the Firaga armor and the true damage potential here. They are not that tanky, and the Minotaur on top of that, plus Nana, who can easily burst these kind of heroes as well. I mean, they need a lot of farm.
Daí os resultados da partida, ó.
And yeah, so in terms of
Pô, na
draft, I
moral,
think
mano.
Fireflux went like there
Caraca,
is
coisa
the
feia, mano.
place where they shined the most, and later it came only the matter of execution, which they are masters.
Yeah, I do like how they utilize this composition.
Minha
that
cara
they
de
have
indignado, peraí.
for the sustain side, and the way that they're maneuvering around the map was just way too
Minha
good.
cara de
There was
indignado
also a time where
com este
Rosie
time
did
horroroso
and they successfully
da Bônus Flash.
Owl and was able to take him down, and then they took
Eu
out
não
Ruby as well
acredito,
to
cara.
eventually push the bottom lane. It was very smart because
Ah,
they
mano.
are also taking stuff out
Carai.
of the map. However, Burnix Flash, you gotta have to give it to them.
Me resta a
Macro
tristeza,
in the early stages of the
alimentação.
game was actually really good. Like even when they're losing like 5 of their heroes,
Hoje não é o dia
taking over
dos
the map, they're
screens.
still winning when it comes to
Hoje é o
the
dia dos
economy. It's
heads.
just that in the bigger objectives, like when the Lord timing is there, that is when they suffered because
Caramba, que sacanagem,
they
cara.
fought 5v5 against a team that excels in a 5v5 scenario.
And but I think to win.
Ai, ai, que tristeza. Que mundo cruel. Eu não tô com minha conta logada aqui. Mas eu aposto no celular. Aí, ó.
Flash, because I was able to cast their games.
Opa, é isso. Cara, agora eu acho que eu vou de... Não sei se eu vou com essa postinha aqui. Eita, o DD vai atualizar. Ué. Não é possível não que tenha tá aberta essa aposta aqui, não? Não, velho. Isso aqui é 2-0, mano. Tô louco, mano. Ih, rapaziada, tá aqui, ó. Peraí. abaixo de 2.5 mapas, ou seja, 2-0. Mano, eu vou meter ele grana nesse mapa aqui, hein, cara. Pô, qual é a chance, mano? Vamos analisar as possibilidades, rapaziada. Vamos analisar aqui as possibilidades. Vamos pegar o histórico aqui da Burning Flash. Vamos ver se eles têm a resiliência de virar jogos. Virar jogos não, virar séries, né? Nesse campeonato aqui, a Burning Flash... Mano, eles tiveram dificuldade pra ganhar da KBG com 17 minutos de jogo. Mas eles conseguiram dar jogo, ó, segurar bastante aqui, ó, contra a Onyx. Não tô entendendo. O que tá acontecendo aqui, cara? Vamos ver os resultados aqui desse time horroroso. Jogou contra a Onyx, perdeu. Jogou com a KBG, perdeu. Contra a Omega, perdeu. Contra a Train Circuit, ganhou. Aí, tá vendo, mano? É um time muito... estável, mano. Sei lá, olha isso, cara. Aí, mano, eles não têm qualidade. Ainda foi 2019 ainda, essa porra. Ou 2023. Cara, as estatísticas, 55. 179 vitórias, 133 derrotas. 68 vitórias em série, 42 derrotas. Mano, esse é o time que perde e ganha, 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 perde e ganha. Pô, na moral. Horroroso.
Just be there in the front lane. He cannot. And
Eu já sei.
But the funny part is the Bruno actually had the snowball.
Vou confiar na cal do turista e meter 2-0 aí.
Having two of his main items, which is Husk Loss and the Berserker Rage, and like Burn should like flip the switch at that point, like kind of run with Bruno and try to like gank more using of
Cara, que demora pra começar a partida de novo, né?
But they kind of
Não demora, né? Os caras têm várias coisas pra fazer. É demorado, mas não tem o que fazer. O cara tem um trabalho.
I think, you know, if we look back at that game, there's so many things that we can really pinpoint, and unfortunately that wasn't the case. So this is some things that we can actually prescribe to Burnix Flash, because I think that game, it didn't look close in right up during the first Lord onwards, right? Remember when there was a little bit of a pause? Right after the pause, it looked really one-sided already. It was quick afterwards. But before the pause, we saw that it was a little bit close. We're not saying that it was because of the pause that Fireflux was able to win. But it's just that it just coincided with that factor. But yeah, what I'm trying to say here is there was a big flip of the switch when we saw the timings out there coming out from Fireflux. And this speaks volumes to the in-game knowledge that we can see from Fireflux, because it kind of felt like they knew their timings so well. War Barbie, it kind of felt like, okay, we only have to wait for 3 items on the X-Borg, 2 items on your Minotaur, and whatever item you have for the Claude, let's just fight, right? And then they fought, and you see the damage output that they had.
Yeah, the patience was there, and they kind of understood that Burn, they are actually not pressuring us that much, so we can kind of like, that's fine. But we saw that like 5 kills is like a lot, from the start of the game. Maybe Bern tried to play more aggressively, eventually doing mistake, which resulted them of being picked. Just like on Xborg, like two people going for the Xborg, trying to kill him, but actually not understanding he gonna lost insanity and full stacks and explosion, and that's two casualties for you.
Yeah. So I think that if Bernix Flash aren't able to answer that kind of understanding from Fireflux, this could easily be a 2-0. And I'm saying that not because I want to see a game number 3, but I'm saying that because I know for sure that this is not the Bernix Flash that we know.
E vamos para os Pixibans novamente. Aí. É aqui que a gente vai saber onde quem apostar.
So, they now banned the Arlot themselves.
Arlo, por parte da Fireflux.
But like last game, Arlot didn't do much. There was a good Phantom Slash on the bottom lane turtle, as far as I remember, but otherwise, besides that, he didn't do a lot. But still get banned though.
Yeah. So it's going to be Matilda because we know Fireflux Esports likes those kind of sustain heroes, and this is interesting because Fireflux.
Mapa 2 Fireflux, tá boa, hein? É não, mapa 2 de Fireflux. Peraí que eu vou apostar aqui nesse jogo. Você falou, meu parceiro, se você tiver errado, passa. Botar 10ão? 10ão? Será? Ó, Novaria banida, Matilda.
And that's absolutely understandable, but yeah, I mean, when they pick Vixana last game,
Cara, eu tô pensando se eu coloco aqui 10ão na Fireflux.
I guess, because it's like, I don't know, we rarely see Vixana carrying the game, right? So, yeah, I mean, at least maybe it's just me, but I think Vixana is the type of hero, if you pick, you kind of want to have more damage maybe from the roamer or from the jungler. It's not that big of damage probably, or but to be honest, last game
there was
you cannot target Xborg properly with Vixana.
Acho que a Burn Flash vai vir. Cadê o Zen? Ele não pode apostar. Não, ele não é o cara. Burn Flash.
So Vixana was kinda not favored in that game.
Yeah. So in this matchup that we're seeing, it's Minivere from Firefox.
Ó, mano, bane logo aí, ô Burn Flash, pô. Bane logo a Joy. Pronto, bom padrão. Pensou muito pra quê? Cara, muito pra banir um herói padrão. Então, olhando assim, parece até que eles querem vencer, né? Quem perder tá fora, inclusive, hein? Perder está eliminado.
Nana is absolutely good here, but Ruby
Ó, o Ruby deve ser o herói mais picado, velho. Os heróis mais picados em first pick, velho.
Like Nolan, nobody prioritizes Nolan, but I guess you should understand
Bingo aí falando de novo.
Nolan. These times teams are prioritizing more of like farm tanky heroes, aggressive early like Martis, and doing great actually, taking MVP last game. So why wouldn't you go again for it, right?
Yeah, don't fix what's not broken, but it's Barrett's and the Vixana as well from Birdie's Flash. What do you answer now for Fireflux? You need a little bit of constant.
Aí, ó, Vexana, barato. Ixi. Peraí, eu acho que eu tenho esse negócio do aqui, ó. Ó,
You just go for it. You already taken Ruby, who gonna probably play Roam and gonna help kind of this early aggression if the Burn wanna go for it, and the Xborg as well. I mean, don't fix what's not broken.
Exactly. It worked so much. It worked so well in the previous game. I think Alien is catching his drift already, catching his rhythm with this particular hero. Because I say that because what I noticed was he knew exactly the limits of his hero, right? So there wasn't any feeding that you saw coming up from Alien in a game. Although sometimes it was scary because his Firaga was popped, but it looked really consistent for Fireflux Esports. Now there is the Claw that was snatched by Burnix Flash, so that's very much understandable. I wonder if there is. I think that if you're Burnix Flash, you definitely have to ban the Minotaur now.
This is
right.
But you know what they are going? They using last pick as a ban, basically taking Claude, and now they're gonna close even more of marksmen here. I'm not quite sure it's a good strategy because I feel like Sunshine have a lot of wide variety.
Eu já volto.
We spoke about Nolan. Nathan here all being picked on the gold lane as well. So I don't think, and he got banned as well. But there's Bruno. There's a lot of stuff he can take.
So there is a chance that for the Minotaur. Maybe Burnix Flash steals it because they're the first pick in the second phase. That could be a potential. But I believe that Fireflux, if they get their hands on that hero, it counters the Claude. It's great with the Nana and the X-Work, as you saw from the previous game. But then because of the fact that the Ruby was already picked up, maybe Fireflux are considering, okay, this is already a Roam Ruby, and then there's already the X-Work. So yeah, maybe the Minotaur will not be the choice anymore. Nevertheless, Burnix Flash can still have that as their choice of roamer to go up against this X-Borg as well as this Nana. So that's good. And there's also heal that you can sustain so that you can walk up the bushes and not be that afraid of the Nana. Another hero that is played against Nana Ruby is the Grok. So that could also be, but it's the Rafaela for Burnix Flash. You know, makes a lot of sense too.
Yeah. Now, if Fireflux go for Minotaur, is suddenly not that effective because everybody can kite him. I mean, kinda kite him, and that's a good factor. And now Fireflux got to answer with some type of constant damage output to the front lane. But now it's going to be hard. Bruno might not work here. Maybe something, maybe even Leslie, something like Leslie I'm thinking about. Maybe they might go,
not?
or like maybe Brody, like, I don't know.
Yeah.
Paquito Pan is interesting
perhaps?
as well. Harith, might be.
Might be. But I do like the Leslie that you brought up because it deals so much damage. It's out of range of the Vexana, but they just go
went
back
straight
to the
for it.
Bruno. Yeah. It's
And
standard.
the
I mean,
Nolan.
understandable.
It's interesting.
Don't try to go for difficult heroes. Just go for standard plays, and maybe you can just outplay your opponent after that. Burn X Flash. You're gonna be looking for their XP laner against the Bruno. Maybe Yu Zhong. That's
Zhong?
the only hero that I
it's
can
not
think of.
that good. I mean, Alien is the good player on the Xborg, and if Xborg is good, I think Yuzhong cannot.
Eu voltei e agora não vou sair. Não tinha tomado nerf. Aparentemente o nerf não foi o suficiente.
I mean, he's not that good. He used to be, not dealing that high damage with his ultimate, but we'll see. I like the pick. And interesting as well. And Baratz can actually counter Nolan quite badly if he hits with his Detona's Welcome.
Yeah. So the idea for the Phobius obviously is to counter the Nolan, which we know.
Isso, rapaziada. Então, analisando as composições, o meu veredito é Fireflux 2-0.
We'll see if this will be successful. Like you said, Phobius is not as strong
Isso mesmo.
as it used to be. But I would say the
Fireflux 2-0, rapaziada.
sure, maybe this could be an opening for them.
Nolan, Nana, composição.
Game number 2, potential match point here for Fireflux. And
Composição deles bem bem crazy, bem crazy.
Rotating towards X-Plane yet again.
can see that
Pepin.
X-Borg going up against Phobius. I mean, the Phobius will have a good time in the clashes, but against X-Borg, I think I'm gonna give it to the X-Borg. You have the Brave Smite, you have a lot of staying power in that lane. Phobius can do anything to you as the X-Borg, so I think this is still a very good lane for Alien.
Yeah. I think Phobius not gonna like lose it, but he's not gonna win it. He's gonna
Isso.
I guess lose it on the tempo. Oh, it was the ultimate probably used right away and tried to pick up the Ruby here for potential pressure, but not gonna happen.
Tomara que a Nana tome um nerf. Faça esquecer a existência dela. Minha filha, até quando a bicha toma um nerf, é inútil, ainda pegam essa coisa horrorosa. Tomara que ela tome um nerf mesmo. Cara, eu queria mesmo que nerfassem todos os magos, velho. Pô, jogar de ADC com esses magos estranhão aí, tipo Vexana, Nana, Valentina, você é louco, cara. É um mago chato. Cara, aqui é GG. Fireflux, não tem o que fazer. Acabei de perceber aqui a gameplay do meu mano Julio. Mandou a cal aqui. Mapa 2 Fireflux. Essa é a cal, tá ligado? Eu vou seguir. Eu já aceitei a derrota da Burn Flash. E é isso. Let's go, Burn Flash. Let's go, Burn Flash. Let's go, Burn Flash, caramba, Let's go, Fireflux.
Resources to proc it, but you really want to like proc it during the mid or meanwhile.
Tem uma coisa que eu aprendi. Falar em ADC, vão nerfar uns 3 ou 2, sei lá. Nerfar o que já tá cagado, né? Eles têm que nerfar a Carry, o Nathan e o Brood. O Audi já tá todo fodido mesmo. Mano, a Fireflux é muito monocampo. É muito monocampo e comp, mano. Cara, repetindo a mesma coisa. Bom que de hoje não passa. Não é só futebol.
Maximize the Barat's potential here because late game Barat's not gonna do that much that he can do now.
Acho que a UAM vai entrar no meio. Mano, vai nerfar o que não, UAM? O que a UAM tem pra ser nerfada? Me explique.
The second turtle will be great for Burnix Flash. Fireflux are just gonna forgo this.
Que a UAM tem pra ser nerfada?
They want to fight this. They still want to fight. Vexana with the ultimate. That's the Ruby ultimate as well. TNC reaches and takes the turtle. They get a kill as well. On to Rindo. It comes to Phobius. Demonic Force activated, but no damage for now. Apex 47 actually at track. I'm your ATM. And I'm your ATM didn't have enough mana to continuously pop the ultimate. That means that Fireflux Esports again wins the neutral objective.
Tem mais nada pra nerfar na UAM. O pulo dela já. Tá nem boa. Tá estacado nela. Só estaca. E só ulta na pessoa que você estacou. Ah, vamos nerfar alguns itens pra descer e tal. Apostar que o meta vai ser fazer soldado gold, o assassino gold. Ou aquela época que a gente tinha Natália gold, Hayabusa gold. Vexana vai levar nerf também. Deus, gato de...
I wish I knew the answer
Chato
to
demais.
that question.
E o
Should they be playing this in a
Cara, eu
different
tô achando
pace?
que os
But unfortunately,
cara da
Burning
luz vai
Slash would have to
desligar
suffer this.
a luz, viu? A live cair é
Okay,
porque
they want to go for Amir ATM,
a
commits the
companhia
flicker
de luz
for
aqui
now.
tá mudando os
Coming up
postes da
soon, it's
rua.
20 seconds.
Vai
Rindo
desligar a luz,
finds
beleza?
TNT.
Tinha avisado.
And that is actually retribution coming out from Rindo. And all of a sudden, Owl is here.
Ah,
They
mas e a
wanna push.
live? Aí vocês
Not
se
gonna be
viram.
enough for now, though. Daytona's welcome connects on to Apex 47. Very
Eita.
tacky at this point, but eventually goes down.
Eita, a Ruby querendo acabar com com o meu dia.
Yeah, that's finally
Pregando o
Turtle
jogo.
might come for burn here, Sir Turtle, but I'm kind of surprised. Last Insanity was used just to run away, but still decided, just like last game, went aggressively on, exploding on 3 people, but resulting almost nothing.
Boa, Nulan. Vai lá, desce o cacete em geral, mano. O Deus Rosa. Rosa! Não, Rosa, meu Deus, mano, o Uber. Ele está ao vivo. Acho que o Barret vai levar um nerf. Depois vou dar uma olhada. Tô sabendo disso aí, não? Eu vou falar uma coisinha. Advanced.
Had extra shields and look at that snag kill. VJ out, not even able to use the skill. That's Insanity onto the left side while Demonic Force onto the right side. It's gonna be Fireflux Esports claiming 1 kill onto kill VJ as well as the turtle. So well, there's a
Let's go! Let's go!
Snowball seemed like he snowballed
Kenzie.
out of control. Teamsy using Nolan is insanely aggressive, and the welcome here on the Ruby, followed by the Rafaela's baptism, but not resulted in anything. Claw damage is just enough. Sorry, a Ruby's counter attack, but.
Ah, eu apostei R$9 pra virar R$21. Já Fireflux tem que ser. Irei faturar R$21. Recuperarei o prejuízo do dia. Estarei feliz.
Is doing like showing the burn, like how they should treat the objective on the last game. Like they should go much more aggressively, and that's exactly what Fireflux is doing. They just jump with Last Insanity right under two, just to zone out the enemies and let your team farm the objective. That's exactly what you should do. I just had a question on the mid lane. Why Vixana used her ultimate just trying to push the mid lane? This is like, I'm not sure you should
Aqui
do
acabou,
that.
acabou
In
mesmo.
this kind of matchups, when you have a
Vou
lot
até ver
of
como é que tá os
enemies
ODBs
around
aqui.
you kinda wanna
Dependendo
use
de como
it
é que vai, já dá pra
for, like,
postar
damaging the enemies and trying
8
to
mais
win it
R$8.
instead of just summoning, point 0.5 version of the
Fireflux aí pagando. Pessoal? Ah, mano, aqui acabou, não tem como fazer não. Já era. O Vila ainda matou um.
Apex 47 down, Sunshine is low, but is safe for now. Owl now compromised to the backlines. They might go to the
Nossa senhora, essa ult do X-Boy. Nossa. Nossa senhora. Oh my god, man.
Like, you know,
Oh,
this
shit.
when you are in this position as a Barats, when you ult, you become a stationary target.
Gameplay, hein?
You get
Gameplay.
immediately bursted down. You know you're in a bad spot. Like, you ult into the Ruby under the second turret and being just obliterated by Nolan and the rest of the like splash AoE damage. That's a bad thing. Now you can't even ult properly with the Barats.
Scary, scary stuff that we're seeing from
Vamos
Fireflux
lá,
Esports. They're so decisive. They got the Lord just like that, even under the turret of Burning Slash. They knew that they have immense
Bora lá,
amount of load over
Fireflux.
Burning Slash, and that's why they had the green light to actually go for that. And because Alien's ultimate is very low cooldown, look at him just destroy Burning Slash, take them down. Now manning the front lines. Holy defense activated up top. While into the mid lane, they took the turret already. And this is the Lord.
Going under third turret, working on last insanity proc just like last time, just to zone out the enemy is absolutely right thing to do in order to have more pressure on the objective. Bottom lane already fallen, which means Mega Minions going to go for the bot lane. Top lane being pressured as well, but not that much as a bot lane, and seems like Firefly's gonna retreat and enjoy just getting buffs
Let's
here.
go.
Be satisfied with that.
Ô, Firefox, sou pra vencer, vence uma vez, velho. Não fica com esse negócio, mas eu não vou vencer, tá ok. Não, velho, dá GG de uma vez, pelo amor de Deus. Faz eu passar raiva. Não. Benção. Benção de uma vez.
Seems impossible. You're gonna have to wait for
No
18
wind.
minutes.
No wind of nature on Claude as well, and might be bursted down, to say the least, by just one touch of Nolan and Bruno.
Yeah. High potential for that to happen. They're just waiting for now. They have nothing else to do. They're recalling when they're not seen, by the way.
I mean,
so only
they
the viewers
have
can see that.
they have things to do. It means they are already thinks they won the game, and they should claim the top jungle here to not let enemy go out and farm even something. But they decided to like go back, but I don't think they're gonna be punished for that. But still,
Yeah,
there's always stuff to do on the Land of Dawn.
Yeah. That's right. And that stuff might be the purple.
Quais heróis mais picados no mid nesse campeonato? No mid, Novara em primeiro lugar. Em segundo lugar, Vexana. Em terceiro lugar, Valentina. Em quarto lugar, quarto lugar, Nana. Em quinto lugar, quais os outros heróis que estão picando? Último.
Nolan is just spamming every bit of damage he has. Nolan, I mean, Lord gonna spawn in 20 seconds. That's Nolan probably
Odete.
gonna farm the jungle.
Odete é metaban também, aqui nesse campeonato. Aurora. Então tá aí, ó. Em primeiro lugar. Novara em segundo lugar, segundo lugar, Vexana. Em terceiro lugar, Aurora. Em quarto lugar, Nana. Em quinto lugar, esse aqui, Odete. Em sexto lugar, Lilia. Em sétimo, Valentina, porque Valentina é ban. Mais algum? Acho que são esses, cara. Tem alguns times colocando farames no mid. Mas em resumo é isso. É um Gord. É isso. Pegou a cal?
Mid lane, and Bruno already started working Baras here, trying to use his second skill on the Bruno, but not gonna happen. All inhibitor turrets fallen. I'm offended, plus flicker initiation.
Oh my god! Deixei, mano. Deixei. Tá GG, corre pro abraço. 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 Não, isso é over, não mais. Imortal. É GG. Parabéns aí pra quem disse que era 2-0 Fireflux. Você é um filho de uma mãe. Você acertou. Muito obrigado pela cal, tá? Eu faturei dinheiros. Eu recuperei o que eu perdi hoje. E faturei mais dinheirinho. Faturei uns dinheirinhos. Obrigado. Peguei. Comecei a acompanhar hoje. Aí não deu pra ver tudo ainda. Mas relaxa, são 7 heróis só na mid. Não tem mais heróis sendo picados na mid. Foi esse. Foi incrível, tem uma Nana, tem uma Odete, mano, a Aurora, mano. Diferente. A Odete foi banida várias vezes.
This game number 2, it was quite tricky because it's definitely winnable on their side, but it's just that
Aí na XP, Thanos, Peace, Ubi, Sborg, Benedetta.
Had to go to the purple buff, he was just in time for that play.
Olha,
And, you can see Rindo
a
committing
Gold
the
é
ultimate,
Cloud,
and then
Brod,
connecting with a killer to
Carry,
just
Nathan,
47, but they were able to push
Ixia,
the turret afterwards.
Cloud.
Yeah, I feel like a small frustration action here for
Com
Burning
no
Slash
FP.
because it seems like they are not fully
Heritage,
committing
Heritage
their
Gold.
like using their skills into the enemy. They kind of like holding half of the skills, and that's where the damage
Bruno,
is not
Bruno.
being able to connect on the enemy. And the Claude here is not like doing what the Claude should do, like overfarm.
Isso, literalmente os mesmos heróis toda hora, cara.
Carrying the game with just
A jungle.
the damage and the
É
snowball.
um pouco maior. Bredrin, Parates, Nolan.
Looking really dominant for Fireflux
Nolan,
Esports. And this
deixa eu
is
ver
the
o que
quarterfinals. You
mais.
can see that they knew the
Marte,
limits of their hero. They know that they have so much farm over
Artis,
Burning Slash that they can
Lancelot foi
actually do
pego uma vez hoje pela HomeBois contra DeusVult.
forcing the wind of nature afterwards. What is Owl to do? He can't
Joy,
really position himself there.
Akai,
The Rafaela, Miko,
Dairot,
they just really dove that because
Neveri,
they have the passives, they have
Belmord foi pegado pelo Crafaifex, Bunny,
and indeed they secured
é o Kurt.
the series in fact with a very dominant showman.
Yeah,
Bate.
it was relatively easy in my
Isso, esses são
opinion.
os da
Now,
jungle.
Exborg gets hit
A XP eu já
MVP
falei.
finally, 32%
O
damage,
mid eu já
which is
falei.
insane.
Aí, dá rotação. Rotação que tem mais herói. Aí, ó, o VP aí, ó. Sborg MVP. Pra mim, VP pra mim.
There's just
Meu
a
MVP
lot
foi
of dominance coming out from Alien. I think this is something that you have
O MVP foi o Nolan.
really guard yourself against Fireflux Esports because Alien, my own
Pare de roubar os MVPs.
playing in this X-Borg. You can see he didn't die again, right? So he's well calculated.
É, o Kurt ainda existe? Existe, ele tá meta aqui.
We know that the Barretts has a lot of staying power. What
Rapaziada.
to zone them out with the last insanity and allow TNZ to secure
Rapaziada, acabei de faturar R$21.
Fireflux because there's that X-Borg that zones out the enemy.
Recuperei o dinheiro que perdi. Consegui o lucro. E é GG. Mais um dia aqui fechando na Hillary positivo. A gente ainda tem mais um joguinho, tá? A gente tem Flash, Team Flash, da Singapura contra RCC da Rússia, a Royal Cyber Sport Club, né? RCC. É o time da casa, é o único time russo que sobrou. Porque a DeusVult perdeu hoje. Foi eliminada. Ah, esqueci de falar, inclusive, falando em eliminado. Fireflux avança e enfrentará a Blacklist amanhã. E a Burn X Flash está eliminada na 9ª/12ª colocação, faturando $25 mil como premiação. Lembrando que a premiação total é de $1 milhão. Os times estão tudo lá na Rússia? Sim. Esses jogos aí são no palco, inclusive. É porque eu não sei porquê, mas eles não mostram um palco nessa transmissão em inglês. Mas na Rússia, eles mostram um palco sim. Eu vou te mostrar aqui, ó. Transmissão russa. Peraí.
Unfortunately, they couldn't recover afterwards. That has been our first series War
Aqui, ó.
Party, and it will go in favor of Fireflux.
Aí, ó, tá vendo? Eu não coloco muito na transição russa porque a gente não consegue entender a língua deles, mas ó, tá vendo? Eles estão num lugar presencial, pá. Aqui, ó. Momento da vitória aqui, ó.
Флаксы, ну что, дело все-таки оказалось не в Рубе вместе с Брун.
Daí é um palco 3D que eles fizeram, pá.
Сложно спорить.
Я скажу так. Руби не
Конкретный момент.
Cara, eu tô tentando achar imagens aqui dos jogadores no palco, tá ligado? Tá difícil. E vamos lá, eu quero imagens dos jogadores no palco.
Все молодцы, все правы, на игру, но да.
Смешно то, ты что супер. А еще у нас
Não...
эта информация
tá nessa conversação aí, mas assim, eles estão lá, tem um palco gigantesco. Gigantesco, tá? E aqui tá passando o comercial deles. É isso, mano. Tem um Penharol aqui, tem o time do Ronaldinho Gaúcho.
The current official program of Games of the Future includes 21 innovative disciplines. They are classified into 5 groups, which we refer to as challenges: sports, technology, speed, tactics, and strategies. Openness, show, fun, and healthy lifestyle. Coming our way is the exciting Phygital era.
É isso, a Rivalry pagou, rapaziada. Deixa eu mostrar o green pra vocês aqui, ó. Opa, eu comercial passar. Não é essa daqui.
Win in a very, very dominant fashion up against Burnix Flash. It was a 2-0. Both were one-sided. And now we're gonna be moving on.
Os russos aí estão cheios da grana, velho. Feitos gringos. Vou colocar aqui, ó.
You know, WarBarbie, I've casted a lot of Team Flash and I can say a lot of stuff about them, but I want to ask you about Royal Cybersports or RCC. What do they look like? What is their
Ó o green aí, ó. Ó o green aí, ó. Ó o green.
As well. So,
é isso.
Yeah, they are very strong, very experienced players, veterans.
Estamos bem demais, rapaziada.
I played alongside like half
Agora
of
tem
them
esse
and
joguinho
coached,
aqui, ó.
like second half of them, which is kind of hilarious, but
Tem esse joguinho
I can
aqui.
tell that they switched this mid laner for Troublemaker
Que vai
and
acontecer
the
agora.
next laner, which is Castle, who are super strong
Cadê as
players,
cal? Cadê quem acha que vai ganhar aqui? Quem aqui, ó? Cara, eu apostei que a Flash vai vencer esse negócio aqui, velho.
always uses like all of the opportunities he's get on the mid lane to make kills. Have
Eu acho sinceramente aí que
unorthodox pool, I would say.
a nossa querida equipe da
Mid lane can appear like Khalid on
Flash, Team Flash, vai vencer.
as well.
Cara, eu saí de R$30 pra R$99 nesse campeonato, velho. Eu vou pagar meu cartão com esse campeonato. Pode ter certeza, velho. Deixa eu ver se eu tenho alguma apostinha. Ah, eu não tenho nenhuma apostinha, eu vou fazer agora. Você quer fazer comigo? Então bora de apostinha junto com o OBuff. Ah, mas o Buff. O Buff. Mas aonde eu aposto? Sabe onde você aposta, parceiro? Sabe o link fixado aí? Aí, ó. Aposte no Golf 2024 na Rivalry. Acesse www.com/obuff, 100% de bônus com o código OBuff100 no seu primeiro depósito. Tá fazendo múltipla, não? Então, o que acontece é que eu fiz a múltipla, só que a Fireflux venceu. Eu tinha apostado na Bird X Flash e aí eu perdi a múltipla. Eu também tinha feito uma múltipla com a DeusVult vencendo, né? Eu fiz duas e eles perderam. E aí, né? Foi pro saco a múltipla. Aí eu peguei e apostei individual na Fireflux no Vivo e recuperei o dinheiro que eu perdi. Deu? Foi, tá pausado, né? Porque eu esqueci de trocar a tela. Aqui, ó, eu aí bonitão, horroroso, feio pra caralho. Pô, minha câmera tá em cima das ODDs, né? Mas aqui não sabe aqui, ó. Esse aqui é o site da Rivalry. Quando você clica aí no site da Rivalry, você vai parar em uma aba que só tem apostas de Mobile Legends Bang Bang. E o próximo jogo é esse, Team Flash contra Royal Cyber Sports. Pra quem não sabe, essa Royal Cyber Sports é a antiga equipe da Umbrella Squad, que é aquele time lá que foi pro Mundial, tá ligado? Foi jogar o Wild Card, a Umbrella. Eu vou mostrar o histórico das equipes pra você. A gente vai ter esse jogo aqui, ó, com a Team Flash. E quem mais aqui? Cadê? Ó, RCC. Cara, e RCC não é time ruim não, tá? Até que dá pro gasto. Eu vou só deixar. Eu vou deixar no jogo no jeito aqui, rapaziada. Pra quando a gente for assistir, né? Tá tudo tranquilo. Vamos ver aqui a Team Flash já anda aprontando nos últimos tempos. Aí, ó, eles ganharam da KBG. Perderam pra Onyx. E ano passado, né? Dia 31/12. Perderam pra Alter Ego X, Alter Ego Academy. Mano, não. Cara, eles têm um histórico horroroso, tá? 54% de vitórias. Olha, 53%. Meu Deus do céu. Tipo, só ganha dos times ruins e perde pros times bons. Pra entender. Olha isso, cara. Que coisa horrorosa. Já o time da Royal Cyber Club, né? Que é a antiga Umbrella. Aqui, ó. Pô, na verdade não. Eles não é a antiga Umbrella, não. Eles têm os jogadores da antiga Umbrella. Eles não são a antiga Umbrella. Caramba. Inclusive eles são fregueses da Umbrella Squad, ó. Caramba, na Rússia tem uns campeonatinhos legais, né? $1000, pá. Só o campeonato principal dos caras aqui não é muito forte. Os caras tem uns campeonatinhos, tá bom? Aí, dito isso, mano, aqui minha aposta é essa aqui, ó. Não sei se eu vou abaixo. Eu só sei que, ó. Team Flash vence. Team Flash vence. Mapa 1 é da Team Flash. E aqui, né? Aqui não vale a pena ir, não. Ou será que vale? Cara, eu sei que eu vou de Team Flash aqui. Não acho que a SCC vai vencer a Team Flash, não. Olha, eles estão entrevistando o jogador da Fireflux, velho. Pera aí que eu vou colocar aqui pra você. Eu não sei se vocês entendem russo. Também não entendo. Mas vai saber, né? Aí vem uns patrocínios russos. Ué. A propaganda dos caras. O campeonato até que é daorinha, tá? Bem feitinho, pá. Ó, é porque eu não tenho ninguém pra narrar, nem nada em português, senão... faria umas paradinhas legais. Não entendendo nem português direito, quem dirá o russo? Então, velho. É. Aí, ó, eles ficam conversando, pá. Vamos ver os trens russos aqui, ó, as empresas russas. Aí, ó, um bagulho de hóquei. Esse bagulho de hóquei aqui é da hora, tem futebol, pá. Ué, tem até esqui.
Пробуй максимум всего за 399 рублей, 50 гигов, 2000 минут и безлимитные приложения.
Aí, ó. Quem quiser comprar internet russa aí, ó. Eu acho que é internet russa, hein, rapaz. Cara, eu não sei nada que tá acontecendo nessa porra aí. Vou colocar pra... Aí, ó, na rua, e na rua, e na rua, e na rua, na rua, na rua, e na rua. Aí, ó. Aí, ó, voltamos aí com esse cara russo. Aí, ó. Ele acabou de dizer aí que a gente já vai para o jogo da Team Flash contra a equipe da RCC, que é a Esperança Russa. Então ele falou: Dimitri, vai lá na internet, comenta sua paradinha lá na nossa rede social. Mano, eu vou escanear esse QR Code, vamos ver o que tem nesse QR Code. Tem nesse QR Code, vai. QR Code passou. Aí ele perguntou pros analistas uma parada. Eu quero ver o que tem no QR Code. O que tem no QR Code? Aqui, ó. Ó, o QR Code dos russos aqui, ó. Vamos ver o que tem aqui. Com IOTA tudo é possível. Ah, IOTA é um chip de... É um chip, mano. Tipo Vivo. Eles viram lá da casa da porra só pra vir pôr internet aqui no Brasil. Caralho, tu descobriu. Como é que tu sabia que era internet, velho? Eu não vi, não. Ó, aí tá escrito no site deles, ó. Tem o tradutor, né? O Google Tradutor traduziu o site inteirinho. Seleciona os volumes e descubra o preço. E você também receberá aplicativo ilimitados por 0 rublos russos. Eu acho que é rublos russos, né? Essa moeda aqui. Deixa eu ver onde tá a moeda. Já tá vendo, ó? Ó, rublos russos. Conectará automaticamente e não comissurará gigas, de acordo com a tarifa. Telegram, TikTok, VK, WhatsApp, YouTube, Twitch. E aí tem umas redes sociais deles aí, né? Que é tipo... Nossa, um aplicativo de música, de mensagem, de filme, de transporte. Tem um que tem uma carinha de bebê aqui. Tem o que é, não? Ah, ó, se você assinar, você tem acesso a um catálogo com 109 livros. Perdeu dinheiro na DeusVult? Tipo, perdi, velho. Perdi, mas eu recuperei no jogo da Fireflux. Tá de boa. Aqui, ó, vou te mostrar aqui, ó. Aqui, ó. Deixa eu ver aqui, play. Tá vendo aqui, ó? Ó, esse daqui foi o que eu ganhei, né? R$21. Aí eu perdi isso daqui. Eu perdi foi R$6. 6 ou R$7. Mas aí eu recuperei. Eu perdi R$6 e recuperei. Mas eu tinha ganhado R$16 no jogo da Burmese. Então, tamo positivo ainda. Tamo positivo. O objetivo aqui, velho, é arrecadar R$400 pra pagar o cartão. Bora lá. Bora lá, né? Opa, parece que agora a gente vai ter jogo, hein? Finalmente, graças a Deus. Ô, rapaziada, vocês preferem com a minha câmera aqui ou sem a minha câmera? Responde aí pra mim. A voz do povo é a voz de Deus. Eu acho que eu vou colocar na transmissão dos gringos agora, tá ligado? Ou dos gringos não, é tudo gringo. É na transmissão em inglês. E pelo menos dá pra vocês entenderem alguma coisa, né, rapaziada? Quem sabe inglês. Aí, ó. Apresentação das equipes. Venix, JPL, Curtis, Hades joga muito, Diablo. É isso. Vou deixar minha câmera aqui, né?
One thing that I do want to note is that Diablo is not your typical kind of explainer that will just settle for those standard pickups like your sustain heroes. In fact, Diablo has been known since MSC of 2023.
Eu vou colocar minha câmera em cima desse cara aqui.
Specialty kind of picks, like your Badang actually played in the explainer.
No, I love
that. Is actually do love that. And then of
O cara gosta de um Badang, velho. Eu entendi o que ele falou ali.
Situational pick, but before it was a very niche pick that almost always just is on the hands of Diablo. But yeah, that's
Não vai ter Badang aqui não, parceiro. Pode voltar pra sua casa se você acha que vai ter Badang. Aqui só vai ter Rubi, Cici e esses heróis aí. Aí, ó. Ela tá falando as línguas aí, ó. Ela tá tendo na transmissão russa. A transmissão russa fica andando por um estádiozinho ali virtual. Cara, eu vou desligar esse... Deixa eu fechar o Discord aqui, rapaziada. Não tem ninguém no Discord. CB não apareceu. Kit Discord é isso.
Upcoming series, do you think?
Yeah, we saw one already. Really good. I mean, to be honest, I think against that kind of like enemies didn't understand what to do with this kind of pressure.
Aqui do meu lado, o meu amigo Alexander. Fala, Alexander, tudo bom? É, o Alexander é gente boa, pô. Fala, Alexander, eu quero o jogo, cara. Bora, eu quero o jogo. Quero o jogo.
Being said, but still Terizla was a good roamer in the game. So yeah, we might see pretty good pickups because we already saw on a different tournament, I believe on M5 wild card, the Troublemaker was actually playing and they went for like mid lane Gaussian with Petrify and jungle.
Você tá certo, Alexander. Mas cadê o jogo, Alexander? Tô ficando irritado, Alexander. Alexander Arnold, o Liverpool. Olha eu sumindo.
Which makes me very excited about this matchup because maybe this is the time where
Ele voltando.
Expect some of our some of the heroes and the pickups. Like if I remember
Caramba!
I do remember it when the Burnix Flash was facing up against Onyx, they picked up the Barats early on.
Rapaziada, traduz o que eles estão falando aí pra nós. Então, o Ovo tá aqui dizendo, então, rapaziada, vai demorar aqui um pouquinho pra começar o próximo jogo. E é aquilo, né? Os jogadores estão com a diversão à flor da pele, pá. E se Deus quiser, a gente vai ver hoje um ótimo jogo. O Hades jogando de Fanny aí. Hades que jogou muito de Fanny contra a KBG. O Hades é um jogador excêntrico. Na última MPL Singapura, ele amassou. Mas infelizmente não deu certo pra ele, né? É aquilo, né? Coisas da vida. E é isso que tá acontecendo aqui hoje. A gente tá esperando os jogadores ficarem prontinhos, né? Terminarem o seu descanso. Pois ontem foi um dia de jogo muito bom. E agora o Alexander está falando assim: então, Algo for falar sobre o mid laner ali da Team Flash, ele não é tão bom, né? Ele é um jogador muito cansado, ele sempre tá com os mesmos heróis, Aurora, pá, é a mesma coisa, coisa chata. Eu acho que o jogo de hoje vai ser chato, horroroso. A gente vai ver muita Cici, na XP, Ruby. E no mid ele sempre faz as mesmas coisas, Novaria, Valentina, Aurora, Vexana. Eu não quero mais ver isso, eu quero que eles. Eu quero que eles nerfem a Dana. Foi isso que ele disse. E agora ele tá dizendo coisas da vida. A minha ex quer virar minha amiga. Isso complica. Porque às vezes dá vontade e eu clico no link da River e do OBuff. É isso aí, ó, que o Alexander falou e ele tá finalizando aí a fala dele. Ele tá falando assim, e o BBB, hein, gente? Rodriguinho saiu, nossa senhora, hein? Davi campeão. E é isso, cara. Cara é bom, mano. E agora o Wolf tá dizendo ali. Então, rapaziada, é complicado, né? Eu tô em cima da câmera do Wolf, inclusive. Isso, nerf Nana. Vai nerfar Naninha, hein? O Wolf disse ali. Ah, rapaziada, eu quero mais é que se for. Eu quero o Ling, eu quero o Lancelot. Eu quero que eles peguem esses picks mais mecânica, né? Um Hayabusa. De repente. Fiquei feliz quando o Rodriguinho saiu. Eu também. É chato, mano. Na verdade, eu quero que o camarote todo saia. Esse povo famosinho aí. Narizinho empinado é chato. Você é o Wolf agora? Yes! Au. I am Wolf. Eu tenho uma foto aqui, eu imitando o Wolf aqui, peraí. Deixa eu pegar aqui a foto minha, imitando o Wolf. Eu tenho. Ele falando aí que quer ver uns Kaja, pá. Mas ele tem uma questão que é... Pô, mas Kaja pode ser muito usado aí contra fãs, outros heróis. Eu acho que não vamos ver muito então. Mas eu queria ver um Kaja e tal. É uma opinião minha que eu tenho pra mim. E a opinião das pessoas é isso, cara. Embora seja irracional, eu quero ver muito um Kaja. Cara, eu não tô achando minha foto de Fernando e a Pitão embora. É, essa daí também. Fernando é outra que tem embora. Mas ela vai. Ninguém dura muito tempo. Legal que ele foi eliminado no dia do aniversário. É o presente dele. Caralho, que presente merda, mano. Oi, na moral, velho. Eu queria ser ele nesse momento. Parabéns, Rodriguinho. O seu presente é... Você está eliminado. Se eu fosse o Tadeu, eu ia meter uma dessa, cara. Ia zoar muito, cara. Parabéns. Você está eliminado. Eu ainda ri na cara dele. When it comes to what is the more reliable kind of playstyle for eu tô procurando minha foto aqui do dinossauro. Has a lot of distance and he really outplays his opponents like that. That's where they become successful. Eu sou um Wolf Mohamed. Média Day Mohamed. Achei. Ele tem uma foto. Ué. Achei. E seja feita a vontade de Deus.
Go into their jungle earlier and gain some advantage at that department. We'll see what team is ready for this, because
Caramba.
if you're RCC, you're watching the matches and they like, okay, they're doing like this slow draft, so let's
Calma aí
just
que a
go
imagem é
aggressive.
pesada,
But
tá
on the
baixando.
Flash side, they might watch
Imagem
RCC games
pesada,
and like, okay, they want to go aggressive, like early we shouldn't go. So it's more like a mental games.
Yeah. It's always like that.
Rapaziada.
I can't wait to see the draft actually, because I'm excited to see how they will approach this. I will be quite
Pera aí,
disappointed
rapaziada,
if
que eu tô
they-
tentando
if it will be
colocar.
like just a standard game where you pick up fixes
Ah, ó,
like
já dá pra ver a
the
cabecinha.
Varia, then
Aí, ó.
you're gonna see like, perhaps like your typical usual
Cadê?
lapu with the XP lane, a Barretts versus Fredrin, which is by the way very
Imagina
nice
tu
that
vestido de nano elefantinho. Você é louco, velho. Não começa não, mano. Não começa não, velho. Começa não. Daqui a pouco tá igual o Ling lá.
this dynamic between two teams might happen.
Yeah, interesting.
Ih, rapaziada, perdi a foto aqui do Ling.
Especially Badang on the lane, going like full damage build, focusing mages and gold laners, and maybe assassins jungle as well. Like, you know, if he gets his items early, he gonna just one shot people with his ultimate, and I'm stoked to see that.
Pera aí que eu perdi a foto. Caralho, mano. Eu coloquei a foto lá na casa do chapéu, cara. É, de novo. Ó, a cabecinha aparecendo de novo.
Okay, I'm gonna start the game right now.
Aqui nós não é muito profissional. Ah, de novo, cara. Ah, mano, essa foto, cara, essa foto. Essa foto, cara. Um cara. Ia ficar bonitinho. Ia nada, velho. Armanja de 2 metros de altura, vestido de nano elefantinho. Meu Deus do céu. Olha lá, dá pra ver as mãozinhas aí, ó. Aí, ó. Consegui, rapaziada. Aqui, ó.
That's the team you would like to dodge in
Yeah.
the grid.
Yeah, actually, all of the quarter finalists that we
Yeah.
have.
Yeah.
Imagine this: RQ Hoshi, AP.Bren, Blacklist, and Onyx. How do you choose? How do you choose who you want to face?
Final clash.
Rapaziada, esse daqui é o Arbarbie. Ligado? Aí, ó. Ah.
For sure. The thing is, okay, so
Ah, mano, ó. Eu fico fazendo graça. Ah. Au, au, caralho, pô. Tá louco, porra. É louco, essa partida não começa, eu vou ficar zoando até... Não, por favor, começa logo. Ah, uau. O novo Alexander, o novo Alexander Arnold ali, ó, o Arbarbie. Depois dessa aqui, os russos vão tirar o... de transição 1000, velho. Epa, começou? É, vai começar? Começar? Ih, vai começar o jogo que todos estavam esperando. Ah lá. Nossa, eu fazendo uma narração foda pra caralho aqui e nada.
The blacklist they was like because 2 players are replacing, but the replacements are catching up super good with like team tempo, I would say. They understand.
É, rapaziada, não vai começar o jogo, né? Tá ligado? Naqueles speakers. Agora vai começar. Agora vai.
Quer saber mais sobre o competitivo de MLBB? Aqui você fica por dentro de tudo sobre o jogo. Entrevistas exclusivas.
O parece que tem 32 anos.
Últimas notícias.
Faz bodybuild. Royal.
Momentos engraçados.
RCC.
Tudo sobre Mobile Legends Esports e muito mais em OBuff.com.br.
Eles representam a casa, a mãe Grúcia. Rapaziada. Opa, desculpa, rapaziada. Saiu da tela sem querer. A mãe Grúcia é representada por RCC. Este é o troféu do campeonato, que parece mais uma maleta de chocolate ou um PlayStation 5. Mas não se engane, este campeonato paga $1 milhão. Quem ficará com esta premiação gigantesca? Team Flash é a próxima equipe que vai jogar contra a RCC. O Vanix, o Gold Lane da equipe. O Curtis, o JPL. Hades, um gigante na jungle. E o Adamir, que saiu do Brasil e foi jogar na Team Flash. E o Diablo. Esta é a Team Flash. Não, os jogadores não sabem o que estão fazendo. Let's go! E eles entram aí no palco russo com toda a pressão da equipe de casa. Aí, ó, mano, esse troféu parece muito o PlayStation 5. Rapaziada, eu vou colocar aqui na transmissão russa pra vocês verem como é que é. Eu acho a transmissão russa bem melhor, mano. Eu acho a transmissão russa aqui, cara. Cadê a transmissão russa, cara? Ai, não. Aqui é o Digital Games. Transmissão russa, eles têm mais imagens do palco e tudo mais. No Brasil é JBL e lá na gringa é JPL. O Ademir lá na gringa é Ademir e aqui no Brasil é Ademir. Aí, ó, encontrei a transição dos russos. E aí, mano, olha, tá vendo? Aí, não coloquei a voz dos russos aí, ó. Finalmente.
Пишите об этом в чате. В этом чате. Во всех чатах пишите. Уважаемые зрители, у нас трансляции проходят на всех возможных и невозможных платформах. Поэтому обязательно пишите в чате и поддержите коллективы.
Я смотрел, кстати, на невозможной платформе.
Ну, если невозможная платформа...
Eu já volto, vou beber água aqui. Rapaziadinha.
Не забывайте проставлять обязательно лайки. Пишите комментарии. И, конечно же, не забывайте подписываться на все соцсети игр будущего, чтобы не пропустить ни секунды контента, который для вас пилится и готовится, потому что там столько всего вкусного, сколько можно представить. А еще было бы вкусно, знаете, зачем посмотреть? Затем, как играет Трабл на гусе.
Эй, это я про это не говорил.
Они уже сели.
Так они еще не пикнули. Сейчас бан улетит.
Ой.
Ну что ты натворил? Я как бы тут в тайне это все держу, а ты вот это вот все делаешь. Блин, мальчишечки, я так за вас болею. Поддержи, пожалуйста, Team Flash быстрее, чтобы баланс сохранился.
Team Flash, удачи.
Да,
вперед.
Давайте, RCC, пожалуйста.
Сейчас возьмут, переведут, а потом такие, что за гусь, о чем они говорят?
Да, кстати.
Давайте тайное имя. Пикай утку. Пикай утку. Селезня, даже чтобы вообще сложнее было.
Может быть, вообще птицу какую-нибудь, я не знаю. Это действительно замудрено.
Это действительно не sразу понятно. Ты понимаешь,
это же мы так называем.
Это да. Слушай, подожди. Мы сохраняем баланс.
Caramba, mano. Que enrolação pra começar esse jogo, velho.
Да, кого поддержать?
Nossa senhora.
Мы знаем, кто виноват.
Да вы, это нечестно.
Поддержи
Я на вас
наших
эти
зрителей.
дисы запишу на камеру.
Verdade, ó. Aniversário do Henrique Cabral. Fez aniversário Cabral.
Воу-воу, полегче, там пики начались.
Пики начались, поехали. RCC, Team Flash, стадия пиков и банов.
Стадия банов и пиков. Ладно, сразу баны идут там.
Да.
Цой, Матильда, что там,
Я
по
почти
классике.
у меня из-за этой нервозности я такой становлюсь какой-то странненький немножко, но я так переживаю за эту игру. Опять же, вот было плохое настроение, я вижу, что появляются игроки нашего коллектива RC, у меня настроение поднимается. Мне сразу классно становится. Ну скажите, Строер.
Тебе классно становится.
Спасибо.
Вообще, хорошо, что у RCC недавно половину там участников, там некоторая была тоже на международном турнире, да, на вайлдкарте, и получила опыт вот этой вот соревновательной сцены именно в условиях лана. Может быть, это как-то зарешает.
Смотрите, как расслабен Купи. Он стоит, вернее, сидит. Он не может стоять, он сидит на кресле. Было бы странно, если он стоит. Расслабился, водички выпил, готов. Это Диабло, тот самый, за которого Илья Ловелас болеет. Кстати, интересно, нас слышат зрители? Они, может быть, хотят кого-то поддержать? Возможно, RCC? Спасибо. Я Александр.
Спасибо. Começou os piques de bans, finalmente. RCC. Olha os caras fazendo torcida aí, ó.
Надо сохранить, конечно. А теперь Team Flash, Team Flash, Team Flash, Team Flash, Team Flash, Team Flash.
Я слышу эхо от наших.
É engraçado, é Team Flash. Eles falando, mano.
И теперь мы знаем точно, кто будет, если что, виноват.
Получается, зрители Казанекспо, да?
Ладно, шутки шутками. Все-таки пики и баны. Давайте, пожалуйста, обсудим машинку.
А может, смотрите, может Руби не надо было банить, а специально ее отдать? Потому что, ну, Руби это 26 винрейт процентов. Мне кажется, его там вчера подняли, он опять опустился.
А в прошлый раз выиграли.
Джой пока в пуле присутствует. Если сейчас не забанит Team Flash, я думаю, возьмут RCC.
Я думаю, забанят.
Ну, я думаю, тоже должны. Я думаю, тоже должны банить.
А что на ФП берем, если все-таки Джой?
Гвина.
Гвину, как будто бы хорошо. А если разменивают Гвиневру на Джой?
Ну, еще есть там Клауд интересный, но Визор как бы, не сказать, что прям супер бы хотел его, наверное, забирать. А что для мидера у нас можно? Я думаю, там многое будет от трабла отходить, от ваншота. Какая-то игра каких-то лесников интересных. Фарамис, Бан, готовы размениваться, готовы.
И вопрос, что лучше? Ну надо... Судя по количеству
Вчера
банов...
был момент, что Джой даже не взяли.
Как будто бы Джой.
Ну, ваншот играют на Гвине.
Можно взрывать Джой, можно очень много грязи
я не знаю,
натворить.
Сейчас будет именно что предпочтительнее. Возможно, действительно отдадут Джой.
Voltamos.
Просто возьмут контроль на нее.
RCC.
Ты прорабатываешь пики, ты, наверное, даже не прорабатываешь моменты, что тебе достаются Джой.
RCC.
Прорабатываешь все, что угодно, но не Джой. И
Zero, né?
вот это на Джой у нас плана не было.
Главное, чтобы Траблмейкер... Нет, все-таки Джой.
Пока что для ваншота.
Я, кстати, хотел вот как раз-таки отметить, что главное, чтобы это не Траблмейкеру дали, потому что у него...
Eu tô vendo a transmissão dos russos, tem a câmera do palco, tá?
Я надеюсь, что это все-таки ваншот.
Да.
Ты надеешься, что мага дадут траблу?
Конечно.
Да, пускай это в ваншоте отыгрывает, да. Ну, это логично, в принципе. Появляется у нас Гвиневра, ну и ждем мы второго пика, все-таки находиться на втором пике, на второй позиции, круто тем, что ты
Eu
забираешь...
entendo porque eles ficam usando esse bagulho aí, ó. Essa arena 3D dele.
Два прыгающих перса, может быть, и Фобиус сегодня выйдет?
Olha. Neveri, Eric. Na mão ali da Team Flash. E Joy na mão da Royal Cyber Sport Club. RCC.
Вот, кстати, любопытно, насколько мета поменялась и насколько сильно видоизменилась, потому что Террика мы видели практически 0 раз, кроме вот как RCC.
Ой, как классно. Забирают сами Теризлу, и по итогу и по итогу забирают Лилию, которая очень хорошо против него играет.
Manda salve aí pra câmera. Manda salve.
Это не обязательно эксповый касл.
Manda salve.
Не, ну мы видели
Aoba. Aoba.
Да, я к этому. Это единственный коллектив, который отыгрывал именно на Теризле Роум. Поэтому здесь все еще может поменяться. Неплохой, на самом деле, перс на Роум также, потому что Купи показывал, что он контроль тебе дает, он достаточно живучий, танковка, и также может на ранней стадии напрячь. Поэтому это может быть вполне себе Теризла Роум.
Там фактит молодой человек, написал нано имба, чисто факт.
Но сейчас это
Пока
факт в
все
текущей
учили в
мете.
школе там английский язык, человек учил язык фактов в школе. И теперь...
Валентина, кстати, забирается для Team Flash последним пиком перед
есть
второй
хороший
стадией.
ультимейт. Уже есть хорошие ультимейты.
Именно Теризла.
Да, и у Лилии можно взять, иногда используют.
Ну, Лилия под сейф, Теризла контроль, инициация, да. Тут
Eu tô vendo aqui a temperatura aí do lugar aí, ó, em casa. Tá dizendo que tá a menos 7 graus barra menos 14 graus lá. Meu Deus do céu. Tá pouco frio lá, né? Onde dormes agora? Tenha uma boa tarde. Tenha você também uma boa tarde. Caralho, eu tô desde as 8 da manhã aqui.
Коллектива Team Flash решили сыграть по голд-лейну и, возможно, вот считали, что Кэрри может доставить хлопот в игре против
Jesus amado.
Харита на лайне.
Клауд до сих пор в пуле остается.
Ну, Клауд тоже хорош. Нужны герои, которые могут быстро уйти от того же Харита, который выставляет ультимейт.
Рафа пока...
RCC.
Да.
RC.
Рафаэль, слушайте, интересно, вот почему решили именно Рафаэль банить?
Это ежик? Сам на себя не похож.
Спрятался куда-то. Последний бан со стороны Team Flash. От чего стоит избавляться? То есть видим, как будто бы уже Голдера, понимаем, что, скорее всего, Гвиневра влез.
Может, Клауда
и Валентина. Думаешь, что прям совсем по голде ударить?
Или прям не пугает их Клауд?
Вот ты
Да,
спрашивал,
это
почему Рафу
Это
забанили.
Клауд-бан.
Так они бы тогда не догнали людей справа. Если бы Рафу взяли бы справа, они бы...
Они просто в догонялки играют, по-твоему, там, да, или что?
Ну, кстати, таким образом могли нивелировать
Лилия. Териза.
со стороны RCC, что от
Авоявали.
надо сыграть.
Да, уже, ну, можно и дальше.
Valentina. Ah, não, mano. A Flash já fez 3 AP já. Royal Club tem 2.
Присутствует, но Минотавры, как мы отмечали, банят исключительно как будто бы против коллектива Деву. Уже больше не будут, зато могут... Показали на Минотавре очень классную игру, и немного проблем от него именно исходило. И вот так вот решили, что Фани может им немного помешать в этой встрече. Team Flash. По-прежнему непонятно, куда пойдет эта Гвиневра. Это все-таки будет экспа, или, экспа, лес, или же это будет роу.
Пока оба варианта возможны, они просто флексят. И у них есть выбор. Я бы на их месте сейчас оставил роум, если это все-таки лесная, или лес, и взял какого-нибудь экспера. Потому что, ну, как будто бы разницы не сильно у вас много будет, если вы сейчас возьмете.
Enquanto vocês estão aí, né? Está aí. Vou fazer aqui TikTokzinho aí. Cara. Olha, JPL de caixa.
Это поджой. Это поджой. И можно было, в принципе, это предугадать и в какой-то момент подбанить. Да. Но предпочли другие варианты игроки коллектива Royal Cybersports Club.
Сейчас Кая не то чтобы сильно играется. Я вот в последние разы смотрю, как будто бы Кая реализации очень сомнительна. Сейчас как-то...
Ну, тут зависит от реализации, вот в чем дело. То есть его можно и реализовать очень хорошо.
Можно. Но сейчас как будто бы все играют на такой плотный врыв с одной и с другой стороны, что ты уже не играешь от каких-то других... Кстати, говорил про бан Хуфра, помните? Вот. Но я говорил, правда, это с другой стороны.
Это прикольно против Харита с его прыжками, то что действительно он может его остановить.
Так у тебя и Валентина, и Кай, если просто останавливаешь всех.
Понятное дело, у Валентины тоже есть прыжки, и их достаточно, но их не так много, как у Харита, который поставил свой ультимейт только что.
И это именно экспоует Эрик, мы уже понимаем прекрасно. Купи отыгрывал много на Хуфре, поэтому я, честно говоря, рада, что именно этот герой сейчас появился.
Меня больше смущает Бруно. У него пока что сомнительная статистика периодически возникает. У него либо прям совсем не идет, либо совсем идет. В любом случае мы узнаем...
E vamos para o jogo finalmente.
Комментаторам. Прошу вас, Петр Вандербелка, Никита Тракстерина.
Итак, RCC против Team Flash. Последняя надежда нашего региона, который не просто не угасает, но разгорается.
Действительно, всем здравствуйте. Давно не виделись, буквально только что в аналитике. Матч, завершающий нашего сегодняшнего дня, надеюсь, не будет завершающим матчем для нашего региона. Очень крутое противостояние, дорогие друзья. Пошумите, поддержите команду, за которую вы болеете, собственно. Ну и мы ждем плотнейшего матча. Желательно best of 3, но полноценного хотелось бы. Ну, наверное, здесь здесь, наверное, 2-0, да?
Здесь хочется так, чтобы мы с одной стороны насладились игрой, а с другой стороны насладились победой своих любимых.
E vamos para o jogo.
Ну да, мы знаем такую фразу, которая описывает эту ситуацию.
Bom, agora,
Ну, кстати,
como já tá no jogo, mano,
вышло сегодня, она показала себя с очень хорошей стороны.
eu vou para transmissão em inglês. E quem quiser, quem sabe falar inglês, sabe é isso.
We can see the emblems because I want to see what Diablo wants to go for, but unfortunately will not be the case for now.
It's
Maybe later,
damage.
right?
I'm sure it's damage.
Yeah, because they need it, right? They need some sort of physical damage source.
Yeah, it's
And Diablo
probably the
plays in a-
penetration and the
Yeah, that's
some
right.
extra damage.
Hades is level 4 now, very quick with a jungling pattern,
Ooh,
whereas the Joy
Harriet
is just
actually-
level 3.
Sorry, Harriet actually was like winning the trade in the bot lane.
Yeah. That's the thing with Harriet. If you play well, you can outplay your opponents, and you can kind of freeze the lane as well, as you're seeing right now, because you can actually target your synchro fission to not hit the minions, right? So you have a little bit of control. Look at him, like almost freezing the lane now.
Yeah, perfect. And Hooper probably should stay on the lane here to help Bruno farm this gold ballista, because he now gonna trade his HP on the bot lane, potentially losing the lane. So yeah, but Hooper decided to rotate for the turtle.
Yeah, they wanted to get the level 4 in the Kufra, so the Kufra actually went in for that play. And now the turtle fight ensues. Watcher wants to go for Castle, misses the shot, but Hades will take the turtle. Joy activating over 3, but Star the Petrify coming out from Diablo was so perfect. Not gonna convert into
Wow,
another
what a
kill, but that's
ride.
enough to fend off RCC.
And the retribution was lost as
Oh,
well.
oh my
on
god,
the
Diablo.
like retribution fight, let's say it this way, and the Harriet are coming to spam TPs already, but he almost one level ahead and forced Bruno to go back and potentially lose even more farm using his second skill. But the initiation on Kaja, Tyrant's Rage going in, and the balls are flying into his beak, and he's gonna be broken.
Oof. Vanix, as expected, wins the lane. And like you said, the decision coming out from the Kufra to get into the mid lane instead of defending his teammate, unfortunately backfired. What
He
RCC
should help
wanted
with the lane control, sorry.
Yeah, and RCC wanted to go for the ultimate for Kupi on the first turtle fight, but they were too slow.
Like when you get caught in the middle of the two decisions, you're in a bad spot. You like it's like we talked about. You don't need to think, you need to act. What first come to mind is the right decision, actually. Oh, nice conceal of the passive.
That's right. Jump from Hades, not gonna land. But this is just to zone them out because they want to push. But in comes the Violent Requiem connecting onto the Kufra. It took a lot of time, but they took him out anyways. That's Kufra down, and the outer turret energy shields onto the bottom, given to Vanix. This Harith is farmed.
Yeah, and just like I told, I mean, I can't say it this way because I basically told everything can happen, but one of the things I said, if Team Flash will win the mid lane rotations and not lose the side lanes, they're gonna prevail, and that's pretty much what is happening here. Mid lane rotations are completely won by Team Flash, and
Vejamos o que temos
much
aqui.
higher.
Hades securing the turtle, just as easy as that. That's the second turtle of the game, and already Team Flash is winning by a lot. And they're putting a lot of emphasis in the gold lane. You can see that they're zoning out Wiser. But in comes the jump. Purify is available for Vanix, activates it. Zaman Force now as well. In comes the Kaja with the ultimate. Now Kufra with the ultimate himself, but will not be enough.
Mano, o que o Wise... Esse Wizard aí é aquele streamer russo, cara? Não é possível.
Even after the sprint, Wiser gonna be able to farm, I think, and defend.
Weezer.
Because there's no
He's
divine
probably
judgment
not gonna
anymore.
defend it. The Zaman Force popped on the bot lane as well, being off of cooldown, and being farmed just as a bonus with turret. And
Cara, é o Weezer, mano. É um streamer russo.
Benedetta was taking advantage of her high mobility to make this gang on bottom lane happen, but pays with the turret on the top side. But on the bot side, such a good stolen ultimate from Lydia was popped like from the last hit possible, almost in the verge of death, used by Valentina and to regen her HP and eventually result in turret and 3 kills.
We're gonna be Diablo with the damage. Troublemaker is in trouble. Taken out even after the ultimate. And Castle wants to dip his toes into the fight. Has to back out.
A Team Flash descendo no cacete.
Did clear the minion wave in the middle, so there will not be any push. But RCC now struggling.
And the initiation on the Kaja goes here from the Hufra with the first kill. No follow, though they might counter-attack Hufra now with when you were just second and third time in this game already, and just focuses the roamer.
0-3 for Kupi, the Hufra. Well, the overall effect of what he did was to give a kill to T-Flash, but they also secured their purple buff on the Joy because of that. So at least there's a trade-off for RCC, but the turtle, the third turtle of the game, Team Flash will take it as Hades didn't even need to pop the retribution for that one. Up top, you can see JP wants to go for the fight, has the flicker, but now it's caught by the Kufra. No follow-up though from RCC. Without any minions for now, Team Flash will back out, but in the middle they're able to push.
Apostei R$9 aqui na vitória de 2-0 aí.
Castle uses his own ultimate, trying to counter Valentina. Valentina, while doing damage into his face, Joy comes into fight, pops all the jumps and ultimate just defensively to go away, and the damage is there, just damage to the counter of the Joy.
It's gonna be the jump. Coming up from Kufra for the counter, they want to go for this play, but it goes Vanix again with the Zaman Force. Doesn't need the Purify as he takes out the Bruno and even more. That's going to be Kufra down for the count. Team Flash destroying RCC up top lane.
Yeah, that's a pressure. Like, pressure is everywhere. And second skill to...
Cara, o que o Diablo tava fazendo ali embaixo, mano?
Not gonna be able to survive, but still every turret is down. 53 seconds for the Lord. Probably gonna push mid as well, take all the buffs and go for the Lord. Wow, how do you come back from that one?
You need a miracle for RCC. A massive AoE combo with your Tyrant's Rage as well as your penalty zone.
Ih, esse jogo aqui já era, já. Harid tá com 3 itens. O Bruno acabou de fechar o segundo.
But still, Harry was managed to like jump out with his own second. So not really like counters that one.
Oh, look at that. Look at the damage coming on Vanix. That's Zaman Force committed. No depth whatsoever. Castle wants to fight for the flicker play. Penalty zone, but where's the follow-up? No follow-up coming up from RCC. And Team Flash will just back out because of that. That's a flicker burn.
Team Flash querendo dar over aí.
Flash gonna be very confident into taking this Lord now, knowing that there's no penalty zone and flicker from RCC.
O Lordzão aí pra Team Flash. Eita.
Not even trying to bother these just fully commit to defense. RCC here waiting indeed for a miracle probably, but double Purify, not thinking that way. Miracle is not going to happen probably, but
not
we'll
going.
Not going. Dawn, you never know what's gonna happen.
Never know what's gonna happen, but what we do know is that Team Flash has a massive lead over RCC now. Top lane is where the Lord is at, and the
GG.
Gonna be
Team
controlled by Team
Flash.
Flash with all of the heroes almost parked near, and even Hades as the Guinevere just walks around nearby, and even the Lilia cannot prep cannot prep his defense. Up top, they know that the Joy is there. Team Flash will not chase because all they wanted is the purple buff. Now, being taken by Vanix. We know for sure that Harry loves this invades.
Yeah, map is totally being controlled by the Team Flash. Lord is marching top lane, and the mid lane is being pushed as well. Mega Minions, Hufra charge potentially jump in with the flicker, but no, save it for the next time. Mid lane is being farmed with alongside with the passive on the turret, and the Lord is coming into the fight.
Lord up top. There's the Kufra with the jump, not catching anyone, but the Turista catches 4 penalties.
Oh meu Deus do céu.
Where's the damage? The Bruno tries his best, but Hades gets
Oh
out.
my god.
They did defend, but they will not get any kills out of that.
And then Tyrant Range wasn't popped actually on top of that. Potentially could stun even more for people, but the Divine Judgment goes into the Homer's target, and the counter attack jumps in, not being able to cast his own Tyrant Range, being picked off. Castle running away, trying to survive, uses first skill to just have a little bit of regen, and eventually survives.
Ooh. Joy taking out the Benedetta onto the other side of the map. Bruno wants to get into JPL. He's quick, but he's not able to catch up nonetheless. 8,000 for Team Flash. They will be settling for an inhibitor turret up top. And because it's just the first Lord of the game, I think for Team Flash, they're going to be very happy about the result.
Yeah, and now they know they shouldn't group up against the penalty zone and Tyrant Range because... but hey, there was no follow-up, and it was not like the obliteration of the first, 4 people. All RCC team was kind of focusing low.
Ah, a verdade aqui é que a RCC já era, já. Pode desistir, meu grande amigo. Vai ver. Já era.
Second Lord is spawned again.
It's gonna be the fight around this Lord, which actually is not a fight at all because RCC just forgo this Lord, just did not even fight. Hades will have to commit the retribution just to make it fast, and it will spawn in 3 seconds. Gonna be up top, and they wanted to rush to taking the Lord because they wanted to really hammer down RCC.
Yeah, that's for sure. And mid lane being pushed already, top side trying to synchronize the minions. Harriet going on the bot lane trying to do the same thing, and mid lane probably is going to be prioritized. Benedetta is not there yet, and trying to prepare her own final blow for the
Oh meu Deus.
on the Benedetta, but not hitting the stun, forcing to use second skill out, and the Lord is being farmed.
Lord serviu pra nada.
Let's go for without the ultimate.
Olha que gameplay é essa do Kirby. Mas eu não uso muito não, o Vanix matou geral. Tá Joy na real.
And what a clutch utilization of the ultimate coming out from KerTZ, copying the black shoes to get out into safety.
Yeah, second time in this game.
Could be there.
Insane usage. So much resources was popped trying to kill that Valentina. It resulted in her low.
Olha, o Kirby aí.
Second attempt, just divine
Aí salvou os kitinhos dele agora.
counter attack with the Zaman Force trying to kill all of them, just damaging here and there, and
Já travou.
triple kill for the
GG.
and the crystal is going to go down.
Oh my god.
The Kufra with the jump and the flicker, but he didn't have the ultimate. That's why he wasn't able to pin down the members of Team Flash. But you can see Team Flash in this case with this magic-based kind of composition still managed to eventually win the game. And the reason why Harith is picked up is mainly because of the Joy. This is the first time that Harith is actually picked up against the Joy. And in combination with the Kaja, it's difficult to actually play Joy in this game. And I cannot blame RCC on one shot, most particularly for struggling in this game. This is actually a very difficult game to play around with.
Yeah, he was picked exactly for a reason. It was the gimmick to give joy and understand what to do against this type of heroes. Yeah, here 5-man rotation on the bot lane, prioritizing Roamer here and trying to get even more pressure on the turret. Here, the super good boot first time in the game, and then we're gonna see it alongside the game as well. But the result in 2 kills, but the top turret went down. Here is the trying to get some pressure on the Kaja, but gets countered by the Guinevere yet again, and the Harriet is here to follow this up. But yeah, I wanted to mention that on the mid lane when Hufra went in, he had no ult, but still get countered by the Divine Judgment just in case he had this ult. And yeah, and so unfortunate miss on the Tyrant's range when jumping on Benedetta as well. Kinda didn't hit the wall with Benedetta. And yeah, so execution wise, was kind of predictable.
It was really, I guess, a tough break for RCC, not finding all those openings. And Castle, good initiation, in fact, catching 4 of the members of Team Flash because of his
without
timing.
flicker.
Exactly.
Just bolt ultimate. Yeah, just like that. I mean, I guess RCC even themselves didn't quite understood what happened. So nobody kind of went for the attack when they should.
They didn't have the follow-up they needed, and they were struggling when it comes to the economy. That's also the reason why. Look at Kufra landing eventually will land the Flicker Tyrant's Revenge after this play. You can see it, but the damage also wasn't there. And you can see that Diablo timed the Petrify the most opportune moment, waiting for RCC to actually commit in the fight. And that means that they can punish with the Petrify of Diablo. 12-0-1 from Vanix. Harith, 34% damage dealt, 880 GPM. This is probably one of the best performances that we've seen from a player when it comes to the stats, right? So it's one of the more perfect showings from Ed Gold Laner that we've seen all throughout the Games of the Future tournament. So well done, Vanix.
Yeah, insane gameplay, and from the minute 1 he already started to apply a lot of pressure on the opponent's gold laner, which was Bruno at this point. Every time I was watching gold lane, every time Bruno was like half HP and lower, and Harriet was like 75% like at minimum.
Yeah. You see some of the other stats here. Unfortunately for RCC, they just couldn't find an opening. And Team Flash with his Harith Kaja pickup, they're looking very confident. So Diablo did go for the damage build-up, right? So we cannot see the actual emblems, but we know that when it comes to his items, I saw Heptases, I saw just full damage coming up from Diablo. And you can see the overall damage output of this Benedetta is actually very scary.
Yeah, and the first usage of her Electro Final Blow with the Petrify catching up 3 people on the turtle, which resulted the turtle taken and 1 kill on top of that. But it's insanely good. And when they went for the mid lane tier 3 turret, same thing happened, like ult, and multiple people get caught into the Petrify. And but the follow-up, I want to point the follow-up differences from the both teams. Like when RCC gets their jumps in and ults, like nobody really wanna follow that. On the different side, the Flash jumps in and like everybody follows that. Everybody follows that with the damage, and that's exactly what you should do.
Yeah, that was very well put, WarBarbie, because that's exactly what happened in the game. Obviously, we are going to be talking about the draft later on, but for now, the fact that when Castle goes in with a 3-man penalty zone and a 4-man penalty zone with the flicker, there's really no follow-up. And I think that happened maybe 3 to 5 times in this game. And that speaks volumes on the lack of chemistry that we're seeing from RCC as compared to Team Flash. So definitely something that they have to be working on. Now the question is, was it a draft problem that happened in this game? I would say that it's also the draft that played a lot of impact, for lack of a better term, in that particular win for Team Flash, but not because of the mistakes that we saw from RCC in the drafting, but more of how they drafted it with that Aerith priority, right? So they kind of forced the side of RCC to pick up this Kufra.
Yeah, they kind of outdrafted that department. But on mid lane was kind of like not working together. Like this Kufra, like a little bit useless rotation on the gold, doing nothing, then going to the mid lane. That's not what you want to have when you play against this kind of team. You really want to like penalty zone the rotation on the mid lane, like don't let them run around for Kaja run around, and kind of try to maybe pressure Valentina, who has not that big of a damage early, and kind of slow start, was waiting for the enemy to attack on them, and the Joy didn't quite shine. Tried to like early game, like the triple jump and the ultimate and the retribution on the turtle didn't work, and nothing like follow up, and just run away with immunity on the ultimate. So like I don't think it's draft. I think it's draft. I mean, they didn't use the full potential of their heroes, so you cannot kind of judge the draft was bad. So I think draft is okay. It's more like the Bruno on the lane, constantly threatening.
Quer saber mais sobre o competitivo de MLBB? Aqui você fica por dentro de tudo sobre o jogo. Entrevistas exclusivas. Últimas notícias. Momentos engraçados.
Yeah, so the mobility was on a higher spot for Flash here, and they used the full advantage of that mobility.
Yeah. And speaking of taking full advantage of their heroes, when we're looking at this Bruno versus Harith matchup, although I easily say that it's a Harith favored matchup in the gold lane, there's always a way for the Bruno to actually win that lane, especially.
Quer saber mais sobre o competitivo de MLBB? Aqui você fica por dentro de tudo sobre o jogo. Entrevistas exclusivas. Últimas notícias. Momentos engraçados. Tudo sobre Mobile Legends Esports e muito mais em OBuff.com.br.
Which I think shouldn't be the case. And imagine if the Bruno has a lot, it was faster when it comes to becoming online. Imagine if he had more items in the mid game. Maybe after Castle initiates, maybe they could have done some more damage with this Bruno, but it wasn't the case. So when it comes to the execution, it was also critical to put a lot of emphasis on that gold lane, because we know for sure that Harith is such a good laner, but it kind of felt like they literally just gave up that control.
Missing like the understanding. Like let's put it this way: on a level 1, if you have the ball available, like you have one on you and one extra.
Ué, mano, tava na tela preta.
Trade with
Meu Deus.
Harith and not focusing the lane, and you probably gonna win the trade. So you should use that, and then you need to like kind of a little bit snowball to the side to make this position when Harith level 1 and you level 2, and even more pressure a little bit. So I think I absolutely agree on you, and I think it's with you, and I think it's a perfect point that Bruno kind of played passively and let Harith like harass him. That's kind of stuff.
Yeah. So that's absolutely one thing that they have to fix now. And I think that, I do agree with you. It wasn't really just the draft that, or it wasn't predominantly the draft that lost them the game. It was more of the how they reacted to whatever it is that Team Flash is doing. So Of course, we have to give credit where credit is due. War Barbie. We gotta have to say like, Team Flash actually played so well that game. They played in a very
so much
manner.
better.
So much better from their previous performances in the group stages, and because of their more efficient and quicker decision making as a team and not individually, that allowed them to really win the micro and macro battle in the early stages of the game.
Yeah, absolutely agree. They like this thinking faster as a team, making more like decisions. Meanwhile, RCC kind of like hesitating and questioning every decision instead of committing with full efficiency into that decision, not questioning is it good or right. This is actually, I want to bring one thing which I concluded when I was at M3 watching. Actually, BTK was like playing and winning a lot of teams with Roger. You probably remember that. So I concluded that even on a paper, like wrong decision might be a right decision if you like commit fully to it and maximum efficiency, like hit all of the skills, like strategically, tactically, it may be not the best decision, but if you like all fastly do it, you're gonna have more time on the enemy. So this is the type of thing that wrong decision can be right if done perfectly.
Yeah, I think that's also one of the lessons that I tell players when they ask me, like whenever I see like somebody commit a mistake, but because the other members, or if there's a call, right, and not all shot calls are perfect, not all shot calls are the best or good, right? Sometimes it will be a mistake, it will be a bad decision, but if you do it as a team, when you're under one. I would say the same page. That's what I'm trying to say. If they're under the same page and you're playing so that you wanna just make a simple play, like maybe kill one person, but you're a group of all together and you're making the decisions as a team, you're gonna be in a much better spot. It will look better if you approach it that way. Let's not wait any longer, War Barbie, because now we are heading into draft of game number 2. Team Flash going up against RCC. It is going to be CC and Fairmiss as the bans from Team Flash. And then if you're looking at Royal Cybersports Club, or RCC...
Meu filho da mãe, você conseguiu. Mas mesmo assim eu não perdi dinheiro não, eu aproveitei para postar ao vivo e recuperei. Inclusive nesse jogo aí eu apostei também, né? Eu apostei aqui que vai ser abaixo de 2 mapas, né? A Team Flash ganhou o primeiro. Cadê? Minha tô travada. Eu recuperei.
That being said, I'm remembering
Tinha
what
R$1.
banned after this. Well, they did ban the Guinevere this time. So that means that they might be the team that they might be Arlet or the Joy. But now, since the Joy is banned, it's either Arlet or Ruby for Team Flash.
Acharam que eu estava derrotado. Quem achou eu estava errado.
They just gonna repeat this one because I mean, if Terizla being drafted and he can just be kited, out rotated.
Yeah. Arlet.
And Ruby can lose to this Terizla.
Cara, tô pensando em apostar nessa segunda partida aqui, hein?
RCC, knowing their
Dos
priorities,
picks
they
de
might just
ponto.
go for Terizla, nevertheless, their third pick perhaps. And there's the Ruby, as expected. Might be a Terizla for RCC. And
Caralho, é quase 8 horas de live, meu Deus.
they're not that scared of the Harith. Maybe just go Claude or for RCC. Like
No,
Terizla, Claude, or
some insights. I don't think they have Claude available here on the level needed to win the game. So this is one of the things that Team Flash might not knowing, but I don't think the Claude is a good option for RCC.
Okay. Well, they will go for Novaria Arlet, so that's a very comfortable draft now for RCC. Team Flash, they need some sort of assassin that can dive the Novaria eventually. Gonna be looking for that. Team Flash is also a team that likes the
Caramba, velho, toda hora a mesma coisa. Os caras pegam o mesmo zero aí toda hora,
really
velho.
makes it so difficult for Novaria to play. But if they do want to go for Hellcurt, that will be in the
Rubi, Novaria, Halu.
last pick, right? So they might
Cici banida, Gneveri banida. Agora vai pegar Dig, Prod, Cloud, Carry, Nathan. Aleluia, o Ad de Fanny, mano. O Ad joga muito de Fanny, velho. Meu Deus do céu, eu vou colocar The Hell aqui.
With the Fanny. Please don't farm till level 6. Go earlier.
Mano, o Ad joga muito de Fanny, cara. É impossível ele perder isso.
Fanny master, so you can expect him to be aggressive in the early stages. It's gonna be that's definitely gonna be one of the considerations here. RCC, they definitely need more lockdown. Apart from Arlet, surely great when it comes to like controlling with the Final Slash as well as the Vengeance.
Aqui já é win da Team Flash já.
Good answer for RCC because that's the thing with Fredrid. It kind of combos well with the Arlet because there's a lot of sources for CC. Like you have a knock-up, you have a taunt. If you are the Fredrid, and it's very much timeable because when you land your taunt, you reset your knock-up anyway. So there's just a lot of like synergy between Arlet as well as Fredrin. So that's just such a great pick from RCC.
Yeah, the synergy is the key. You know, it's every time. But Valentina, like as well, is kind of blocking RCC for going this LE crowd control type of heroes. Like it's so uncomfortable now to pick like Grok, Minotaur because you're gonna get this back.
Yeah, exactly. Valentina, that's the strength of the Valentina. RCC are gonna be banning out the Harith. And interestingly, Team Flash bans out the Brody. Brody is a hero that, in a way, answers the Fanny. The real marksman answer to the Fanny is the Moskov. I'm not sure if RCC plays that hero. But yeah, Brody is a soft answer to the Fanny because it's tanky enough and it has a reliable stun against the Fanny. So you can actually stop the Fanny and then take over with stacks, and you can reach it with the ultimate if you're fast enough on popping it. So it just makes a lot of sense for Team Flash to ban this Brody.
Yeah, pretty good ban, but hey, again, like there is pretty much what RCC can pick now. Leslie 1-1. That's what Clint. Maybe there was Clint, but Clint getting banned again. Yeah. I hope Wizard gonna pick just pick 1-1. Man, I mean, this is kind of again inside. I told you I played with like 3
agora,
players,
né?
coached 2 of them, so I know them. They're like my children.
Teremos uma Fanny.
Or carry.
Legal que o Ad sempre pega Fanny no segundo jogo.
So good 1-1, but he like he's not believing into himself and not.
Ele pega no segundo jogo que ele joga.
Yeah, that's kind of sad to see.
Pô, se ele ganhar o
he
primeiro.
should like commit to it and just go in, like trust.
This could be as simple as a Bruno for Team Flash. And then if you want to answer the carry, especially with the carry build up now with the código tag gear carry, you might just go for something like Yuzhong actually for Team Flash. So you also have access to the backlines. And then there's also that Paquito so that you can split push, because if you're RCC and when you go Fredrin Arlet, you want to really group up together. You want to team fight as much as possible. So I'm thinking like 2 answers here. There it is. As expected, it's the Yuzong from Team Flash.
But you know, the carry these days are going with this tanky build, and in this game in particular, it seems like a very, very good option here. I personally absolutely don't like this build, but in this game, it's a go.
Yeah, especially against the Fanny. So now you're looking for a roamer for RCC. Do you want to go Franco? I'm not sure if they. I'm not sure if they play Franco.
Maybe Kaja, but I would
Kaja,
actually like to see some. Yeah, Tigreal. I mean, that's gonna help. That's gonna help. But Valentina,
Tigreal. Teremos um Tigreal.
Like,
Oh my
I think
god.
that's so hard to pick.
Yeah, the reason why they picked up the Tigreal is that there's a little bit of invasion that Tigreal can do, like because you can practically reset the buffs, right, because of your dash. But it's not the best. So the choice between like other heroes like Franco as well as Kaja and then the Tigreal is more of a personal taste now. I think that they just went in for what is more comfortable for them. Obviously, there's a knock-up, a dash, and a
E vamos para a partida.
stun from the Tigreal, so you overload
Praticamente desse buraco, agora é portal. Aí a gente entra no portal para as terras mágicas do Mobile Legends. Bang, bang.
You need to land the hooks first.
But
Oh. Você tá engraçadinho, né?
the type of hero who needs to pressure
Parece que você tá ganhando a partida, né, ô seu filho da mãe?
dealing any damage to them. Basically need to like get under their skin, like so make them believe you're being hooked like from
Vai dar 1 minuto
it's not
e o
gonna
Hades vai começar a passear de fã e descer no sarrafo em geral.
Gonna be a very quiet early
Ó,
game,
ele fez o red.
at least for RCC, because
Ele vai ter que limpar o verdinho. Ó, ele vai na carry, vai pegar level 4, vai na carry.
good Lord control eventually, so they need the farm for sure.
And the lane control is
Não, ele ainda não vai na carry. Ele vai limpar os verdinhos tudo ali embaixo.
Here is rotation from the Yuzhang on mid lane, potentially gonna utilize his Petrify here. I really like that. No Purify on Novaria potentially.
Aí, olha lá o Hades, ó. Meu Deus.
Oh no, that's a problem, Hades.
Flash Blood do homem.
Speaking of attacks, as soon as he gets level 4, he immediately go for gold lane and picks up the main carry of the enemy team. Wow, that's good usage of the ultimate.
For sure. Diablo, I think he missed some minions up top, and that will be tricky because we don't know for sure if the Valentina will get level 4 with that. Valentina does not go for the switch, so it will not be on the level 4 roam kind of rotation for Team Flash, whereas for RCC, that is what they're going for. So 4 ultimates might be available for RCC. Tigreal's Implosion is also available. Castle goes in for the zone out. In comes Diablo, but one shot just secures
Meu
that
Deus,
turtle
que ult foi
easily.
essa,
Hades didn't even fight, but it comes out knockup coming out from the side of
Toma.
RCC, catching 2
Tome,
JBL as
de
well
fã.
as Diablo down and
Brinca
out.
aí, brinca.
Great plays coming out from
Joga
RCC,
muito
and that's a
Hades,
twofer with a
Enxugar
turtle to boot.
Cara, é um
Yeah,
nojo.
pretty good start for RCC. That's exactly what they needed. Now they gotta help the gold laner of the carry here. And yeah, a little bit of blunder from the Valentina Implosion. It, like kind of wasted it from no one. Trying to like read the enemy attack to ult, but eventually doing nothing, which resulted to the 2 kills for the RCC. But no map control, like you would like to like have blue buff for that.
Exactly. It's gonna be RCC with already great recovery compared to the previous game. Vanix versus Visor. Gonna be a stable lane at that. Implosion connects onto 2 after the dash. No various damage is there as well as one shot. And that's gonna be RCC finding and collecting another kill.
No, such a good follow-up from the one-shot on Fredrin here. Makes this crowd control chain even longer with his taunt and eventually finishing up. And now it's probably going to be the invade on the purple buff. Potentially Dragon gonna be popped. Second skill for Novaria helps to clean up the purple buff. And yeah, pretty good pressure here. Exactly what you gotta do against Fanny.
Yeah. Hades a little bit early on the retribution, does not find the purple buff. Fortunately for Team Flash, it was the hands of Curtizy. But as a Fanny, you know, missing that retribution, the purple buff, that's gonna hurt. That kind of even tells us that RCC might just get this turtle uncontested. Team Flash will not want to fight without the purple buff on this Fanny. So that should be an easy turtle take for RCC.
Yeah, no contest here. Rubit gonna try to do something, but not obviously gonna happen here. But the lanes are being pushed for a little bit. There's some gold advantage on top. I mean, the taking of the shell, gold shell, and on top of that, even the turret. But the attack here from the Arlot run around under the turret and killing the Fanny.
Oh, that's gonna be really bad for Hades. Losing his life up top for a free kill. And then the entirety of RCC just farming. Vanix wants to fight against Visor right now. He's quite low. Gonna be chased down. Good defense coming from JPL, but the flicker plays is there. Look at that. Appraiser's Wrath. And in comes the Astral Echo. Vanix now in trouble.
Meu Deus, só falta
Very
esse
low
ganhar esse
HP.
jogo.
Implosion copied by Curtizy. Connects onto one shot. And they have the damage with the turret. They take him out. Now they want to find more. And RCC biting off more than they could chew. They did not respect the damage, and Team Flash punishes.
Such a good stolen implosion here from Valentina. Catches absolutely off guard one shot here and tanking.
Pelo amor de
like
Deus,
5
Team
tower
Flash.
hits,
Perde
which
isso daqui não,
finished
velho.
him off.
Fácil.
Vanix with a good recovery out there with the Hasclaws, almost with the Berserker's Fury. It's a little
Olha lá, o
bit
Diablo
waiting
lá.
for
Tá
that one,
pertinho lá
Hades.
do
So
Vange
far, Castle
e
is
Bruno.
being on point with this Arlet.
Yeah, Castle
Ela tá
farms a
perto ali,
lot,
Novaria
a
tá
little bit
chegando.
more than Yuzhong, but on the other hand, the Bruno has a lot of farm, almost
Top
get
vai
his
cair.
Berserker's Rage finished. It's around maybe like 1,000 gold more. Initiation and implosion with counter attack on Flicker, catching up to people, big control, and the kill that RCC needed. The Bruno shut down, and the follow-up on the Valentina here finished her off as well, and that's 3 kills for nothing.
A very clean take from RCC, and it all started with Koopy going in for the flicker implosion play, catching 2. Defense.
Aí chega o homem de flank.
Vice gonna be taken down by Hades.
Joga
Overstaying in
muito,
the
velho.
mid lane, might be able to push the stuns. Okay, JPL defends for now, but there's another wave of minions.
Do not underestimate Fanny yet again. Even though purple buff was taken from her and she was killed, and the Thunder Belt is built on like a first item, which gives you obviously HP and armor, still almost like one shots.
Yeah. But then RCC are still leading. They might
Olha lá.
even be
A
able
Wades
to
vai lá no
push bottom
XP.
lane as the
Pá.
Arlet is there. It
Ela
is
tá
gonna
lá,
be
não mata
complete.
nada, não tem dano.
Hades not gonna find
Lot
anything
tank.
onto Castle. Castle just holding his ground.
Ah,
Mid
Lot
lane,
aí
they
com
wanna
build
defend
de
this.
tanque na
Vanix
XP.
receives the Astral Sphere. That's gonna hurt.
Então
But
já
because of
Fanny
the
vai
Hasclaws,
voltar.
he's able to just lifesteal some of the damage away.
There's a
And
great
we're just gonna
potential
be
for a
top.
huge implosion this game because of Astra Echo, which gives the better hitbox.
Meu
on
Deus,
the
onde
enemy, and
pode
the
estar
tower
lá com
eventually
essa
gets
Fanny,
just
mano?
backdoored and yeah, no middle
Eu não
turret.
acredito que a Team Flash vai perder essa
There was
partida
an
aí.
update where if your magic damage is higher than your physical, you
Faz mais
you consider
difícil,
magic
mano.
damage as your autos on
Mhm.
turret.
Yeah, I understand. And mages can push good as well.
Yeah, that's right. Here we go. Looks like there's a little bit of a standoff up top of the river. And Team Flash are not confident playing this because they don't have the purple buff again from the Fanny. And nevertheless, Fanny's in the bottom lane
cara,
as
tá no
well.
2-0 logo.
Hades just can't catch a break. I mean,
Acaba, pelo
Castle
amor
is
de
just
Deus.
destroying this Fanny. And even Kurt receiving that Astral Fear. Troublemaker just hitting the shots. Invasion coming out from RCC. Hades badly needs this. One shot is the first one to get to level 12, but Fanny secures it nonetheless.
No,
Scary
even though
stuff
one
for
level
Hades, but he
advantage,
gets it.
very good retribution.
Yes. And
But the
now the Lord has
RCC now
spawned.
might go for the Lord because there is no retribution. And Fanny wants to invade for herself. Arlo doing a lot of damage actually for Fanny. Misses his ultimate, but the second skill of Novaria hits right in the front of the fly. And Diablo here trying to invade himself. And forced to use the Black Dragon to run away, but followed by the arrow yet again, and the snipe from the potential snipe from the Troublemaker.
Parabéns, Hades. Entrega o jogo.
A disastrous sequence of events for Team Flash. They will lose the Lord for sure. And Hades already outplaying his opponent Castle, but he did not realize that there's a Troublemaker Astrosphere that is ready to receive him. And that actually allowed Castle to eventually take out Hades because Hades was chunked too low. And Team Flash now behind by 5,000 gold, and there's even a Lord gonna be pushing towards Team Flash.
Oh yeah, the underestimation here happens. Like they didn't expect RCC to like prioritize purple buff for Fanny, which is like number one thing you should do against Fanny. Kinda always. I mean, Yuzhong tried to cover up the buff, but you gotta like I don't know attack on that. And now Fanny should play without purple buff, which is absolutely possible actually. You just need to understand how to do it.
Oh, the RCC are leading by so much. 6,000 now, gonna be pushed in the middle. For sure they'll convert with that, and then Wiser up top just ushered the wave. The minion flow is great up top. They took down the turret naturally. And even the bottom lane is gonna be zoned out. Oh my god, RCC are playing this so well. They are pushing and they are so disciplined at this. 4-man Astral Echo.
Yeah,
it could be an implosion for RCC. Yeah, be careful about this. Final Slash not gonna connect. In comes Diablo with the ultimate, but it's not gonna catch anyone. And so weird play coming out from Team Flash.
Yeah, just for in the sake of defense, probably was popped the Dragon to save their inhibitor turrets here. It's understandable. Maybe it was unnecessary, but like, you know, you never know the future. I mean, the RCC could attack here and they was kind of prematurely used the Black Dragon form.
Oh man. There's gonna be some split push from Hades, but Castle is there. Fortunately for him, the Astral Echo does not hit. One shot almost controls him, but gets out. Even the orange buff is getting reset here. He's gonna take it. It should be Hades still. But they need the purple. And this is the priority now for RCC. Clearing out the minion wave and then transferring to this fight. Castle is in here. So difficult for them to fight. And that's an easy purple buff invasion coming up from RCC.
Yeah, and a potential setup for the Lord in 35 seconds. Here the split push comes. I don't know about that. Ultimate have no energy now to run away. Two heroes cutting up. Carry trying to stack her own passive, running in, popping ultimate, and makes the revenge for the turret.
Caralho. O Hades sendo caçado.
Not even needing the implosion. Easy job for RCC for now. 12 seconds before the Lord, they don't have Hades. And surely Hades will not have the purple buff because he died. Oh, 100% sure that RCC will secure this second Lord of the game.
Yeah, second Lord probably gonna remain uncontested here. Carry already starting to chunking down with Fredrin here, working down on the Lord. In 10 seconds, you gotta kill it like right now, probably. Yeah, Lord is dead, and in 5 seconds it's gonna come, which is pretty good, and gonna march towards the mid lane.
Here we are with RCC dominating the game, giving away this Fanny for Hades, but outplaying him all along the way. And it's just a unfortunate sequence of events for Team Flash. Already put them in a very compromised spot. Now it's so difficult to recover if you're RCC, if you're Team Flash, I mean.
Yeah, Astral Echo is gonna soon fly on the team, but enjoying just the second skill. No ults yet, not rushing things, but trying to kill here Diablo. Diablo is dead just for duration of the taunt on the Fredrin and carry damaging mid lane. Fanny from the behind gets interrupted by the airborne effect of Fredrin, and here they're trying to kill the tanks here, but no damage. Phoenix, absolutely no damage, and here is the gold advantage comes out from Hades. Gonna try to do it from the base to the face and not reaching the fountain and not reaching his HP in time. There was potential probably to defend if the Miraculous play here, but not gonna happen. And such a smart tank in here for Fredrin to make this crystal pop.
Now we're going into game number 3 as Hades tried. Curteasy tried. The entirety of Team Flash tried to go for that defense, but it wasn't enough. You can see that it was a one-sided push in the end for the side of RCC, and it all started because of some disastrous moments in the mid lane where Hades was taken out, and also when they went in for the invade, when RCC went in for the invade, the purple buff went to Curteasy instead. So there's so many unfortunate events that piled up together, and then eventually Team Flash couldn't recover. They are making the bad decisions. Diablo just can't find an opening. This was a very underwhelming performance coming out from this Yu Zhong, not able to find any good openings at all. That's how they, the house of Team Flash just crumbled.
Yeah, I think the Arlot shouldn't be given here because he's just doing so much, and during the game he's kind of like a problem for Team Flash. He's like a second tank running around but with much higher damage. Here the Ruby tried to initiate, which resulted to the counter attack of the implosion of 2 people from the higher hitboxes here, and resulting kill all 3 of them, which probably was a turning point in the game.
Well, definitely an important turning point, and this was that one. 9 minutes in, this is where it's already the event horizon for Team Flash, where although they were already trailing behind, but that kind of disastrous set of plays, that meant that there's really no chance for them to get back. And now Diablo just can't even pop his ultimate, not even finding a good opening. And they tried heavily. You can see that the clear was there. The idea was there for Team Flash. They just want to clear the minion wave. That's what Hades tried to do. But they didn't have the proper timing for this. And clutch immortalities as well for the side of Team Flash. Here, the reason why carry is decent against and can be played against the Fanny is that when you pop your ultimate and you have enough attack speed, you actually pop the Fanny even when you start to run away because you lock down your normal attacks anyways. It follows the Fanny.
Yeah, but you just shouldn't attack any different targets to kind of trigger your passive on the different targets and just leave it to stack up on Fanny.
Yeah.
Novaria gets MVP this game. 30% of damage to 111 and the high gold per minute ratio. Well deserved, but I think Arlot was like, with that solo kills, Fanny on the top lane was so huge, it opened a window for like an invade of the purple buff, and a lot of stuff.
So far,
triggered even more problems.
So far, Castle is performing so well. The previous game, you had the Terizla that he played, right? So he managed to catch the members of Team Flash time and time again with the ultimate. But in this particular game, he was able to shut down Hades, right? So he played so well in that regard. And then when Hades wants to go for a split push play, he's always in front of the minion waves. And I think that's a very underrated play from Arlot, from Castle. Because that meant that when you can see the Hades tries to go for the minion clear on side lanes, he just cannot stay there because the Arlot is there, so the stuns will easily connect. So I think that Castle is a very underrated player in a sense that he actually plays very smart, and he actually helps his team win the fights because of his smart play. So I think if I were to choose my personal MVP in that game, I would put it onto Castle.
Yeah, on that Arla, just as me. I absolutely agree with you that he was doing such stuff which later resulted like big benefits, like with that killing of Fanny resulted from further invade and snowballing and putting down the Fanny, like shutting down the Fanny totally.
Yeah. So even when you have the signature Hades Fanny, it did not work. So many mistakes actually coming out from Team Flash anyway. So it kind of felt like, this is probably not the gameplay that they wanted to have. Even there were times where Vanix was mispositioned. It was a shutdown. And I think the implosion in the mid lane where Kupi was able to land a two-man implosion. Like, instead of backing down, he actually went and flickered forward. And then he caught two. And then that was the start of the domination that we saw from RCC.
Yeah, but on the first place, why would you like use Ammo Offended on the tank hero and kind of prematurely, and nobody was ready to like follow the tank call probably, and the tank will not die for the duration of the CC, so he gonna eventually ult himself and counter attack. So it was kind of like questionable ultimate, at least to say.
Yeah. Well, that is game number 2. We're going to be heading to game number 3. There's a very clear lapses on both teams. Like game number 1, it was execution that really bit RCC in the end. And now game number 2, that's also true for Team Flash. In this particular game, it kind of felt like they're the team that's not coordinated. I don't know if you'll agree with me, but that's what I felt. Because game number 1, it was RCC. They're not properly coordinated. When you initiate with Castle, there wasn't any follow-up. And now, in this case, Diablo as well as Hades, they're not combining in a proper fashion where they wanted to go for the Novaria, but they get easily shut down. Even their split push is not working. So there's so many fundamental mistakes from both teams in the games that they lost. So that makes it so that game number 3 is a battle of whoever corrects or troubleshoots much better than the opposing team. So that's what I guess that's what I think about the game number 3.
You know, I have a guess what just happened. It's, I don't know, maybe you felt that kind of thing when you win in the game and you are on a match point and you need to win one more game. It's kind of applies like a lot of pressure on you, and you like, okay, we almost won, and kind of like, but not won yet, and you start to kind of like feeling, imagine that you already won and kind of hard to play good at the same point. So I agree with you, because I saw a different Team Flash this game, and also a different Team RCC as well, which may resulted a different Team Flash, right?
Yeah.
So, but the Arlot was the key of this as well.
Yeah, which kind of make it think like who is now the players to look out for, because when we mentioned like when I asked you during the first before the draft, when they were walking in, when you said that it's one shot that should be like the player to watch out for, but now I think it's very clear that it's Castle. Castle is just too good in this game. But now when you're looking at Team Flash, who should be stepping up? Because Curtizy is already stepping up in game number 1, and now game number 2 he actually had like good outplays with the Valentina, right? So if you remember the stolen implosions, stolen Lilia ultimate from game number 1, right? So there's already that standout player. But who else needs to step up now for side of Team Flash?
I guess it's Hayes. I mean, he gotta. I mean, good start. Went for the carry kill, but kinda. I don't know. It's maybe it's a wild guess, but maybe it's like popping champagne way too early, like you didn't won the game yet and kind of relaxed. I mean, that happens even with the best team. It's sometimes we can see these kind of things, but maybe.
Yeah, you know, there's a lot of points where I agree with you because with that Fanny, especially because of a very good first 2 minutes for the side of Team Flash, they might have overheat, you know, because they lost control of their purple buff, they lost control of their side lanes, they lost control of their gold lane. Like it's one by one, they're losing control, and it's mainly focused on how is the Fanny gonna be able to output the pressure against their opponents, because it kind of felt like there's no pressure at all for RCC, right? So I do agree
Kind of
with you.
split push, but split push is like the last resort. You really
Yeah.
want to pick that hero kills, like relatively easy hero kills.
Yeah.
And also, like draft-wise, they like took the ADC, they ban ADC second phase, and still like leaving up the carry, who eventually was like super effective, and that's the bad thing as well.
Maybe if they didn't ban the Clint, maybe they just ban the carry, right? So that could be good. Because I don't think that the Clint is a problem at all in that particular game. They might have just
I don't
been
think Clint
overthinking.
can outperform Bruno as well.
Yeah. So well, hindsight is 2020, as they always say. So we're just gonna be waiting for game number 3 to start. With that being said, do you think that the Arlot should now be considered as a ban for the side of Team Flash?
I don't know, maybe Team Flash are going to have the first picks this game, and they might go for Arlot themselves as a first pick, because like in comparison Arlot with Ruby, I don't think the Ruby was even closely that effective as Arlot was.
True.
So Ruby should be even initiating unnecessary stuff, even not only ineffective, but even badly effective, like initiating that Tigreal ultimate, which literally resulted the counter attack and the kills. It's even worse than doing nothing.
Yeah. It's like instead of like helping your team, it's actually negatively affecting your team.
Yeah.
I understand what you're saying. Now, Harith, as we've seen in game number 1, was a very important and critical piece of the puzzle for Team Flash. That's why RCC just batted out. Great understanding. Then Nolan afterwards. Team Flash, maybe they banned Arlot actually, but they usually ban Tilda and Faramis.
Yeah, but like Matilda, we didn't even saw Matilda is... You know what? It's something like from the game 1. Like Team Flash gives joy, and so my point is, when hero is constantly banned, I was doing this myself, like, but with Valentina back in the days when... So I would open Valentina, like, because she's always... There would be no chance to even practice this hero from the enemies, because when you practice, they are always in ban, so you pretty much not practicing this hero. So yeah, you give him with no practice, it's not gonna work. So maybe they should do this. Like, I don't know. It's just a guess.
Caralho, mano, deixa o bagulho ligado, velho.
Just speculation.
Fala, rapaziada. Estamos na última partida do dia. 8 horas e 28 minutos de live. O campeonato aqui não acaba, né, mano? Alô? Graças a Deus amanhã vai ter só partida boa. Graças a Deus. Vai ter nenhuma partida ruim, velho. Meu Deus do céu.
Like Guinevere, like I said, or the Ruby. We don't want to give that out. Apart from that, with Nolan and Joy being banned and Arlot, that kind of means that like this is gonna be a very normal game.
Os caras aí da Royal, mano. Sinceramente, os caras da casa, eu quero que tenha time da
like
Rússia.
Legitimate, like a great pick. There's the, as we've mentioned, Guinevere as the priority for RCC. So this should be Ruby, right, for Team Flash. Maybe Ruby Valen or Ruby Novaria actually for Team
But
Flash.
maybe give up on Ruby. Like, I don't know, he quite didn't really work last game. So maybe consider like picking some hero the player can perform better, like better understanding of the game in terms of just, I like that. I like that. Valentina wasn't that great last game, but the first game was insanely good. So I get the pick. And the carry probably pick ban here.
Yeah.
I think.
Kind of makes me think that RCC will just go for Novaria this game. Like, obviously they played well with the Novaria in game number 2, so there's really no problem at all picking that up. Paquito very early picked up by RCC. We know for sure that it's a one-shot hero against the carry, but just like in the previous game, the carry can go for the tank build-up, maybe get the Purify actually, so that he can outplay this Paquito. So I'm not entirely sure if this is a great pick, but I do agree with the Novaria. As we expected, it is going to be Novaria for RCC.
I guess the Bruno is getting banned right now after this pick next, and I have a question: what Wizard gonna pick? Because like obviously Carry has been taken as a ban. Now Bruno most likely going to get banned, and what is left? Maybe we're gonna see Leslie or Van finally.
Leslie, right? I don't know if they play Nathan, so maybe that could also be the choice. But it really is a late game based hero, and you already have the Novaria.
Akai,
Team Flash
I like
goes
that.
for the Akai. Super duper good pickup.
I love this pick. I have 1,800 games on Akai, and I love this hero.
Beautiful. You know, the thing with Akai is that it's great because there's a lot of crowd control from RCC, and you can cleanse that with your ultimate, so you're gonna be A-okay. You can stay in front of the neutral objectives like your turtles, like your lords, and just output the damage. Output the crowd control, and you can control the neutral objectives as well. It's a great pickup for Team Flash.
Yeah, solid pick. The last question is performance, but I think Hades understand how to play on any hero in the game, and I hope for the best performance.
Yeah. Ixia, bad for Team Flash.
Benedetta, nice ban.
Yeah. Diablo special. Team
Ixia
Flash
and
might
Bruno
ban the
going to
Brody.
begin.
I think Brody is much better going up against Akai compared to a Bruno. Because at least Brody is always a threat. You stack up on damage, you get penetration, you get bonus damage from the
you can
Abyss
potentially
Spark.
focus Akai,
Yeah. Or Abyss Spark is actually like Selena, so but yeah, you get my point. It's the passive of the Brody. But I think Brody should be the better banning for Team Flash. Not the Bruno.
maybe, but we didn't saw Brody yet being picked by the Wizard, at least at this tournament. So it's a kind of wild ban gonna be. Like clean. They want nice. I mean, in terms of what you said earlier, that Bruno is not that good against Akai, maybe they understand this as well and trying to get Wizard to pick Bruno actually and kind of counter it. Maybe.
Yep. Okay, so maybe you're looking for a roamer now for Team Flash. With the Ruby being banned out, what else is there for JPL? Maybe Cho, so that you have some sort of reach onto this Novaria. Or maybe go for Lapu-Lapu already for Team Flash. You kind of want to wait for
it's
the...
hard to choose now. Akai is a big factor. Hard to choose. Maybe Assassin, maybe Lancelot.
Oh, that's right.
Maybe go with Lancelot
Kaja.
and something.
Okay, understandable.
That's good. I see what they're going on. Team Flash probably was watching the first games of RCC
esses
when they
piques
get the
de
Akai
bônus
for
aí, hein,
jungle and the
rapaziada.
Kaja for roam. And you know, I mean, on the paper, of course, you always have this kind of divine judgment kill, heavy spin kill. So you kind of have like 2 kills already if you do all perfect. So this is a good strategy because it's good both offensively and defensively. So they went for it because they know their RCC are capable of doing that. And also Kaja can conceal Guinevere ultimate. And Yeah, I like that pick. And now, what is left for X-Plane?
Yeah, it's no choice. They have to go for the Bruno. Maybe a Rafaela, Bruno Rafa for RCC.
Good
so
point.
They can save someone. The Grok.
On top of Valentina, I don't think it's a
Exactly.
good idea. It is way too much CC on the Team Flash now.
Yeah, I really don't agree with the Grok.
Yeah, but you know,
Especially
it's all about early game. If they
It's
manage to like have a snowball
complicated.
from the get-go, it's
My
not gonna
friend.
matter. Like
Complicated.
Akai is gonna melt, like whatever. But it's still very risky, very risky.
Yeah. I want to go for a quick assassinating kind of XP lane now, or quick burst. Maybe not use. Maybe Khalid is great. CC, there it is. Khalid.
Nice. Now it's going to be a battle on the X-Plane probably. Yeah,
for sure. Oh man, I'm just scared about the Grok because they really gave away a very big ultimate. Like if you're thinking about like Paquito, Novaria as well, Paquito, Novaria as well as Guinevere, those three heroes don't give a good ultimate for the Valentina, right? Because they're kind of combo based. They're based on the preliminary spells of the heroes that they copy. But with Grok, you're given Wild Charge of Valentina. You've seen, I really empathize with you, Barbie. I always tell the teams that I handle, like, having Grok up against Valentina, it's just like a death sentence, man.
Yeah, it's always Valentina is such a big factor when mages actually can play good with this hero.
Yeah. So that's
like always can steal this big ultimate and reverse it into your face, and it's going to be way too much CC, but we'll see how it goes. Faster lane clean here for the Grok, and immediately counter-attacking the curious beak here on the purple buff is being punched straight into it, and yeah, that's a good start.
Great start. Oh, the opening. Diablo wants to go for Troublemaker, but he's quite safe and had to burn the flicker. Team Flash giving away so much to RCC. They burned their flicker. They lost one of their members.
Eita, e o jogo começou aqui com a RCC já com
as the
Blood.
Grok is just way too attack in this stage. I mean,
no invade,
this is what you're talking about. Early game snowball.
Caramba.
Sorry, I
Será
thought
possível?
Flash should invade red buff right now as the three people attacking Guinevere, just because Akai have double buff and Guinevere has only one buff, as far as I saw that, and probably should invade here, but hey, and just enjoy it with one stolen minion.
Yeah. Even up a little bit, but we know for sure that RCC, with the early game that they saw with the first blood, we're gonna be very happy about the turtle take. Even Guinevere is like far too forward now.
Level 4 Guinevere gonna try to find the Khalid kill probably, but no, using her second skill, gonna just start working on the turtle straight away. Akai, though, he's here ready to contest it. Everybody saw where Akai went, and it's kind of 4-on-4 on the turtle. No rotations from the top lane, and the carry is farming the jungle minion, and Khalid is being harassed a little bit, but forced to use his quicksand to regen some of that HP. Wall is being thrown, and Astra Echo pointing 4 people, Akai trying to work on the turtle here, but all team is aware, and I don't think it's a good idea here. Trying to initiate, Grok goes with the heavy spin, and Akai attacks with the heavy spin, and Guinevere almost get dead, but eventually resulted both of them dying.
Oh, Team Flash just waited for too much time. You know what happened? They held on to the turtle for far too long because Hades wanted to go for a level 5. I think that's the play. But the thing is, because of the time that they spent, Kupi on the Grok was able to get level 4. That meant that after the turtle fight, not only did they lose the retribution, but also they lost more members because of the availability of the wild
esse
charge.
jogo
So,
aqui.
really just too passive kind of
Eu
mentality.
tô sem
coming out
pra
from
Flash
Team Flash.
perder, mano.
Yeah,
RCC é
they
da
kind of
Rússia.
didn't understood what they should do.
Logo vai ter
Focus
um
enemy
time
hero,
da
so
Rússia
focus turtle. They
na
kind of do
próxima
both. The
fase.
solo kill on the X-Plane, but gets
Querendo
traded
na
by the
próxima
tower,
fase, meu parceiro,
resulted
o bagulho do...
nothing. And the wild charge going straight into the Kaja face, and the potential counter attack here. Akai here slows down the Grok and heavy spin. The Grok here, the follow up from the carry, and Divine
Aqui a
Judgment
flash
on into
pro
Wizard
jogo.
uses his flicker, but not be able to go back, and this might be already a comeback.
Oh, let's see. That's a great jump coming out from JPL. Finally with the flicker, Divine Judgment play, converting for a kill. Vanix is going to be staying up top. Going to be happy about that for sure. And onto the bottom lane, it's a 1v1 between the Paquito as well as this Khalid. I think this is Paquito's side, but because Cortese is here, has to go away. There's no good ultimate to copy it for Cortese.
Bora, bora! Mata ele! Mata ele, Castor! Mata ele! Manda o Diablo pro lugar dele. Ou é mandar o cara...
Just like I told you,
Ou é
like,
mandar o
Castle
Castor,
always
mandar
tries to
o
win
Diablo
the
pro
lane,
inferno.
not only just like enjoying the mini, he's trying to like
Pariu.
destroy the opponent, and that's, I mean, sadly, this is rare occasion these days.
Yeah. Turtle fight. Hades holding on to this. As the ultimate will be resetting the Lord, the Turtle. Cortese has the wild charge. In comes the first wild charge, but there's the counter coming up from Cortese. Short range wild charge. Hades is low, even after the heavy spin. He can't hold on to it, but he gets the retribution nonetheless. Now they will run away. Could be slow, but he gets out.
Almost dying because of the second skill of Valentina here. I think Team Flash was doing kind of mistake. Super aggressive attack on Vither and the mental attack as well. On top of that, trying to get the turret, and turret is successfully being taken. Yeah, I was saying that it seems like Hades is kind of over prioritizing the turtle. Like, and from my perspective, this is mistake, because you should the attack. The baits is here on the Kaja. You should prioritize the hero kills and then turtle.
Nevertheless, the push onto the bottom lane, just castle as well as one shot, it's gonna be enough. And this is the power of the Paquito, always a split push threat. Onto the middle, they will just find this Grok. Not gonna convert with anything. And so far, Team Flash are securing the farm out of Vanix, 1-0-1, and has been staying up top for 6 minutes. So you can assume that this Vanix carry is farmed. But it comes to the initiation, they want to go for Hades. Hades just gets out.
And on the different side of map, there kind of mirror situation where Paquito gets all of the farm and Khalid only gets his heptacies, like minute 6, as far as I understood the building here. Itemization, I mean.
Yep. Oh, Echo connects on 2, but he gives a wild charge. One shot is low, one shot down. They want to go for this, but Hades also low. Gas to get out. Weiser wants to fight this and actually completes the kill. In comes Vex, but it's slowed by the Navaria. Navaria with Astrosphere is gonna be there. Grok will try to run away. Vanix still wants to fight. Pops the ultimate, will just recall and spam against his opponents. Not gonna find anyone, so it's a jungler for jungle trade-off.
You saw that moment when Carrie kind of hesitated, like should she go for the Grok or switch to the Bruno, like zigzagging at the point. Yeah, and eventually went for the Bruno. But here the Grok is getting melted by the true damage here, and almost dead, and the minion not gonna follow. Counter attack straight to Valentina face with the ultimate of the Guinevere, finish her off.
Vanix not gonna complete any kill, but the turtle now is gonna be controlled by Team Flash. One shot has to mine this purple buff. Hades actually lets go of the purple buff of the turtle because he wants to go back to his own purple buff. One shot now gonna be the holder of the aggro of the turtle. Hades now game poked. Great play coming out from both Key as well as Castle. They want to go for the punish. Castle is gonna be taken out, but the turtle still alive for now. RCC gonna be controlling it. Retribution not available at all for Hades. That's gonna be Castle for a turtle. Gonna be for
I don't think it's
RCC.
a good trade at this point. Actually, it might kind of cool down the castle tempos because he was so like ahead in terms of experience and farmed. And but hey, we'll see. Guinevere here trying to defend the bottom lane turret, which Carry is chunking down with the minions. Divine Judgment is always is threat to the enemy, kind of helps to secure the positioning of the carry.
Yeah. And now it's an even game when it comes to the gold, when it comes to the kill score. There, almost even now for both teams, so practically even. Echo connects onto 4. One shot on the right side. But that's a complete retreat coming out from Team Flash. They're not going to be finding anything. Diablo is there. Oh, look at this. One shot, as well as Castle wants to actually pin down Diablo. Are they going to be successful in doing so? No. They're just going to back out. One shot now compromised. But Hades misses a dash. Gets hit by Novaria's second skill. Has to get out. Hades actually stopped by the Grok block coming out from Koopy. Well done, coming out from Koopy.
The game is kind of freezes at this point, and everybody doing just chilling and farming, I guess, waiting for the Lord to appear in 22 seconds already, and positioning game here for Grok, already scouting for his team the position of the enemy. Castle on top lane gonna wanna split push probably and go for the Lord, but that's the thing what Khalid is gonna do probably. And attack here, unexpected attack on Valentina from Guinevere forces her to use this a snipe, not quite there.
Purify burned by Curtizi. And the positioning from Team Flash is compromised around this Lord. Gonna be nilakap to Hades. Hades low, half HP, has to back down. JPL wants to fight because Vanix is here, but the damage from Novaria is gonna be threatening them. Look at that, and even the Grok block is gonna fend them off. Diablo
Grok kind of flicked in the front of the enemies and while running back, so kind of
awkward. But the Lord is still for RCC. It comes Castle going in for the pokes as well as the Echo. Now Team Flash is away from the Lord, but in comes Hades. No, one shot to secure the retribution. He's taken out. Hades is out for the count. Vanix has to run away as well. And now even Kurt is taken out. No Purify, no Flicker, no whatsoever for Mr. Curtizi as he's taken out. Diablo, very short quicksand guard, enough to keep him alive. But that is Team Flash now being behind RCC. Great Lord dance from them.
Yeah, and I saw from the Team Flash again this. They kind of didn't understood. Should they go for the heroes? Should they go for the Lord? And it was too late. And then heavy spin plus the jump and like exploded in the middle of the ultimate. It was kind of wacky. But you gotta like reload probably somehow. I mean, your mindset to make this happen.
Sure. Oh no, Team Flash is crumbling.
Faster.
Echo connects, Hades low. Able to defend down the bottom lane, but they've lost all of their outer turrets. At this point, Troublemakers making a lot of trouble for Team Flash to work with. It comes a jump, Hades being poked. Look at the damage coming up from Bruno. The shred is there. Able to defend. As well as the bottom and the top lane. Team Flash will live to see another day.
The pressure from the Valentina, not the pressure, the threat from the Valentina, Akai, and the Divine Judgment of Kaja still there, which makes Royal Cybersport Club not been able to attack on the inhibitor turret, kind of safely trying to push. Always like trying to bait the skills, like Guinevere jumps with the second skill, trying to bait something like ultimate and maybe run back, but not gonna happen. So RCC not been able to go for T3 turret here.
Yeah. 5,000. That's the goal date for RCC in this game number 3 elimination match. Who would have thunk Flash will be in this position because of the caliber of their players. Castle now being pinned down. Response is low, but it is going to be enough. 4 members in that area. able to take out Castle, one of the most important players for RCC.
That might be huge, actually. Even though they used a lot of skills on that one, it still will not matter because 21 seconds to Lord and Castle is exact same time spent dead, and it might result a good positioning for Team Flash on Lord, but RCC actually understand that and already trying to cover the positioning around the Lord, and Team Flash is not actually rushing the positioning on the Lord for various reasons, and now they're gonna go, and ultimate on the haze on and being bursted down, even though he had a heavy spin, and the fight is continuous, trying to get the Kaja here as well, and the second knock up on the carry here, forced to her to go back in not using Purify, and the Divine Judgment on the Castle, but not enough damage, and the ultimate from Bruno, come on, pass! Even
Recebi. Ah, boa é que a Team Flash tá conseguindo ser eliminada pela RCC, o time russo. A DeusVult perdeu hoje para HomeBois por 2-0. Meu Deus, o que tá acontecendo aqui? A Burmese ganhou, da Twitch tá demais.
And again, the miscommunication, like half of the team, went back, and
muitas coisas aconteceram hoje.
Bruno was way too
Inclusive pause de quase 3 horas.
Caralho,
o pause ali foi difícil.
But hey, now it's like again 4 versus 4 and Lord.
Pelo menos com aquele pause eu consegui jantar, almoçar, né? Mas já tá indo pra janta já. Bom é que depois de hoje é só jogo bom, velho. Nunca mais vai ter um jogo ruim aqui. Aleluia. Acaba logo. Deixa a RCC vencer, Team Flash. Vocês jogam vários campeonatos no ano. O cara ganhar e avançar de fase. Falaram o motivo do pause? O motivo foi o mesmo do meu almoço, só que o deles era a janta. Bacana esse kitchen back aí. O que é kitchen back? É o Alvelei dos caras? A Alvelei dos caras é boa, mano. Tem que ficar um time da Rússia pra representar, senão o Putin fica puto. Velho, tem que ficar um time da Rússia aí no campeonato. Tô torcendo aí pra Team Flash. Tava torcendo pra Team Flash no começo, agora eu tô torcendo pra RCC, porque eu já perdi a aposta mesmo. Agora eu tô torcendo pra o time da Rússia aí ter, né? Pra não ficar um bagulho chato na arquibancada, né? Tipo, acho que eles vão jogar contra a Onyx aqui, se eles ganharem. Olha lá, mano. Esse Wise, ele é um YouTube da Rússia. Ele é o maior YouTube da Rússia, se eu não me engano. Inclusive, o Ornot conhece ele, hein? Ele já gankou o Ornot em uma live lá na Streamcraft, há uns anos atrás. Aí virou amigo do Ornot. Mas ele é um cara muito da hora. Eu já conversei com ele na live. Brasil, bom. Neymar. Olha lá. Aí, pô, a GG, graças a Deus, acabou. Não aguentava mais. Porra, 9 horas, velho, vendo isso daqui, velho. Olha isso, mano. Aí, acabou. Mano, muito bom os poucos dessa Novaria, cara. Pô, mano, o que teve de Novaria hoje, você não tá ligado, tá batendo. Porra, tem Novaria todo dia todo, velho. Toda partida tem Novaria. GG, vai. Eita, caralho. Pô, bora pra transmissão russa, mano. Ó, os caras da Rússia, ele é loucão, ó. Pera aí.
May not be the favorites in this tournament, but today is their day. They take out Team Flash.
Aí, olha só os caras aí, mano. Os caras vão ficar alucinados, ó. Se liga. GG, abraço, Mohamed. Aí. Abraço, Taubaté. Aí, ó.
Друзья, вот они, красавцы. И они проходят следующий этап.
É, sorri, meu filho, que você acaba de garantir. Deixa eu ver quanto é que ele vai ganhar de premiação. Mesmo se ele perder a próxima série que é amanhã.
Спасибо большое нашим комментаторам. Петр
Ai,
Вандербелка,
deixa eu ver
Никита
aqui.
Драгстерина, залу, всем, кто поддерживал коллективы Team Flash
Ты
и
прикалываешься, да?
RCC. Естественно, все молодцы. Team Flash хорошо сражались, хорошо боролись, но победа все-таки достается сильнейшим.
Какой
Aí, vamos ver
перепад
aqui.
эмоций, что за эмоциональные качели от тебя. Мы только что кричали здесь
Ah, pra
все
Wikipedia, né?
вместе. Это
Agora é os
потрясающая
highlights.
игра, которая
Eu
приводит
vou deixar os highlights aí pra vocês verem.
все-таки к
Ó.
1/4 финала игр.
A Team Flash tá eliminada. Eles são eliminados aí, eles ficam na nona barra 12ª colocação.
Не знаю насчет игры жизни, но Кассел, просто вот каждая игра была...
Na nona barra 12ª colocação. E deixa eu ver mais. Vou faturar $25.000 aí. Ah lá, boa noite. De outro nível. É, velho, aqui tá cheio de vários hornotezinhos aí.
Были качели, которые вроде как в какой-то момент даже показалось, что Team Flash возвращается, камбэкают. Но сколько передвижений от Касла, вот эти вот...
Então vamos lá. A chave como é que fica, ó. Burmese Gols vence a Twisted Minds e vai enfrentar amanhã Henrique Roshi. DeusVult pega a HomeBois lá. Ó. DeusVult perdeu pra HomeBois. A HomeBois vai pegar a AP.Bren. A Burn X Flash pega perdeu pra Fireflux. A Fireflux enfrenta a Blacklist. E agora 2-1 aí da RCC em cima da Team Flash e vai enfrentar a Onyx. Amanhã, beleza? Ó. 8 horas da manhã, 9h50, 11h40 e 3h30, beleza? Só jogão maravilhoso aqui. Só jogo bom. A fase de grupo foi aí, ó. Deixa eu lembrar a premiação aqui, ó. A RCC, que provavelmente vai perder amanhã pra Onyx. Ah, eu queria lembrar que perdeu, tá fora. Perdeu amanhã, tá fora. Queria saber o nome da música de highlights. Eu vou saber, cara. Você quer perguntar logo pra mim? Quem faz isso daí é os gringos, né? Eu não. Mas relaxa, essa música aí, depois que você escuta ela por 9 horas, você enjoa, velho. Deus me livre. Então. Amanhã, quando a RCC perder pra Onyx, ó, eles vão ganhar $35.000. Tá ótimo, tá ótimo. Primeiro lugar ganhou 350 mil. Segundo, 160. O terceiro, $120.000. O quarto, $70.000. Caramba, hein, velho. Mano, o pior é que se a R quer que ele tivesse aqui, mano, ela no mínimo ficava ali no top 5, top 4, tá ligado? Pra quem acha que, mas é DeusVult, joga muito. Mano, DeusVult pegou uma chave muito fácil no Mundial. Se a RRQ tivesse ganhado ali da Detinha SMG, tinha pegado a mesma chave e teria ficado no top 4. Falo mesmo, é verdade. E é isso, rapaziada. Agora eu vou embora, né? Porque já são 8 horas e 58 minutos de live. Não aguento mais. Até mais tarde. Até mais tarde não, até amanhã, né? Eu vou postar agora os resultados, vou postar os jogos que vai ter amanhã. E é isso. Falou pra vocês. Meus queridinhos. Olha aqui o chat como é que tá, velho. Legal. Bye, bye, meus queridinhos.